Chapter 63.
Oran. As I stepped into the pack house, the sound of a car caught my attention, prompting me to turn and see Walter rushing out of the car. He had returned sooner than I had anticipated. "I checked the message you sent me. Did Reuben really find Willow and the children?" he inquired. "Yes, he did. In fact, he found her a day ago. I thought I should inform you as well," I replied, leaning against the door frame. "She's safe." "That's fantastic news," he breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since Willow's escape and Reuben's subsequent departure to find her, Walter had been diligently working alongside us to locate Willow and the children. "Do you love her?" I asked casually. He glanced at me for a moment before admitting, "I do. But she doesn't feel the same way. So, I'm in the process of moving on. I can't be with a woman who's already in love with another man. I think I'm making progress, especially after seeing how affected she was by just the news of Reuben and Ella's wedding. Her escape proves just how much she loves Reuben and can't bear to see him with another woman," he murmured dryly. I chuckled. "Yeah, they're both like that. In reality, they're perfect for each other, but there are some misunderstandings between them. I believe they'll sort it out soon." Walter nodded thoughtfully. "I hope so, but the fact is, Willow is stubborn," he remarked. "If she's stubborn, then Reuben is obsessed," I countered. "Yeah," he admitted dryly, gazing into the pack house. "Where are Willow and the children?" "Reuben drove off after dropping the children off that day. They told me Willow was abducted by some other men. I don't have any more details, but later Reuben sent me a message saying he found Willow and she's safe. Neither of them have returned, so I believe they're together," I explained. Walter chuckled, lighting a cigarette. "He found her within 12 hours of her being kidnapped. How heroic." "It's what we call a mate bond," I said, slipping both hands into my pockets and gazing up at the evening sky. "A soulmate is your other half. You can smell, feel, and sense them. You can feel their emotions, whether it's pain or love. The stronger the love is that the couple shares, the stronger the mate bond. It's all about love," I murmured, still fixated on the evening sky. "You sound like you have one too," Walter commented. I was taken aback for a moment before glancing at him from the corner of my eye and asking, "How come you're still staying here of your own free will? Don't you have responsibilities back in your own territory?" I raised an eyebrow inquisitively. "It's all right for me to be away from my country for a month or two. After all, I'm the boss. You could call me the alpha of my territory," he smirked. "Yeah," I replied dryly, having uncovered information about him. He was indeed a deadly and ruthless hunter. "However, my reasons for staying here have shifted," he whispered, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. I followed his line of sight to the woods, but there was no one there. "Uncle Walter?" Wyatt exclaimed joyfully, racing into the front yard. "Hey there, buddy. Did you miss me?" Walter's demeanor shifted entirely as he approached Wyatt. "Yes, I missed you a lot," Wyatt replied, dropping his football and launching into an endless stream of chatter with Walter. Leaving the two of them to catch up, I entered the pack house. In Reuben's absence, I had taken charge of managing the pack and handling other matters, including my ongoing research into the mysterious attacks. The simultaneous destruction of 3 more packs surrounding Wade Moon was deeply troubling. There were no leads on the person responsible for these attacks, and I diligently studied each report that was released detailing the findings of the attack in search of clues. As I contemplated all of this, Laurie's voice reached my ears just as I was about to head upstairs. Pausing, I turned toward the dining room where Laurie and Bix were seated. Bix sat at the dining table while Laurie stood on a chair beside him. "Uncle Bix, you should try this cheese pudding," she said, offering him a spoonful with her tiny hand. I blinked, realizing she had been playing a game of house with Bix, who had clearly been coerced into playing along. Bix frowned at the pudding in front of him. He despised cheese. "No, I'm full," he replied in a casual tone. "Why? You've only eaten a little of the food I made for you," she pouted, adopting the role of a housewife in their game. I took another step into the dining room to inspect the table. There were 4 empty plates in front of Bix, despite his being a light eater, indicating that he was expected to finish all of the food. "I told you I'm full," Bix replied dryly. "Uncle Bix, do you hate me?" she asked. Bix froze in surprise, much like myself, momentarily speechless. "Why would you think that?" he asked her. "Because I look like Mommy," she blinked up at him through her long lashes. As she spoke, my gaze shifted immediately to Bix's frowning face. "Where did you learn such big words? You're you, and your mommy is your mommy. Kids don't need to know about adult affairs. Just to be clear, I don't hate anyone, especially not you," he explained to her. She nodded and suddenly climbed up onto the dining table with her short little legs so that she could stand in front of Bix. "Then why do you always frown and look angry?" she inquired, bending down slightly to touch the frown lines between his eyebrows with her tiny finger. Bix was completely taken aback, and I couldn't help but laugh aloud. Bix glanced back at me, frowned, then stood up from his chair. "What's so funny?" He growled at me lowly as he walked past, though I noticed his reddening ears. "She's just like Willow," he muttered under his breath in annoyance, lighting a cigarette. I grabbed his arm and turned him to face me. "The child isn't wrong," I said, raising my hand to take the cigarette from his lips. "Try to control your emotions. You'll look more handsome," I added, placing the cigarette in my own mouth before turning and leaving. Willow. I was momentarily terrified to find myself laid out and completely exposed. "What the?" Shocked and mortified, I squirmed in an attempt to break free from the restraints around my wrists, but my efforts were in vain. "You're awake," Reuben's voice reverberated in the room. I froze on the bed, my heart pounding, only to see him leaning against the wall across from me, casually smoking as he watched my every move. "What the hell do you think you're doing, Reuben?" I shouted furiously. "Didn't I warn you about the consequences of trying to escape from me?" His voice was deliberate, but I couldn't discern his expression as he extinguished the cigarette in the nearby ashtray. The memory of his warning flashed through my mind. "If you dare to run away from me, I wouldn't mind having you tied to my bed, naked and moaning for the rest of your life." A chill ran down my spine as I recalled his chilling vow, now fulfilled. "Let me go," I pleaded, writhing against my restraints and shouting. Only I understood the depths of his madness. He truly was capable of keeping me imprisoned naked on his bed for the rest of my days. I refused to accept such a fate. "Let me go, Reuben!" I continued to scream, but he remained unfazed, ignoring my pleas. My throat burned from the exertion, but I refused to give up hope. However, my cries abruptly ceased when he detached himself from the wall and began to approach the bed with a silent determination. I remained silent, my breath shallow and rapid as I watched him climb onto the bed, causing my heart to race even faster. His eyes were devoid of emotion, cold and impassive. "You don't come any closer to me." I instinctively recoiled at the sight of his predatory advance as he began to unbutton his shirt. "Get away! Get away!" I screamed, sensing his intentions. "Don't shout!" he bellowed, seizing my hair and yanking me closer to his face. "After this latest escape attempt, you've forfeited your right to yell or command me," he growled, his breath ragged like a bull's and his dark wolf's eyes boring into mine. "How dare you run away with my children? You already stole them from me once, and now you've done it again." "That's not stealing. I took my children with me to save their future and lives. Or do you expect me to leave them in the shadow of your soon-to-be wife and let their future be ruined by a stepmother?" I snapped with equal rage. "Didn't I tell you that you will only ever be the mother of my children? I'm never marrying Ella or anyone else for that matter, so how the hell will there be a stepmother for our children?" he questioned, his other hand caressing my cheek. "What you heard about Ella and my being married on the full moon was a lie. I never agreed to that bullshit. I'm not marrying her. There has only ever been you in my life, and there will only ever be you." Sari made a noise in my mind. I was unable to tear my eyes away from him. Once again, I felt as if he was sincere. My heart urged me to believe him, to believe in the love in his eyes and in what he had just said. Yet all the revelations Ella had told me crossed my mind, tearing at my heart. I couldn't help but let out a low, cold laugh, though my heart was bleeding with all the emotional pain I'd been bearing. "Stop lying to me, Reuben. I know everything now. I'm not falling for your lies anymore." My voice was low, and my eyes were full of hatred. "You've betrayed me again. You've played with me, and I believed you even knowing that I was going to end up in this pathetic condition. But enough's enough. I would rather die than trust you again. I would rather die than hold your hand again." I would rather die than love you again, I vowed. I held back my tears, refusing to let them show in my eyes. His hand, clenching my hair, shaking violently, staring into my emotionless yet hurt and hateful gaze. You say all of that so easily, as if they hold no value for you anymore, don't you? Our trust and love. You always leave me without caring about what happens to me when you run away. You don't care how I survive, how much I suffer, or how I feel without you, do you? It turns out I'm the only one holding on to the thread of our mate bond, he murmured, looking up with a blank expression and a sharp aura, as if he had been restraining his baser instinct, the part of him that wanted to take me by force. The room fell into a deafening silence. I struggled against our mate bond, denying the pain and suffering that he was feeling in his heart. I refused to acknowledge them, fearing that I would break down. I couldn't afford to break down at this point. If he was under the misconstrued idea that he was the only one holding on to the thread of our relationship, then so be it. It was better if he didn't know that I was always holding on to it from the shadows too. Once he looked at me, I averted my gaze as tears threatened to well up in my eyes. He studied my face in silence for a long time, then took a deep breath that sent alarm bells ringing in my mind. Since I'm the one holding on to it, then what I do with it is all correct and I have the right to do all of this, he mumbled. My eyes snapped back to him in shock. What do you mean? Who are you to strip me of my rights? I demanded, my voice low but my gaze piercing into his. Who are you to kidnap me? Who are you to... I am your fucking... mate, he growled, each word punctuated with force before he pulled me into a kiss. I struggled, attempting to turn my head away, but he was too powerful. His kiss was deep and prolonged, leaving me breathless and gasping for air when he finally released me. I am your fucking mate, he reiterated, his thumb roughly tracing my lips. And now, I will show you what I'm capable of, beyond kidnapping or stripping you. With that, he pushed me back onto the bed and began to untie my hands. Once my hands were freed, he withdrew from between my thighs. As I sat up on the bed, he seized my hand and pulled me off the bed. What are you doing? I panicked as he began to drag me somewhere, my nakedness adding to my distress. He offered no response, intensifying my panic. Let go of me, I screamed, desperately trying to wrench my wrist from his strong grip. Let go. Suddenly, he halted and released my hand, only to hoist me up and sling me over his shoulder with a fierce glare. What the hell are you doing? I pounded on his back, my heart pounding even harder when I heard the bathroom door creak open. Put me down. Put me down, Reuben. I paused as my body suddenly lurched in the air, then I was hurled into the large bathtub. My eyes squeezed shut as I plunged beneath the water for a few agonizing seconds before resurfacing, gasping for air and wiping my eyes. Standing by the bathtub, he grasped my jaw tightly and whispered, "Get the smell of that disgusting rogue off your body!" Willow. I stared at flames dancing in the fireplace in front of me, a mixture of shock and anger coursing through me. My clothes were being engulfed in flames before my eyes, leaving me with nothing to wear. This man. He had truly kept his promise to confine me naked. Gritting my teeth, I returned to the bathroom. Thankfully, there was a towel that I wrapped around my body after drying my hair. I set out in search of Reuben, moving from the bathroom to the living room. I discovered it was a luxurious, old-fashioned one-bedroom house, yet it had all the facilities one could ask for. Everything was beautiful and eye-catching, but I couldn't ignore the fact that all the windows had been sealed from the outside. The corner of my lips twitched bitterly. Wasn't this the reason he allowed me to bathe alone without posting a guard outside the bathroom, knowing I couldn't escape again? He had already planned everything meticulously. I couldn't see what lay beyond the sealed windows, nor could I discern our exact location, but I could sense that this wasn't a pack house. Detecting his scent, I headed towards the left side of the house, only to discover the kitchen where the alpha stood in a white shirt cooking. His shirt was unbuttoned, sleeves rolled up, revealing the blue veins of his strong forearms. With messy hair falling over his forehead, his expression was as sharp as the edge of a sword, reminiscent of our college days. "You must be hungry." "Come and take a seat," he suggested, already aware of my presence as I stood in the doorway. He lifted his eyes to meet mine, taking a moment to scan me from head to toe, his gaze lingering on my breasts and thighs. The towel I wore was not large enough to conceal much, barely reaching my upper thighs. "Do you think I'm in the mood to eat?" I crossed my arms over my chest, glaring at him. Thankfully, his gaze returned to my face as I spoke. "Then what are you in the mood for?" He raised an eyebrow, serving the food onto 2 different plates. My face turned red in shame at his blunt remark. "You're disgusting. What do you mean by teasing, girl? I'm wearing this towel because of you. Why did you burn my clothes?" I demanded. "Isn't the reason obvious, or do you want me to explain it to you in detail? So then you'll call me vulgar?" he countered. I clenched my fists at my sides. "Enough is enough. I don't want to argue with you. Just tell me how long you're going to keep me here?" I questioned, trying to maintain control. "Forever," he calmly replied as he came to the dining table with both plates in his hands and set them down. "Are you crazy?" I yelled. "Did you just figure that out today?" he retorted. "Stop this craziness, Reuben," I said as he walked closer to me, his back straight and stern green gaze fixed on me. "You are the one who has made me do such crazy things, Willow. You promised that you would not run away, but you broke your promise in the end," he countered. "Don't blame me for what I did." I shook my head. "You always do whatever you want whenever your obsessive possessiveness kicks in. You can't accept the consequences of your own actions and try to cover it up with your insanity. You have kidnapped me, locked me up in a cage, and are refusing to let me go. Do you think that all of this will change anything between us?" I questioned, looking deep into his eyes. "You're right," he suddenly confessed. "I struggle to face the consequences of my own actions, but I deeply regret them, am committed to making amends, and am seeking redemption for my sins. I strive to break free from repeating past mistakes and long to forge a new path forward with you. If I could, I would rewind time and prevent myself from committing all of those grievous wrongs against you. But what about you?" His final comment cut through me like a knife. "All you do is run away." His accusations struck me like a bolt of lightning, leaving me speechless and frozen in place. Whenever the situation turns against you or becomes too difficult to handle, you choose to flee rather than confront it. Life is filled with ups and downs, yet there have been numerous occasions when you've surrendered at the first sign of adversity. Instead of facing the darkness head-on and overcoming it, you simply retreat, he remarked. His voice, laden with gravity and depth, echoed in my ears like a solemn decree. My heart quivered with pain in my chest as I bit my lip. It's true, I'm a coward. Running away seems like the only option when I've been betrayed repeatedly. It's the only recourse I can muster when I'm exhausted from being used and manipulated. When all the honesty I've poured into our bond is swept away by a single one of your lies. It alters the very meaning of my existence. All I can think of is leaving instead of enduring it. How can a mighty alpha like you, driven solely by instinct and obsession, understand the depths of pain and hurt that I've endured? If running away is the only balm for the wounds you inflict upon me, then why shouldn't I run? I countered, unable to hold back the slight watering of my eyes, my emotions breaking through. The room descended into an eerie silence when I finished speaking. He gazed at me wordlessly, our emotions intertwining in the heavy air. The pain was palpable, shared equally between us, and yet we both bore it. Gripping that thread from either side, regardless of how deeply it cut into our flesh and making us bleed, we persisted in holding on, refusing to let the other go. I understand, he murmured, inching closer until our faces were barely an inch apart. Running away seems more appealing to you than having a conversation, doesn't it? That day, 6 years ago, you didn't wait for me. You ran away, believing I had abandoned you, even though I never rejected you or asked you to leave my life. Now, 6 years later, you still don't feel the need to wait for me. You've simply taken the children and attempted to disappear from my life, brutally crushing my feelings and breaking my heart. At this juncture in our lives, where you can demand rejection from me but not answers, you never stay to confront and discuss things, Willow. He touched my cheek, wiping at the tears that I did not even know were flowing down to my cheek. If only you had waited for me so that we could have communicated like we always did in the past, none of us would have ended up like this, he whispered softly, then took a step back and left the house without looking back. I collapsed to the floor and broke into tears. Would we really not have ended up this way if I had not left that day? But had he left anything for me to wait for him? Any hope or trace of love?
Reuben. Exiting the house, I slid into my car and peeled down the dirt road at full speed. All I wanted was to escape the clutches of my own dark impulses that urged me to claim her right then and there. Dex's implicit approval of my sinister thoughts only fueled them further. He was a primal creature, driven by the instinct to mate and mark, but seeing Willow's tears made it impossible for me to remain near her. I was the sole reason for her tears. My eyes burned red, my mind a jumbled mess of unwanted emotions, and my heart torn and bleeded with an unbearable pain coursing through our mate bond. I seethed with anger towards myself. I wanted to obliterate everything around me, including myself, but I doubted it would bring an ounce of satisfaction or peace of mind when my entire being was still fixated on her. Especially since I had left the front door wide open, giving her the opportunity to escape from me once more. I had done it intentionally, fully aware of my actions, and now my mind was consumed by one thought. What if I returned home to find her gone? What if she had indeed left and abandoned me? How would I cope with that possibility? Was I truly prepared to lose her? Bringing my car to an abrupt halt in the middle of the woods, I pounded my hand against the steering wheel, releasing all my frustration out on it. "Aye!" I roared, slamming it repeatedly. It felt like I was losing my mind. At this point, with my emotions spiraling out of control, shifting into my wolf form and letting Dex take the lead seemed like the best option. However, it was just as dangerous to do. Feeling suffocated, I rushed out of the car and vomited violently, ignoring the ringing phone in my pocket. Since Willow's escape, I hadn't eaten a thing, so all that came up was water. My head throbbed and I felt sick, a rare occurrence for me. What the fuck was happening with me? A while later, when my stomach was empty, I sat on the dirty ground, leaning against my car. Closing my eyes, I made an attempt to stop thinking about her, but my heart continued to beat wildly. That's when my phone rang in my pocket once again. Frowning, I pulled it out with closed eyes and answered the call. "Reuben, where are you?" Oren's voice came from the other end of the phone. I squeezed my eyes shut for a moment to gather my thoughts. "What's the matter?" I replied, my voice low as I got back into my car and started driving back. I didn't want to engage in conversation at that moment. "Were you at that abandoned pack house outside Miami?" He sounded desperate. I slowly opened my eyes at his unexpected question. "How did you know?" "I talked to Wyatt. The description he gave of the wolves that kidnapped Willow matches that of the rogues." Then there was news of rogues being killed outside of one of Miami's abandoned pack houses. It was obvious that it was your doing. However, what I don't understand is why you burned the pack house down, Reuben. You shouldn't have done that. If someone finds out, it will be a huge problem, he explained. "What fire?" I raised my eyebrows. "I did kill the rogues, but I never set fire to the pack house," I claimed. "What? If you didn't do it, then how did everything burn down?" Oren frowned. I heard the rustling of papers in the background. "I've sent you the photos to your phone. Check them out." "The entire pack house has been turned to ashes," he exclaimed. "There is one abnormality this time, though. The dead bodies of the rogues were found." I put the call on hold and swiftly checked the photos Oren had sent me. The hand holding the phone abruptly froze as my eyes looked down at the pictures with a mixture of emotions. Before me lay a scene of devastation, different from what I had left behind me. There was nothing left but ash. It had only taken me a few minutes to kill those rogues. I hadn't had the time to waste on them when I needed to catch Willow before she could put too much distance between us. However, I distinctly remembered leaving that place with Willow in my car after that. My hand tightened around the phone as my eyes darkened. If there had been no living beings in that area, then who the hell had set fire to the pack house? Why choose that specific place to burn, and for what reason? My gaze drifted once again to Willow's handkerchief that was tied around my wrist. Unbeknownst to me, a figure entered the front yard of the abandoned pack house. Stopping amidst the ruins and debris, he closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, taking in a scent in the air. "She was here," he muttered, opening his eyes as his wolf emerged within them. The potent scent of her lingered in the air, indicating that she had been there just moments ago. "I'm too late," he murmured, his eyes devoid of emotion as he gazed down at the soon-to-be deceased rogue beneath his foot. Her scent seems to have grown stronger. Now even this disgustingly dirty creature is picking it up too. Dark. The rogue could barely speak out of horror, his broken jaw making it difficult to form coherent words. One eye was ripped out, while the other was filled with blood. During his final moments, with the lower part of his body torn off by an unknown beast that had slaughtered them all without hesitation for the sake of a woman. While his upper body struggled for its last breath, he beheld the most terrifying figure in his life. Being the last survivor had become his curse. "If you had taken my rose, then you should have held on to her until I came to retrieve her, right?" He raised his brows at the rogue, his emotionless gaze penetrating the rogue's soul. "Now, how about you tell me who took my rose away?" He pressed the dying rogue's face further into the ground, his voice low and deep. The rogue's heart trembled as he was questioned about the alpha that had taken Willow away. How did Dark know there was someone else involved? The thought of that beast of an alpha gave the rogue a sense of true terror, even though he was taking his last breath. He wished to lie and claim he didn't know, but he didn't dare to lie with the formidable man standing before him. "It was?" the man prompted, his voice cold yet low. "An alpha," the rogue confessed. In the next moment, his face was crushed under the pressure of the man's foot, and his whole body started burning in fire. "An alpha," the man murmured, wiping the blood off his shoe onto the dead rogue's upper body. "How annoying." With that, he lit a cigarette and turned to leave, leaving the sea of flames behind him. "Reuben, are you there? Did you check the photos?" Oren's voice came from the phone again. "Yes," I responded, tossing the phone onto the passenger seat and staring straight ahead as I increased the speed of the car. "Don't you think this situation has already gotten out of our control? It's become creepy to the point where all the werewolves will be wiped off the map for sure," he stated worriedly. "That will not happen. Now it is time for us to catch that mysterious attacker." The corner of my lips curled up slightly. "How?" he exclaimed in surprised curiosity. "What do you have hidden up your sleeve?" "Go to that pack house outside of Miami. There you will find a small camera on the largest tree that is located closest to what used to be the pack house. The pack house is burnt, but not the tree that I'm referring to, so you will be able to find it very easily," I explained. "Everything that happened after I left will have been captured on it." "Wait a minute," Oren exclaimed in confusion. "You installed a camera? Are you saying that after you finished off those rogues and before leaving the area with Willow, you installed a camera in the nearby woods?" He sought clarification. "Yes," I confirmed. "That's so fucking unpredictable. In this way, we will able to see how the fire actually took place and who this fucking mysterious attacker is," he spoke excitedly, but then he paused and questioned, "Wait, you did all of this? Does this mean you knew that this mysterious attack would happen at that rogue hideout?" he asked hurriedly. I hummed in response. "Actually, I had my suspicions, so I took a gamble. Now they've been confirmed," I explained. "How? I mean, how did you figure out the attacker would target them? All this time, only werewolf packs were being attacked, so how did you predict that now the good-for-nothing rogues would be the target?" he asked impatiently. I stopped the car in front of the house that I had left some time ago, and I grazed my thumb over the soft edge of the handkerchief in silence. Maybe I've finally understood something. I raised my gaze to look at the open door of the house and ended the call. The door was wide open, just as I had left it. Climbing out of the car, I entered the house, only to find the living room where I had left her was empty. The entire house was as silent as a tomb, and Willow's scent had faded away. Dex began panicking in my head. My whole being felt cursed as the thought of her leaving me consumed my mind. I could no longer maintain the facade of calmness and rushed towards the bedroom. Had she really run away? Had she abandoned me? Was it her choice? If she ran away, if she truly ran away, I stormed into the room like an insane beast, only to freeze in the middle of the room at the sight of a beautiful figure curled up on the bed. Her eyes were closed, and she was tucked under the blanket. Taking deep, heavy breaths, I stared at her with wide eyes in disbelief. She hadn't run away. I took slow steps closer to her. Could it be my imagination? She had every opportunity to escape me, yet there she was, sleeping peacefully on the bed. I climbed onto the bed and cuddled her from behind. My heart was beating so fast it felt like it might burst from my chest. She was real. Willow was real. She hadn't run away from me. Going crazy with happiness and unable to control my emotions, I buried my face in her hair and pulled her into the warmth of my body, never intending to let her go. Why? Why didn't you run away? I whispered, knowing she could hear me. Willow clenched her fists in the bedsheets and whispered back, "Would you have given up on me if I had escaped?" Never, I shook my head. Reuben can never give up on Willow, no matter how much she hates or pushes him away. Not even if death separates us. I bit my lips and confessed, "Now I am not running anywhere. I want to know what would have changed if I had not escaped 6 years ago." Alpha Atom. In the Opal Moon Pack House, there was a personal library reserved solely for the Alpha. Due to my position, it had been passed down to me. However, it held countless secrets of our ancestors and history, including a few that I had hidden away over the years. Finally, the one that I had been looking for lay before my eyes, a photograph that was taken 6 past. To locate it, I had turned the entire library upside down, scattering books and important papers everywhere. Amidst the chaos, I stood, wide-eyed, holding the photograph in my hand. I was correct. It was her. 6 years ago, during a visit to the palace, I had coincidentally witnessed Elder Frank nearly get killed by Alpha Reuben. Though I didn't dare interrupt the altercation, I overheard enough to understand that Reuben was issuing perilous warnings to Frank. I didn't know why, but I felt the curious urge to discover Reuben's weaknesses and secrets. Later, when Frank attempted to flee, I apprehended him and coerced him into divulging everything that had transpired. He was so terrified that his mind was no longer stable. However, he confided in me that Alpha Reuben was involved with a woman. He warned that anyone with ill intentions toward her would face Reuben's wrath. Such statements frightened me, but what Elder Frank disclosed next surpassed my imagination. Elder Frank possessed extensive knowledge, including the ability to read fate. When he encountered Reuben's woman, he read her fate simply by gazing upon her face. He had been horrified by what he saw. Her fate was incredibly twisted. He sensed that she had a very dark past, a past that was better off dead and buried under the shadows of the night. Anyone associated with her was destined to face misfortune and death. Every person connected to her was destined for doom. He didn't explain why he made such a statement, but fear prevented him from saying more. With that, he fled, leaving me with a photo of the woman. I couldn't investigate further due to the many events involving Alpha Luis and Reuben in the following years. Therefore, I kept the photo hidden in the library for reasons unknown. However, when I recently came across a clear photo of Alpha Reuben's soulmate, I realized it was the same woman with the twisted fate. I never imagined the woman Frank told me about years ago was Reuben's soulmate. How dare that woman return after so many years? I furiously crushed her photograph in my hand. Despite knowing the ominous nature of the future that awaited her, she dared to give birth to 2 of Reuben's children. Frank's statement about her twisted fate had proven true. 6 years ago, the Emerald Bright Pack had been torn apart thanks to her. I lost my best friend, Luis. Everyone's relationships had changed, while Reuben had transformed into a beast, walking on 2 legs. Despite his life having been ruined on so many levels, he had still welcomed back the only woman that all the blame rested on. Her twisted fate had manifested true because as soon as she returned, she stole Reuben from Ella, ruining their relationship and the marriage treaty. Suddenly, the news of Frank's disappearance from the Emerald Bright Pack crossed to mind. My whole body turned cold when I realized that Frank hadn't been seen leaving the Emerald Bright because he was dead. Reuben killed him. Once again, that wretched soulmate of his was the catalyst behind it. Now, Reuben had left the pack to chase after her, with every intention of bringing her back. Fuck, I can't let it happen. I can't let that wretched she-wolf return to the Emerald Bright Pack and ruin everything for Ella, I murmured, running my fingers through my hair in panic. Reuben was already obsessed with her, so he wouldn't believe me if I told him about her twisted fate. Or worse, he would kill me like he did Frank. But Ella was my top priority. I had intentionally and forcefully sent her to deal with a treaty for Opal Moon as soon as she returned from the Thanksgiving party. She had yet to return, and now it was time for me to take action. Storming out of the library, I made my way downstairs. "Roman," I yelled. My beta appeared in the living room hurriedly. "Alpha," he stood up straight, ready to receive orders. "Find this she-wolf and kill her on the spot," I commanded, slamming the photo down onto the nearby table. Remember, she should not return to the Emerald Bright Pack alive, no matter the consequences. It's better if her ash never returns either. "I understand," he replied before leaving with the photo. I looked at the old photo of the wretched she-wolf in my hand again and tossed it into the fireplace, watching it burst into flames. Willow. I had never been a light sleeper, but when the phone vibrated twice beside my pillow, I could no longer ignore it. Since I didn't have my phone with me, it was obviously coming from Reuben's. My eyes landed on the clock on the wall. It was only 9 p.m. I was annoyed and didn't want to talk to him, so I had been sleeping in bed all day like a stubborn child. He had been sleeping with me since he returned. I couldn't help but wonder, who could possibly be calling him? I glanced over my shoulder to find him sound asleep. Usually he slept very lightly. The slightest of sounds or movements would wake him, so why wasn't he up yet? When the phone vibrated again, I decided to switch it off. The problem was once my eyes landed on the name on the screen, my hand paused. It was Ella, and now she was messaging instead of calling. The corners of my lips twitched and I decided to put it back. However, the messages continued flashing on the screen, and I couldn't help but read them. "Reuben, I heard you've been missing from the pack for a few days now. Where are you? I'm worried. Please come back. Can I come meet you?" "I am." My hands tightened around the phone, and I slammed it down on the pillow between us. My chest burned after seeing all those messages for some reason. "Your phone is vibrating, which is kind of annoying when I'm trying to sleep. Kindly switch it off." I snapped at the sleeping Alpha behind me and closed my eyes to sleep. However, after 10 seconds when he didn't move, I elbowed him. "Hey, don't play dead and quickly switch it off before I throw it out the window," I warned. Yet I didn't get any response, which caused me to open my eyes in suspicion. Was he really sleeping that deeply? I turned completely around to face him, only to find a pair of beautiful green eyes already locked with mine. "You checked my messages just like a jealous little wife," he teased, a smile playing on his lips that made me blush in embarrassment. "Who the hell checked your phone?" I punched his chest with a growl. I put it down without reading a thing. I quickly lied and glared at him. "And who is this jealous wife you're talking about? I am not your wife. Why the hell were you playing dead when you were awake the whole time?" I demanded, raising my voice to cover my embarrassment. All right. You're not my jealous little wife. You're my jealous little mate," he said, pulling me into a warm hug. "Hey, you." I opened my mouth to yell at him, but struggled and failed when he kissed my head and continued laughing. I frowned at him, trying not to be lured in by his breathtaking handsomeness. My heartbeat quickened, and I lowered my eyes, stealing a look at his exceptionally red cheek. He caught me looking at him and grinned. "Do you want to say something?" "Yes, I want to know when you're letting me go," I murmured, rolling my eyes. "Right now," he smiled, earning a shocked look from me. Pulling away from me, he got up off the bed and placed a set of clothes beside me that I never knew he had. "Get changed and come outside," he instructed before leaving, closing the door behind him. I couldn't believe my ears for a couple of seconds. Did he just say he was letting me go? In a confused state, I put on the clothes and exited the bedroom, only to find him in the living room where he handed me a set of car keys and a new phone. "Drive slowly and safely back to the pack. It's only 9 p.m., so you'll be there in an hour. This phone has Oren and Bix's numbers programmed into it, so call them if you need to. I know you're missing the children and want to see them as soon as possible, but still drive carefully, okay?" He touched my cheek and I stared at him without blinking, my heart quickening at this side of Reuben that was beyond my understanding. "You're not coming with me?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper for some reason. But wait, why did I ask him that? He had kidnapped me, so why did it matter to me whether he came with me or not? He smiled. No, I have something to handle here. He took my hand and began leading me outside the house. I'll return to the pack soon. You are going first. He opened the door for me and gestured for me to get in. I nodded and started the car, but my eyes kept drifting back to him. For some reason, my heart was restless. Could it be because I hadn't been expecting this? I drove away slowly, watching him through the rearview mirror. He was standing there, watching me leave. He had even set up the map for me on the screen so I could return to the Emerald Bright Pack without getting lost. I drove all the way out to the forest, lost in thoughts of Reuben. I wanted him to let me go, but when he did, I hadn't felt even a drop of happiness or freedom. It was as if only my body was free, while my heart had been left behind with him. His lonely figure that I watched in the mirror unsettled my soul for some reason. It felt like our final goodbye, and that thought weighed heavily on my heart. As the highway came into view in the distance, memories of Reuben's strange behavior since I woke up earlier crossed my mind. He had let me go so easily, without a hug or kiss. He had simply sent me off without any physical contact, which was unlike Reuben. It was strange that he had asked me to call Oren or Bix if I needed anything. Not him. Just as the tires of the car were about to touch the highway, I slammed my foot on the brakes and pulled out my phone. Glancing back, I saw only darkness. The most peculiar thing was that he had let me go alone on this gloomy night and hadn't followed me. Something was emphatically wrong. I immediately turned the car around and quickly began driving back to the house. The more I thought about Reuben's strange behavior, the more I realized he was hiding something from me. But what? A few minutes later, I reached the house and quickly got out. For some reason, Sari had started acting weird in my mind. The front door of the house was still wide open, which I found strange. However, as soon as I stepped into the house, a sharp scent hit my nose, sending shivers down my spine. Frozen in place, I stared at Reuben leaning against the sofa in the living room, his face flushed and groaning in pain. He raised his wolf's eyes to lock with mine, and my eyes widened. He was in rut. Willow, he was in rut. After 6 long years, I had once again come face to face with Reuben in rut. Having lived amongst humans for the last 6 years, I had never encountered another wolf in rut. That being said, neither had I forgotten how wildly intense Reuben's was. He would lose all self-control. His wolf and lust would take over him, and he would no longer be himself. Instead, his only aim would be to quench his thirst. That was all. It was a dark part of a werewolf's life, especially a male wolf. My heart drummed in my chest as sparks assaulted my entire body at his sharp scent. It was just as intoxicating as it had been in the past, instantly awakening my wolf to the point where I couldn't tear my eyes from him. No one other than me could know how dangerous Reuben's rut was for me, yet my legs automatically began the journey towards him instead of turning and running away. I walked into the wolf's den as if drawn by a magnet. My entire being and Sari seemed to be chained by the sharpness of his aura and scent. Kneeling in front of him, my eyes swept over his flushed cheeks that were even ruddier than earlier. Now everything finally made sense. Why he had been avoiding physical contact, kissing or hugging me. "Why did you come back?" he questioned. His voice shook with the pain that was slowly rising in his body. "Leave quickly before it is too late." His breathing was uneven and heavy. My lips parted slightly to speak as I gazed at his sweaty forehead. He had been holding himself back with all his might. "Did you know that you were about to go into rut?" My voice was barely above a whisper as I locked eyes with him. "Is this why you suddenly let me go?" His eyes changed slightly into a dark green, which was not a good sign at all. "Yes, but it has just started. Now quickly go and don't return." He looked away from me, trying to avoid inhaling my scent. As he did so, my heart grew restless, and I raised my hand to touch him, but I stopped myself in midair and yanked my hand back. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Would it have changed anything if I had?" He slowly lifted his gaze to look at me again. "Would you have agreed to help me with it if I had told you?" he asked, leaving me speechless. I stared at him in surprise, his question stabbing at my heart. Would I really have agreed to help Reuben with this when I had hidden my heat from him, all to avoid having sex with him? He glanced at my slightly red eyes and shaking hands. "Just go," he said, smiling in a way that pained me to see. "Then what about you?" I couldn't help but ask. "I'll manage," he murmured. His answer stunned me. How? There was no way a rut could be overcome without sex, unless the wolf endured 3 to 4 days of physical pain that would render them bedridden. "I have my ways," he simply replied, but my eyes landed on the phone in his other hand, where I could still see messages popping up. Ella's earlier message asking if she could come to meet him crossed my mind, ripping my heart into an infinite number of pieces. So it's like that. The way you're talking is Ella, right? I secretly clenched my fist as his brows furrowed. Ella? Am I wrong? I darkly chuckled as my heart burned, turning to ash at the thought of the two of them together. She's on her way to take care of you. That's why you were rushing to get me out. You should have been honest with me, Reuben. I would have gladly left to give you and your fiancé privacy, I snapped, rising from the ground to leave. What the hell was I thinking coming back to check on him? I suppose that was my mistake. I shouldn't have returned, that I wouldn't have had to face such an ugly truth. What the fuck are you saying? He roared, grabbing my hand so that we stood face to face. How many times do I have to tell you that there's nothing between Ella and I? You are the only one that I love. Why do you always have to bring another woman between us, Willow? He demanded, his wolf attempting to break out as he momentarily overcame his rut and pain. Really? Am I really the one who brought another woman between us? I shrieked, shoving his hand away. You are the one who brought another woman between us, Reuben. The second you brought that alpha's daughter between us 6 years ago. My words echoed throughout the house. I had finally spoken what I had kept hidden in my heart for years, suffering under its weight in silence. Everything fell silent between us as we stared into each other's eyes. What alpha's daughter? His voice was low, filled with confusion and a hidden anger. What the hell are you talking about? Don't pretend to be innocent, Reuben. I know everything. I chuckled manically, holding back my tears. That day 6 years ago, when you brought an alpha's daughter back to the pack as your fiancé. I remember it clearly. She was so beautiful that you fell for her at first sight. You didn't even consider telling me about your new interest in that woman. I had to hear it from others in the pack. It was that day, and then just like today, you will always choose your alpha position over me. You betrayed me, used me to assuage your wolf and your desires, then discarded me when I had been knocked up by you. Enough, he growled, grabbing both of my arms tightly and pulling me closer to his chest. I never fucking used you to keep my wolf happy. I never chose my alpha position over you, and I sure as fuck never fucking had an alpha's daughter as a fiancé 6 years ago, he yelled. My eyes widened. He was still laying it on a bit thick. Did he take me for that much of a fool? I had enough. You are lying to me. I'm not falling for your bullshit again. You used to lie to me, then disappear for weeks and months, just so that you could spend time with the alpha's daughter that you fell in love with at first sight. You were only furious over my pregnancy because of her. You betrayed me, Reuben. He stared at me in silence, his aura sharpening like the owned edge of blades, and his eyes burning with anger. I used to disappear for the sake of our future, he stated, his voice heavy and deep. For our future? Willow, for our future? I gasped in confusion at his unexpected statement. What do you mean? He locked eyes with me for a couple of seconds, the silence growing heavy with unspoken memories. Then, as if peeling back layers of the past I had been unaware of, he began to reveal a story hidden in the depths of its shadows. Inheriting royal blood and being born with the title of prince, I was supposed to spend my life in the palace, destined to fight for the crown when the appropriate time came. I had no objection to the path that had been chosen for my fate until you came into my life. Having you in my life made me greedy. I wanted to be with you, but it was impossible because royal law would never allow me to be with a she-wolf that was not an alpha. My father and the current king were identical twins, but in the realm of royalty, only one could wear the crown. My father, the younger of the two, harbored no desire for the throne. he willingly relinquished his claim, granting him the freedom to establish and lead the Emerald Bright Pack without interference from the royal family. However, my circumstances were not so easily navigated. Even though our pack operated independently, our ties to the royal family remained unshakable, and my identity as a prince was inescapable. When I approached my uncle, the king, about assuming my father's position as alpha of the Emerald Bright Pack and abstaining from the crown's contention with my cousins, I was presented with only one path to freedom. I had to prove myself worthy by serving the kingdom for 5 years. During this time, I dealt with countless treaties, faced deadly wars, and occasionally found myself embroiled in the less savory tasks demanded by the royal family. At 18 years old, I was willing to do anything to ensure a future with you, so I accepted the obligation of serving the royals for 5 years. This commitment meant leaving the pack frequently, not for leisure or to interact with other she-wolves, but to fulfill the tasks assigned by the king and return to you as swiftly as possible. I kept my ties with the royal family and the reasons for my absences from the pack hidden from you, knowing that revealing them would likely cause you to panic and distance yourself from me even further. You were already fervently attempting to conceal our mate bond because of my status as the alpha's son, so I never dared to confide in you about these matters. Additionally, you never expressed any curiosity about the reasons for my departures. For 5 years, everything proceeded smoothly until I entered the final year of my obligation, and somehow, my father discovered our relationship. In those 2 months following my departure from your house, after spending that rut night with you, I encountered Elder Frank. I settled accounts with him, but a month later, my father unexpectedly visited me with evidence of our relationship that I could no longer deny. Someone had sent him explicit photos of us, including our intimate moments, and it was clear that Elder Frank wasn't responsible. It was the work of someone else entirely. I confessed to my father that I was deeply in love with you and that I intended to spend the rest of my life with you. It was my final decision, but he couldn't accept the idea of an Omega as my mate and future Luna of our pack. Dad and I found ourselves in a heated argument right then and there. He demanded that I expel you from the pack and forget about you entirely, but I stood firm in my decision not to break things off with you. He was equally resolute in his determination to either force me to end our relationship or remove you from my life altogether, and I understood all too well what he meant by that. Having witnessed since childhood how he dealt with Omegas he deemed unworthy, I knew the extent of his threats. In a moment of desperation, I issued a deadly warning of my own father, declaring that I would kill him if he laid a hand on you. Knowing I wouldn't return for another 2 months, I was prepared to do whatever it took, including issuing threats, to protect you in my absence. My father understood that my warnings were not empty threats. He envisioned himself meeting a violent end, perhaps even with the entire Emerald Bright Pack going up in flames. At that point, he realized that he couldn't even think about harming you without risking losing a lot more, including his own son. He knew that my interests had never been tied to position or pack, but that I had become obsessed with protecting both since you entered my life. His entire body trembled with anger, but he knew he was powerless to act. In the end, he agreed not to lay a hand on you until I returned to take over the pack. However, he issued a chilling warning that if you became pregnant, he would eradicate both you and our child. I understood the gravity of his threat, but in the moment, I brushed it off, believing that once I assumed leadership of the pack after those 2 months, he would no longer be able to meddle in our relationship. That's how I interpreted the situation. Little did I know that during our rut, I had engaged in unprotected sex with you, and our children were already growing within your belly. That's why when you told me you were pregnant, I was shocked and filled with anger. I lost control and lashed out, saying whatever came to mind. I vehemently opposed your pregnancy at that moment because, as per my father's warning, if you were impregnated by me, royal law dictated that the she-wolf would be executed immediately. The royal law was heavily biased in favor of men, placing all blame on women for pregnancies, regardless of the circumstances. it conveniently ignored the man's role in the situation. I was fully aware of the dire consequences, and in that moment, I couldn't bear the thought of losing you. The reality of your unexpected pregnancy weighed heavily on me, and I reacted with anger and frustration because there was no way to turn back time and prevent it. I felt utterly trapped, experiencing a sense of weakness for the first time in my life, which was entirely unacceptable and infuriating for me. I could have chosen a more selfish route, perhaps saving you by ending the life of the baby growing inside you. But the mere thought of voicing such a notion was abhorrent to me, especially when I could already feel the connection with our pup. That innocent life, our blood and flesh, stirred something deep within me, and I longed to welcome our first child into the world. Despite this, I felt like a pathetic excuse for a man, because I couldn't save both you, my soulmate, and our child. I was torn between you and our baby, unable to make a choice, and that internal conflict tormented me the most. My emotions overwhelmed me, leading me to speak hateful words to you, words that I never wanted to utter and still regret to this day. Even in the midst of our argument, as you cried and spoke about our baby, my mind raced with thoughts of how to navigate the situation. Suddenly, I received a mind link from my father. He demanded my presence in his office. I didn't know how, but he had somehow learned about your pregnancy, and even the royal family was aware of it. The royal orders had been issued, and the unthinkable was about to happen. You, along with our baby, were scheduled to be beheaded in a matter of hours, and the thought was something I simply couldn't accept. When you followed me out of the house, crying, and I shouted at you not to follow, it wasn't because I wanted you to stay away. It was my way of trying to protect you by keeping you confined in the house where no one could find you. I knew you would retreat into the safety of the house, and that's what I needed before I could resolve the situation and come back to you. I was willing to make you cry for a while if it meant I could save you. Upon leaving your house, I immediately headed to my father's office, where another ugly argument ensued. It escalated dangerously close to turning into a deadly fight between father and son, because neither of us was willing to back down from our desires. I couldn't tell you how long our argument lasted, maybe an hour, but throughout it all, my mind was consumed with thoughts of you. Through our mate bond, I could sense your cries, your fear, and the anguish in your broken heart. The pain you were enduring became unbearable for me, and I found myself losing my grip on reality. At that pivotal moment, when my father remained resolute in his decision and refused to intervene against the royal decree, I made a life-altering choice. I declared that I would leave the Emerald Bright Pack with you and renounce my surname, severing ties with my father and everything I had ever known. In a fit of rage, my father ordered his warriors to stop me from reaching you. I can't recall how long I battled them that night or how many lives were lost in the chaos. But when I returned to your home, ready to depart the pack with you and start our life together with our child in love and peace, you were gone. You had fled from the pack, leaving me behind, and you never returned, Reuben recounted, his voice trembling with the weight of painful memories as he shared his past with me. Tears streamed down my cheeks uncontrollably as I listened to Reuben's heartbreaking past. I did not have any idea. It was almost unfathomable to believe. Reuben had sacrificed his position, his surname, and everything he held dear for me, for someone like me. Then if I had not run, I bit my lip, struggling to comprehend his words. But what about your fiancée, the Alpha's daughter you brought to the pack? Reuben's frown deepened. I never brought an Alpha's daughter or any woman with me, he clarified firmly. I arrived alone and immediately came to meet you at your home. That day marked the end of my bond with the royal family, and I had earned my freedom to lead the Emerald Bright Pack after my father. I officially abandoned my claim to the crown. When I had our future together secured in my hands, after 5 years of relentless effort, why on earth would I bring a fiancé to the pack with me? His words sent my heart reeling with confusion. How could this be true? If Reuben never brought his fiancée with him, then why did Ella claim otherwise when I was leaving the house to meet him? Blinking back tears of confusion, I gazed up at him and asked, "Then why did you sign a marriage contract with Ella?" If it wasn't to secure the alpha position, why did you sign that contract in the first? Reuben's expression transformed instantly into a motionless one when I broached the topic of the marriage contract. It's true, I signed the marriage contract first, but I was coerced into it. I had to make that choice in order to secure my freedom because without signing that contract, I couldn't claim the alpha position of the Emerald Pride Pack. As an alpha, I would have had the power to act freely, and it also meant I could look for you without anyone's interference. Every decision I made was with the sole purpose of finding you. When Ella was presented with the contract to sign, I made it explicitly clear to her that we were only engaged on paper and that there would be no romantic feelings or relationship between us. I told her that my heart belonged to my soulmate. I gave her the opportunity to back out of signing the contract before she did so, but she accepted everything. She signed the contract fully aware of her place in our fabricated relationship. After drawing that line between us, I intensified my search for you. There wasn't a corner or spot in this country where I didn't look for you, whether it was for 6 days, 6 months, or 6 years. But I could never find you because you left me with no intention of returning. You despised me. I've been consumed by guilt and regret every moment since then. I've been living in torment without you, he confessed softly, his heart broken, just like me, his hand gently caressing my cheeks. You are my past, my present, and my only future, Willow. He continued, tears welling up in my eyes once more at his heartfelt confession. I've never betrayed you, Willow. I've only ever loved you.
Alpha Adam. Under the cover of darkness, a couple of predatory eyes of my wolves set their sights on the only house in the woods for a good distance, while I impatiently paced the open areas of my office, waiting for news of the death of that wretched she-wolf. It had only been 2 minutes since I had received a message from my beta Reuben about her. We had chatted, and I had given the orders to proceed, yet I couldn't help but glance at the message again and again. Reuben, Alpha, we spotted that she-wolf driving into this forest and entering the only house in these woods. She has been inside for half an hour and has yet to come out. It seems she has been hiding here. Me, are you sure she is alone in the house? Reuben, we are maintaining a good distance so that she will not pick up our presence or scent. However, I can't smell anyone else within our range, and oddly, no voice can be heard coming from the house so far, so I believe she is alone. Please give us the order. Me, finish her. That was the last message that I had with my beta. I had been walking on pins and needles even since. It was perfect that Alpha Reuben had not found her yet. Now, even if he found her, he would only recover dirt and ashes. Now I was just waiting for the good news of the woman's death when suddenly Ella barged into my office. Ella, why are you here? What about the treaty? Uncle, did you send someone after Willow? She shrieked, walking in. I frowned at her sudden arrival and her knowledge of my plan that was supposed to be a secret. How did you know? Uncle, do you think you would send me to another pack and play behind my back so that I would not know what you are doing here? She demanded. I straightened my back and proudly admitted, yes, I did. By now, she will have departed from this world. You don't need to worry about her anymore. You sent someone to kill her. Her eyes widened to the size of saucers. What the hell did you do, Uncle? She screamed, her face flushing red and her eyes filled with anger. Why are you shouting? I growled at her, never accepting disrespect. I did what I should have done a long time ago. I helped you by removing that she-wolf from your life. You should be thanking me, I claimed. I should thank you? She frowned bitterly. For what? For killing Reuben along with Willow? She demanded. What? My face paled. I felt as if a sledgehammer had been slammed onto my whole being. I did not kill Reuben. That girl was alone in that house. Reuben has found Willow. They were together, she screamed at the top of her lungs, and her desperation was a clear indication that she had been looking for Reuben, so she found out about it. My whole body turned cold with the revelation. How is this possible? Hadn't she driven there all alone? Hadn't she been alone in that house? So how could Reuben also be there? That's when I got a notification on my phone. Reuben had sent me a video. Ella hurriedly came to stand beside me while I quickly clicked on the video, only to find a video of the house engulfed in flames. My wolves had set the fire using patrol. Roman also sent a message. Alpha, I have set the house on fire. That she-wolf will burn to death, and people will think she was wiped out by one of those mysterious attacks that have been happening recently. The hand holding the phone shook weakly. What the fuck had they done? But wait, hadn't I asked them to do it? I slowly turned to look at Ella's pale face. She was too shocked to speak after seeing the house on fire. They set the fire, and Reuben was also. She took a step back, losing her sanity. Ella. I tried to touch her, but she angrily shoved my hand away and left the pack. Fuck! I threw my phone, cursing loudly. Willow. Holding Reuben's hand, I ran through the forest without stopping until we were kilometers away from the house that had been consumed by fire. My heart was racing out of fear in my chest, and my whole body was sweaty. I did not know how, but suddenly the house was surrounded by fire, and if Reuben had not led me out through the back door of the house, we would have burnt to death long ago. Seeing such deadly flames, my worst and old nightmare came to the forefront along with a panic attack that was on the verge of returning. However, it would be a horrible time for me to lose myself, seeing as the person that always held me during the weakest moments of my life was now in my care and had partly lost his mind thanks to his rut. Running, I glanced at Reuben beside me, moving along with me at equal speed, yet his heated gaze skated over my face and body. My scent had snatched his sanity long ago, yet his instinct to protect me was always there in the back of his mind, so he never let go of my hand, no matter how much pain he had been in or how much his wolf was pushing him to just pounce on me and have his way with me. We came to a riverside area that seemed to be at the end of the path. It was not good news. Glancing around, I found the entrance to a small cave-like place between two large rocks. I started leading Reuben in that direction as I felt his burning gaze assaulting me in every way. I could clearly read all his intentions in his eyes, and it was not like he tried to hide it. His rut had literally reached a dangerous state and was provoking and luring my wolf down dark paths. Sari appeared in my eyes, desperate to hug, kiss, and throw herself to our mate. Our eyes locked deeper, his gaze flirted with me, and I felt hotter. No, wait. What the hell was I thinking at a time like this? He was not in his right mind. Before I could stop my wolf from getting any ideas, Sari had already released a scent to lure Dex, and the next moment Reuben pulled me to his chest. Reuben! I gasped in alarm as his hand gripped my clothes, ready to rip it off. Stop! Stop! No! No! I yelled, grabbing his hand just in time. There was no way he could be thinking of doing that in the middle of the forest, in unknown land. However, he had stopped answering me long ago. That was a sign that he was already in the grip of his deadly rut. Surprisingly, he loosened his hand on my clothes, but his wolf's eyes were staring at me like a dog waiting for its owner's signal to continue. I found myself in a truly fucked up situation. I had no idea how long he was going to understand or obey me. He was driven by lust, and I was not in good condition either when his rut smelled so mouth-watering and his flushed cheeks and beautiful dark green eyes were so welcoming and seductive. Not right now. I managed to say 3 words to calm him down and touched his arm softly. Suddenly, he dug his face on my neck and brushed his nose against my sensitive skin. If not now, then when? He whispered, surprising me. I instantly looked down at his face. He had never spoken during his rut, so how was it possible tonight? That's when Mia's remark from that day crossed my mind. She had said taking heat prevention medication was going to lead to consequences that I would have to face. Could it be that Reuben went into a rut as a result of me taking those pills? My mind went blank when the realization hit me hard. It should also be impossible that Reuben was aware that this rut of his was not an ordinary one. Of course, I could not help but ask him anyway. Reuben, do you know that I have? I choked on my words, unable to admit my own wrongdoing. I have taken heat prevention. I know. He locked eyes with me. How? My palms grew sweaty. No medicine can stop me from smelling your sweet heat. I had my doubts at first, but when you actively avoided me, it confirmed my suspicion, he explained. The full lengths of our bodies were touching as he groaned in pleasure by inhaling my scent and touching me. I bit my lip. Then why did you act as if you did not know? You knew that you would go into rut if I avoided my heat, didn't you? That's all right. He smiled slightly and touched my forehead to his. As long as it is not you who is in pain, everything is all right. My heart skipped a beat at his words. I lifted my head to look up at his love-filled eyes. How stupid could this man be when it came to my love? He was bearing so much pain just for me. I could not help but cup his cheeks in my palms, raise up on my toes, and plant a kiss on his hot red lips. Reuben's eyes widened at my actions. I closed my eyes, deepening the kiss from my side, making him realize he was not dreaming. He looked at my closed eyes and blushing cheeks that increased his rut and his heartbeat. I opened my eyes to meet his and whispered, "Kiss me." "Willow, kiss me." Reuben came out of his shock a second later. He pinned me against the tree behind me and crushed his lips to mine. His impatient, wild kiss was so provocative. When he got such a bold reaction from me, Dex appeared in his eyes, causing Sari to appear in mine as well, releasing her scent to lure Dex that was already on his verge of breaking out. As our wolves' eyes met with each other, I felt heat rushing through my entire body, especially between my thighs. His whole body shook as he looked at me with pleading eyes. "Touch it, Willow." Reuben instantly let out a needy groan. I instantly looked up to see his reaction. He looked so satisfied that it did something inside me too. I had missed seeing the way he looked when he experienced pleasure for years. He looked so handsome when he showed this dirty side of himself. I soon found myself gasping for air, and once he broke the kiss, allowing me to catch my breath, I then found myself being lifted in the air. Surprised by his sudden action, I wrapped my arms around his neck as he wrapped my legs around his waist and pulled me away from the tree, then started walking with me towards the cave-like space. Sensing his intention as he laid me on the ground and began stripping out of his clothes, I could not help but swallow hard at the sight of his naked body that had somehow managed to become even more attractive and scrumptious due to his rut. Wait, I should not be eyeing him when I should be worried about someone coming and seeing us. I could not help but look around. There did not seem to be anyone living nearby or anything, but what if? That was when Reuben touched my cheek, pulling my attention back to him. "No one will come." With that, he hovered over me and started kissing me again. His soft lips and hot kiss made me forget my worries as I began enjoying his gentle treatment on my skin as his lips slid from my lips down to my neck and collarbone. "There is nothing to hide, Willow. I had already seen everything years ago. You are as beautiful as ever." "Willow," Reuben called my name, which surprised me. I opened my eyes to find him peering deep into mine. "Can I make love with you?" He gently touched my cheek with his burning hot hand. This was something that I never expected from Reuben, that he would ask permission. He had always been the type of man who treated me like one of his possessions, but right now I was witnessing a different side of him. "I know what you are thinking," he smiled, running a finger over my lips. "It's just, I don't want our first time together after 6 years apart to be due to my rut, but out of love." He whispered and leaned down to kiss my forehead. I closed my eyes and clenched my fist to control my crazy heartbeat. As he pulled away, I opened my eyes and found him looking deep into mine. "So can I love you?" My lips parted slightly, and my heart was no longer in my control of its rhythm when I realized that for the first time in his life, Reuben had retained full control of his senses during a rut. He was not solely after quenching his lust, he was only after loving me. My eyes watered slightly, my heart squeezed in my chest as it filled with love, and I nodded, spreading my arms wide for him. "Love me," I whispered.
There were 2 things in the world that I found utterly repulsive. First was children, and the second was the noises they made. Walking among them, I couldn't help but recall my sheer disdain for these little beings that seemed so easily squashed. Their innocent smiles were so sickening that I could barely stand it without envisioning bloodshed and death. "Children, now let's all pay attention for a few moments," the female teacher spoke loudly, catching the attention of every playing child. "We have a special guest in our classroom who has brought lunch for all of us and will play with all of you today. Let's welcome and thank him so all of us can enjoy our time together," she announced. The children responded in unison with a thank you. The female teacher smiled at them, then turned to me with a flirtatious look and blushing cheeks. "Thank you for buying lunch for all of us, sir. she said. It's not a big deal. Children are our future. My institute does this little activity for their benefit. You must like children. She bit her lip, fluttering her long fake eyelashes. A small smile appeared on my lips. Of course, I love them. Then, I will leave the class in your hands. She bit her lip harder and continued smiling shyly, stealing glances at me before exiting the classroom. Once the door closed, I turned my eyes to the children playing with different toys around the classroom. My legs started to make their way toward a specific table that had captured my attention the moment I entered the classroom. My sole reason for stepping into this nuisance of a place. 2 little children were sitting around a small round table engrossed in drawing. I casually sat across from them, instantly attracting their attention. What are you 2 drawing? I am drawing fish, the little girl chirped. I am drawing a car. The little boy smiled brightly at me. I couldn't help but smile back at them as I subconsciously ran a hand over both of their heads. Are you 2 twins? Yes, they nodded. What are your names? I inquired, inhaling their sweet scents as I held their hands. Wyatt, Lori. As their familiar sweet scent filled my senses, my whole body felt alive, as if I were born again. The wolf within me eagerly appeared in my eyes. They inherited her scent, especially the little girl. What is your mother's name? I asked, my voice becoming a little deeper. Willow, they said in unison, bringing another smile to my lips. My rose gave birth to these little beasts. Uncle, what is your name? The little boy asked. Me, I chuckled. People call me Dark. Ella. I drove swiftly into the Emerald Bright Pack. I stopped my car in the clearing and approached the first person I saw. Has Reuben returned? I inquired, my voice tinged with impatience and my breathing uneven. The person quickly shook their head. The Alpha has not returned since the Thanksgiving party night days ago, they informed me before walking away. I feel my heart growing heavier with every passing moment. After discovering my uncle's plan and witnessing the video of the house where Willow and Reuben were staying being set on fire, I promptly dispatched a few wolves to discreetly inspect the premises. The chilling report that they returned with confirmed my worst fears. The entire house had been reduced to ashes, with nothing left behind. Seeing as petrol was involved, there was little hope of survival for anything that had been within its walls. Everyone and everything in that house was doomed to become part of the dirt and ash, which was all that remained now. My palms grew sweaty and my entire body turned cold. What if Reuben had truly perished in that fire? No, it couldn't be true, could it? He wasn't someone that was easily killed. As far as I knew, he was the kind of wolf who could take down at least 10 others and still find a way out alive. I just couldn't shake the thought that he was with Willow. If Willow had died in the fire, then Reuben wouldn't have made it out either. The realization disgusted and infuriated me. Yet, if he was still alive, why hadn't he returned to the pack yet? My uncles Beta and the other wolves had returned to the safety of the Opal Moon Pack. That only meant that, no. Frustration, anger, and panic shook my heart. I couldn't bear the thought of losing Reuben. Restlessness consumed me with every passing second, and I had no idea what to do next. Oran or Bix must know something. I have to ask them, I muttered to myself, teetering on the edge of losing my mind. Just as I felt overwhelmed, a familiar scent and presence enveloped me, forcing me to raise my head. It was none other than the hunter. You're finally back. He shot me a blank stare. His 6'2" tall frame towered over my 5'7" physique. The corner of my lips twitched bitterly. His mere presence was enough to fuel the anger and hatred inside me. Whenever he looked at me, it felt like he could see right through me. It was a truly miserable feeling. Since when do I need your permission to return to my home? I growled, aggressively shoving past him. Suddenly, I felt a strong arm grip my wrist, pulling me back to my previous position. Who the hell do you think you are growling at, woman? He glared at me with a fierceness that I had never seen in a human before. It was a look that demanded respect, from eyes that seemed to relish bloodshed and death. The corner of my lips curled in amusement. Finally showing your true face. Is Willow aware of the executioner side of you? He glanced at my smile, then back up to my eyes. No, only you have the honor of seeing my true nature. Oh, I am truly honored, I chuckled, pulling myself from his grasp. I wonder why the hunter is showering me with such privilege. I sneered. Is it not because we are two of a kind? Evil can easily recognize another evil. No, he smiled, irritating me to the core. Who the heck are you calling evil? I let out a low growl, my claws extended, growing larger, ready to end his life then and there. Suddenly, as if he sensed my next move, he grabbed my hand before I could attack him, roughly pulling me closer to his chest. Is it not obvious I'm talking about you and me? If the woman who can set fire to her fiancé's house is not evil, then what is she? He raised an eyebrow, causing my face to pale. How had he found out about the fire? Could it be he had been keeping an eye on me? Wait a second. Had he said I set fire? He seemed to be shooting arrows in the dark. Nonsense. I did no such thing. How dare you accuse me of such a crime? Don't misunderstand. I will not hesitate to bring you before the council and have your entire hunter clan begging on their knees for my forgiveness. I growled, giving him a glimpse of my pack's power. Since I had no involvement in the fire, he couldn't lay a finger on me. That's true. I apologize for accusing you of a crime you did not commit. He quickly changed his attitude, admitting to falsely accusing me. However, his abrupt change in demeanor sent off alarm bells ringing in my mind for an unknown reason. But I agree with your suggestion to bring the whole clan before the council, he murmured, a hint of malevolence hidden beneath his words. What do you mean? I glared at him, sensing that he was plotting something against me. Who are you planning to bring to the council? Obviously, your uncle, Alpha Adam. He was responsible for giving the order that set fire to that house where Willow and Reuben were. He grinned, causing my blood to go cold with fear. How did he know about my uncle's involvement in the fire? He seemed to relish my pale face and terrified expression as he continued. Now it should be fun to see who will beg on their knees, or maybe there won't be any begging after all, because he'll just go straight to the beheading. Don't you dare, I growled, dangerously grabbing for his collar before he could finish his sentence. Don't you dare utter my uncle's name to anyone. Oh, was it supposed to be a secret? He raised an eyebrow. My hand shook at his remark. My whole body turned cold when he smirked at me, then looked past me. Slowly releasing his collar, I turned to glance back over my shoulder, only to find Oren and Bix standing there with Willow and Reuben. My breath stuck in my throat when I realized all of them had heard me, but what shattered my heart was seeing the mark on Willow's neck.
Willow. Having sex with Reuben for the first time in 6 years had already been an unexpected turn of events in my life, but being marked by him was something I never expected to experience. Perhaps I was the only she-wolf in the realm that was in love with Reuben and willing to stay with him until the end of our lives without being marked. Our love was unconditional, yet when he had marked me, I found myself feeling complete in every way. He held my hand but did not force me to follow him right away. He did not ask me to mark him as well. He was ready to wait patiently. He had chosen a path with no retreat. His unspeakable commitment to me was greater than any other promise he had made me. He had made me his. Under the blanket of the night, I found myself curled up against his warm chest, sleeping deeply. I was so tired that even lifting my eyelashes felt like a battle, but that didn't mean I didn't sense Reuben leaving me for a time. After dressing me warmly, he had left my side. I didn't know how long he had been gone, but when I stirred in my sleep, I found myself back in his warm embrace once again. The next morning, I woke up to find myself in a car that he was driving, heading back to Emerald Bright Pack. The drive was so quiet that my presence in the car felt like a looming question when I was doing everything to ignore him. Memories of our steamy night had thrown me into a pit of shame, while his continuous smiling glances only continued to add layers to that shame. How could I be the one feeling this way when he seemed to be enjoying it? It was like the exact feeling you get when you hook up with your ex, only to end up messing things up for yourself. But in my case, I had hooked up with my ex fully aware of the situation and had even enjoyed it more than he had. I still remembered my moans and demands for more. The greedy and impatient side of me that had been hidden for 6 years was revealed to Reuben that steamy night. He was undoubtedly happy, but I was nothing but ashamed. Ignoring him in the car was a battle in it of itself. I answered him with a nod or a shake of my head when he asked for water and food that he had bought in advance. I wasn't sure when. I ate in silence, keeping my eyes fixed outside the window the entire time, but that didn't mean I failed to notice something black in Reuben's hand. Staring at the blackness in his hand with mixed feelings for a couple of seconds, I shifted my gaze to his face, only to realize what it exactly was. By midnight, Reuben hadn't disappeared. Instead, he had gone back to the burnt house. There, he closely investigated the surroundings and ashes, only to discover that the fire did not have natural causes. It had been ignited by petrol. That meant it was a conspiracy that someone else had hatched. A scheme that took place without the knowledge that I was not alone in that house. Reuben was there with me. It was clear that whoever it was intended to kill me, as the tire tracks of their cars had followed mine. After listening to Ella's panic and her failure to deny the incident when Walter had made the connection between the house fire and her uncle, it became crystal clear that the person that wanted to kill me was none other than Alpha Adam. Ella's face turned pale at the sight of me and Reuben. I wanted to blame the mate mark on my neck for her face turning white. This, however, the fear in her eyes was not due to anything other than Reuben. It was not only her. My heart shook violently in my chest when Reuben passed by me and advanced toward Ella. If there was one thing more dangerous about Reuben than the rest, it was being able to anticipate his next move. He was so unpredictable and violent that sometimes it even scared me. Now that he had learned that it had been Alpha Adam behind the attempt to kill me in that fire, he was in his most dangerous state. Reuben. Ella stammered in alarm as Reuben stood face to face with her, remaining silent. She stepped back until her back hit Walter's chest. Frozen, she looked up at him only to realize he had never moved away from her. Why was he still there? Turning back to Reuben, she found him staring into her eyes with his wolf's, his gaze bloodthirsty. Meanwhile, Bix looked most alarmed by Reuben's anger, and Oren appeared disturbed by it too. Both of their eyes darted between Ella and Reuben while everyone's heartbeats pounded loudly, even Walter's, surprising me. Sensing a potentially bad ending to this confrontation, I took a few steps forward and gently grabbed Reuben's hand. Reuben. I couldn't let him raise a hand against a woman, no matter how angry he was. While he had never raised a hand against a female before, his anger could be riled too quickly for me to remain calm. Reuben did not pull his hand away, but he didn't look at me either, indicating that his thoughts were unchangeable or possibly worse. Suddenly, I noticed pack members in their wolf forms appearing in the clearing. "Drag Alpha Adam back here in front of me in nothing but his skin," Reuben ordered his wolves in a low voice, causing not only Ella but me to flinch as well. Ella's eyes widened upon hearing Reuben's command. She obviously wanted to say something, but not a single word came out of her mouth. If only she knew that it had only just been the beginning. "And make sure to burn the entirety of the Opal Moon Pack to the ground. Burn everything, living and non-living alike," Reuben added, staring deep into her eyes before turning on his heels to leave, his sharp aura compelling the wolves to follow his orders. "No!" Ella shook her head as she watched the wolves leave the pack, following Reuben's orders. Despite her pack's power and favor with the royal family, Ella was aware that even the royal family couldn't stop Reuben from taking Alpha Adam's life in his hands at this point. He was a living monster with no emotional attachment to others when it came to someone that had hurt me. "No, no, no!" Ella screamed, clearly envisioning the demise of her uncle and pack. The pack was her home, her life, and her future. "Please listen to me, Reuben," she yelled, trying to run after him only to be grabbed by Bix in time. "Don't go after him." He tightly grabbed her arm and made her face him. "It's no use, Ella. What the hell are you saying?" she shrieked, her eyes red with panicked fury. "Did you not hear the order he just gave? If I don't stop him, he will kill my uncle and pack." She struggled violently in his hold. "Let me go. I need to talk to Reuben. I will." "You can't stop him," Bix yelled, gripping her arms tightly to knock some sense into her. "Reuben will kill you, Ella. He will kill you too. So don't do it," he added in a low tone that Ella was all too aware of. There was no such thing as forgiveness in Reuben's world. She miserably broke down into tears. Why? She buried her face in his chest, sobbing loudly. For some reason, my heart grew heavier at seeing her in such a poor and broken condition. She knew that her family and pack were going to die, but she could not do a thing to save them. She had to just wait and watch them dying. If I was in her place and it was my family that was going to die, then I would have lost my grip on reality. I can't lose my uncle. I can't lose my people and pack, Ella cried, clenching at Bix's chest. Please someone stop him. Please someone. Calm down. Bix put his hand on her back and took a deep breath. I will go and talk to Reuben, he said, surprising everyone in the clearing. Ella lifted her head to look up at him with wide eyes. You will go. Bix nodded. Reuben is furious, but I believe that he will hear me out. Someone should be able to manage asking him not to kill Alpha Adam and your pack. With that, he pulled away from her, ready to enter the pack house to meet with Reuben. Have you lost your fucking mind? Oren barked, grabbing Bix's arm at lightning speed. No, I have my full wits about me, Bix replied dryly, his expression emotionless. No, you do not fucking have your wits about you. You must be on fucking drugs. That's the only reason I can think of for why you are going to Reuben to ask for forgiveness on behalf of Alpha Adam after what he fucking did. Reuben will fucking kill you, Oren growled. Even though I had been standing there silently, I had to agree with him. At this point, Reuben was not even going to listen to me. I will still go, Bix remarked, causing Oren's eyes to turn red. Over my dead body, he growled, getting dangerously close to Bix's face. Bix stared at him for a couple of seconds and said, Then you can stop me over my dead body. His eyes were clear and confident, which irritated Oren to no end. Knowing Oren would not raise his hand to him, Bix passed by him only to be pulled back by Oren again. What the? Bix grew angry, but his head was quickly grabbed by Oren, who pulled him closer to his face, squeezing his head in his hand. This is the last fucking time I'm going to tolerate your stubbornness, Bix. Oren growled dangerously close to his face. I swear it is the last time, he added, and let go of his head with a growl and snapped, I will fucking go to talk to Reuben. With that, he turned to leave. What? Bix panicked and held his arm. Why the fuck are you willing to go? I clenched my fist at my side, having had enough of this craziness. If any of them went to talk to Reuben at this moment, the consequences would grow further out of proportion. So I decided I should be the one to go talk to Reuben by myself. Guys, stop it. But before I could say another word, Ella passed by me heading towards the pack house on her own, her intention clear. Before she could take more than 3 steps, she halted at the sight of Alpha Adam's bloody body being dragged by wolves. Uncle, she screamed, dashing over to Alpha Adam's unconscious body that looked more like a half-dead carcass than a human. Following Reuben's orders, he really had been dragged to the pack naked. Ella shoved the wolves' snouts away from Alpha Adam and started checking his wounds in a panic. Uncle, what happened to you? Uncle, she cried non-stop until Reuben's footsteps echoed in the surroundings. Seeing Reuben approach, Ella knew that he had every intention of killing Alpha Adam and intercepted Reuben before he could get closer to her uncle. Reuben, please stop. I beg you, don't kill my uncle or destroy my pack. She held her hands up to stop him, but he continued staking towards Alpha, his expression blank, but his eyes were bloodthirsty. Reuben, please, she cried the last time, tightly grabbing his arm. I had marked your last stunt down as your first and last mistake, Ella. It would appear as if you did not take my warning seriously. The wolf that spread false news about our impending marriage date was a member of your pack that tried to separate Willow and I. Not only that, you were the one who spread the news that I had a fiancé in the first place all those years ago, Reuben remarked. Ella had done that? My eyes immediately went to Ella, whose face had blanched further than before, now that she had been exposed in front of the other pack members who had long gathered in the clearing. As to your fucking uncle, he tried to kill my soulmate. Reuben shoved her out of his way. Ella stumbled and was barely able to stop herself from falling. She immediately upon righting herself, she found Reuben stopping a hand away from Alpha Adam's fainted bloody figure. Ella raced over to stand between her uncle and Reuben. Reuben, kill me, but please forgive my uncle and don't destroy my pack, she screamed, crying her eyes out before Reuben could reach Alpha Adam. I knew her love for her uncle and the pack knew no bounds. Alpha Adam was like a father to her, and Opal Moon Pack was the culmination of her dead parents' hard work that she refused to let go under any condition. To save those two things, she was even willing to die. Your life is of no use to me. Reuben took a step closer to her, tucking a paper in her hand. I cocked my brows, confused as to what those papers were, but when Ella saw them, it was as if she had seen a ghost. Our marriage contract? She murmured under her breath, lifting teary red eyes up to Reuben in disbelief. Marriage contract? My ears perked up and my heart grew uneasy at the mention of it. You know what you have to do, right? Reuben coldly stared at Ella. Ella bit her lip, tears flowing down to her cheeks nonstop. She looked at her bleeding uncle on the ground, then back at her marriage contract. She had to make a choice. After a couple of silent tears, she sent me a hate-filled glare, then turned back to Reuben before she raised her hand and tore the marriage contract into pieces. I, Ella Martin, the Alpha's daughter of the Opal Moon Pack, break my engagement with Alpha Reuben Emerald, freeing you from our marriage contract, she declared, dropping the torn pages on the ground. I froze in place as I listened to Ella. It turned out that only Ella could break the marriage contract with Reuben, not Reuben. I could not help but turn my attention to Reuben, who stood in front of me holding my hand. Let's go home, Willow. He began leading me towards the pack house. Blinking, I looked down at his hand in mine, then up at his face. My heart skipped a beat when I realized Reuben had done all of this for me. He had ended the marriage contract with Ella in front of the pack and was officially bringing me into his home. Walking side by side, I loosened my grip on his hand, interlaced our fingers, then clasped our hands together.
Willow. In the afternoon, I had set the dining table with all of Wyatt and Laurie's favorite foods. Since we had come to Emerald Bright Pack, they had learned to eat food made by omegas, which was a good development in their habits, but they still craved the food made by me. Just as I finished with the salad and juice, both of their voices echoed throughout the pack house. Mommy? I immediately turned to look at the door, where they both dashed inside the dining room, following my scent. I immediately knelt down and spread my arms to hug both of them tightly. Mummy, you're finally back, they exclaimed together excitedly, hugging me back. Yes, I'm back to my babies, I smiled, squeezing both of their soft little figures tightly against me to calm my heart after losing them in the restaurant in Miami. Only I knew how scared I was when I was taken and my children were left behind alone. Thankfully, Reuben showed up in time and they were back in safe hands. They were living and going to kindergarten well in my absence without knowing any mess that was so good to know. Did you miss Mommy? I kissed both of their foreheads, hardly holding back my emotions. Yes, we missed Mommy a lot. Wyatt spread his short arms to show me how much he missed me. I laughed, rubbing his head. Mommy, missed you too. Mommy, where is Daddy? Laurie blinked her big watery eyes. As she asked about Reuben, my eyes slowly went to the stairs. Since Reuben brought me inside the pack house, he had been in his office with Oren and Bix. He had asked me to stay at home, so I did not know what was happening outside or what happened to Alpha Adam or Ella. However, after what took place outside, the whole pack had turned silent, as if everyone was dead. It was an obvious reaction from others after seeing Reuben's dark side. Daddy is busy upstairs with Uncle Oren and Uncle Bix. I glanced back at my children and smiled. He will come to meet you soon. For now, go and wash your hands and change clothes. I have made tasty food for both of you, I grinned. They nodded and obediently left for their bedroom upstairs. Later, when they returned to the dining room, they started telling me about their kindergarten activities while eating, and I sat there listening to them while waiting for Reuben so we could eat together. Mummy, how was your vacation? Laurie excitedly asked. Vacation? I blinked. Yeah, Daddy said he couldn't join us in Miami, so he was taking you for the vacation. How was it? Did you have fun? She explained what Reuben had told both of them while dropping them back at the pack that day. The memories of our running, chasing, and steamy night crossed my mind, causing my ears to turn red. I cleared my throat a little and nodded. Yeah, it was fun. My cheeks turned red and hot, and I quickly grabbed a glass of water to calm myself. He was really a good liar. and it helped me this time. After the children finished their food and left to play, I continued waiting for Reuben for lunch. However, even after 3 hours had passed, he did not come downstairs. Realizing he was busy, I decided not to mind-link him and went to my bedroom to fold my laundry. That's when I heard impatient footsteps approaching my bedroom, and the next moment, Mia burst into the room. "Oh my God, you're finally back, Willow," Mia exclaimed, pulling me into a tight, happy hug. "You're really good at running away and playing with Alpha's heart," she teasingly blamed me. "I'm sorry to worry you again," I said, pulling away from her a little and giving her an apologetic smile. "It's all right, my dear Luna," she grinned evilly, glancing at the mark on my neck. My hand instinctively moved to the mark on my neck, and I felt my cheeks heat up as she addressed me with a title that seemed far beyond my reach. "Stop it. Don't call me that," I protested. "Girl, what do you mean stop?" she exclaimed dramatically, pulling me to sit on the bed with her. "It's not just me. The whole pack is now calling you Luna." "Really?" I gasped. "Yeah, everyone saw that Ella and the Alpha are no longer engaged. The Alpha has marked you, and he brought you to this pack house. That's enough for any sane person to understand your position in the Alpha's heart and in this pack," she explained. I bit my lip, feeling a mixture of panic and restlessness swirling in my heart. I never imagined I'd have to face such a situation in my life. My goal was simply to be with Reuben from the start, nothing more. Growing up with a lot of uncertainty, I had learned to be content with small things and not to harbor grand dreams. "Why do you look so nervous? If it were any other girl, she'd be on cloud 9, Mia laughed, clearly seeing through my facade. I managed a nervous, barely audible laugh in response. I'm not ready for this much change, Mia. It's all happening so suddenly. I trailed off, unable to articulate my feelings, but she nodded in understanding. "I know. You're not prepared for such big changes, but you were destined for this path from the beginning, Willow," she said, smiling and squeezing my hand. "When the goddess paired you with the Alpha, she had big things in mind for you." Her words carried a simple yet profound meaning, weighing heavily on me. I just gave a slight nod, my mind swirling with too many thoughts and emotions to fully grasp at that moment. "By the way, it seems the misunderstanding between you and the Alpha has been resolved. What are your plans now?" There was a hint of curiosity in Mia's eyes. "Yes, the misunderstanding has been resolved, but there's been a 6-year gap in our relationship, and the definition of it has changed too. There are a lot of things I need to figure out, and without them, I can't fully accept this reality. I'd feel like something was missing between Reuben and me. That's why I've decided to take it slowly," I explained, pouring out what was in my heart. Mia nodded in understanding, even though she could not grasp the full meaning behind my words. In reality, I wanted to figure out the events and truth of these past years that I had missed about Reuben's life. "All right, you and the Alpha know best. The third person has nothing to say, and that third person is already gone. Actually, she's disappeared," she added, clearly indicating Ella. "She disappeared?" I gasped. Ella wasn't someone who would just run away from a situation. "Well, actually, I wasn't in the pack when Alpha Adam and Ella's confrontation took place in the clearing. I was at college, and then I went straight to pick up the kids. But I heard from some pack members that after Alpha left with you to the pack house, Alpha Adam was taken back to Opal Moon Pack by his beta. He should be alive, but there are also rumors circulating that Alpha Reuben didn't burn down the Opal Moon Pack. However, no one knows where Ella is. She just vanished." Mia shrugged her shoulders, adding to the mystery surrounding Ella's disappearance. "Ella actually owned a grand house in the Emerald Bright Pack, so her disappearance was just as strange to me. As for Reuben's decision not to burn down the Opal Moon Pack, it didn't surprise me much. No matter how angry he might be, he wouldn't resort to taking innocent lives or destroying their homes. I believed that later he probably communicated through the mind link with his wolves to ensure they understood not to harm the pack, after he showed Ella the consequences of her actions. Now, don't dwell on Ella. Focus on yourself. The pack now has their Luna, so get ready to face their excitement," Mia chuckled. Something in her words triggered a memory within me, and I looked up at her. Mia, how come pack members are cool and accepting of me as their Luna when I'm an Omega? So, what if you're an Omega? Mia blinked, puzzled for a moment before something triggered her memory. Oh, you haven't been in the pack for 6 years, so you're not familiar with a lot of changes. Actually, since Alpha Reuben took over 5 years ago, he's made a lot of changes to the laws, including those related to Omegas. Now, Omegas are equal to every other pack member. They're not seen as low-ranking like they were 6 years ago, and they can even be in relationships with higher-ranking wolves. Things are completely different in the Emerald Bright Pack now. My eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? Weren't those rules and laws made by Reuben's father, Alpha Lewis? Even though Reuben took over his position, how could he just remove those rules for Omegas? I gave Mia a puzzled look, but her expression suddenly changed. She looked away from me and remained silent. She was definitely hiding something from me. Mia, I called her. She looked up at me. Since I've returned to the pack, I haven't seen Alpha Luis around. I've only seen Alpha in the mall one day. I was honestly afraid of his reaction when he saw Wyatt, Lori, Reuben, and me together, but Alpha's response was very strange to me. I understand he passed his position to Reuben, but this is still his home, right? So why doesn't he live here? And why does no pack member talk about him like he doesn't exist? I wonder why. I expressed all the doubts and observations that had been nagging at me. Mia's lips parted slightly, and she gave me a guilty look for a moment before biting her lip and shaking her head. There are a few things that we're not allowed to talk about, Willow, and Alpha Luis is one of those topics. I'm afraid you'll have to uncover the past on your own. Her voice was low and filled with fear. For some reason, when she said it, my heart was unsettled. Reuben. Fiddling with an unopened cigarette packet in my hand, a habit I no longer indulged in, but still found comfort in the familiarity of, I stared at Bix. His eyes were slightly red as he sat across from me in silence for a long moment, having just finished our 3-hour-long meeting. "Thank you for not burning down the Opal Moon Pack, and for not harming Ella," he murmured. "Bix, you're not confusing me with some big-hearted man who cares about innocent people that would have been caught in the destruction of the Opal Moon Pack, are you?" I lazily leaned back in my chair. "How can I misunderstand when I am aware of every aspect of your personality? After Alpha Adam conspired against Willow, you were ready to destroy every living thing that resided within his pack. There was no reason for you to change your decision. That much I am aware of. Only a kind-hearted woman like Willow could misunderstand your intentions, and I'm sure she did after you chose not to burn that pack to the ground. However, I do want to know why you changed your mind," Bix questioned. "I didn't destroy the Opal Moon Pack because of Oren," I revealed, and Bix's expression changed to one of surprise. "What do you mean? Do you really think that Oren would have let you talk to me about pardoning Alpha Adam and not burning his pack?" I unwrapped the packet of cigarettes neatly, closely observing his changing expression. Our eyes locked for a moment, then he looked away, understanding that while arguing with him, Oren had already mind-linked me about the situation, and that's why I had changed my decision. "Idiot, he always wants to act like a hero. Who asked him to do that?" Bix grumbled. The corner of my lips twitched slightly at the sight of him trying his best to frown but failing. "True, Oren is an idiot, but only when he wants to be," I remarked, instantly catching Bix's attention. He looked away from me again, pretending to be casual as if he didn't understand anything. "Then what about Ella? Why did you let her go?" he murmured. "Because of you," I casually replied. Bix cocked his brows in confusion. "Me? To repay a favor that I have owed you for years," I explained. "I finally found the right moment to repay you by letting Ella go." "Reuben, why the hell are you talking about that day?" Bix clenched his fists. "Why the hell do you want to repay me for something that I've been detesting myself for years over?" I closed my eyes and leaned back against the chair, trying to calm my mind in silence. We were all messed up in our own ways. With my wolf hearing, I could hear Wyatt and Lori playing on the playground outside, and Willow humming downstairs. I just wanted to get back to her, but I had a lot of work to catch up on that had piled up during my absence. Opening my eyes, I sat up straight to focus on finishing the work as soon as possible so I could go down to Willow. What about the mysterious attacks? Have any more taken place while I was gone? No, the attacks have stopped once again, and Wade Moon was never attacked even though we suspected they would be the next target, Bix said, rubbing a hand over his face to shake off our earlier conversation. But I don't think Wade Moon is doing well, he added. What about Wade Moon? My ears perked up at the mention of them. The last time, Willow's panic over Wade Moon during Thanksgiving had been triggering for me. She loved them as if they were her blood relatives. It annoyed me, but the thought of seeing Willow cry over their destruction was unbearable. Well, there was news that the second-ranking packs were meeting about the mysterious attacks. Alpha Benjamin attended the meeting, but withdrew before its conclusion. He's no longer participating in any meetings related to the attacks, while the other second-ranking packs are forming armies to confront the attacker if they show themselves. Wade Moon Pack is remaining passive, even after losing all the packs along their borders, Bix informed me, a fact that also bothered me. That was indeed a strange behavior from Wade Moon. I tapped my finger on the desk as Alpha Benjamin's face crossed my mind. Once again, I felt like I had seen that old Alpha somewhere before. Some blurry images flashed through my mind, but they were fleeting. Lost in thought, I was brought back to the present when Bix continued speaking. In your absence, we've completed our investigation into the mysterious incidents and fires that have been occurring, he stated, taking the cigarette packet from my hand and lighting a cigarette for himself. Since you've given up on them, I can't let them go to waste, he murmured. Taking a deep breath, I immediately looked at the conclusions that Oran and Bix had come up with. So you're saying that the 3 packs surrounding Wade Moon Pack caught fire at the same time? I raised my eyebrows at Bix after reading. He nodded, spreading the reports neatly for me to examine. Not only did they catch fire at the same time, but the pack members also simultaneously disappeared. When the other packs raided the area to catch the culprit, they never found a single pack member or dead body, he explained. Pausing, he placed a photo of the charred rogue bodies in front of me. If what you are saying is true, then the attacker had to have been in all 3 packs at the same time to wipe them out, which is impossible unless he is a ghost, I remarked. That fucker does indeed seem ghost because it really happened, Bix breathed out. But when that fire occurred at the abandoned pack house outside of Miami, the dead bodies of those rogues were found for the first time. That's not the usual style of this mystery attacker. It only means that no one is dying in these fires. Oren entered my office with a handful of documents. I raised my eyes at him. How can you say that? I asked, puzzled by Oren's assertion. He took a seat beside Bix. I sent samples of the ash and soil from all the packs that were attacked and burned. Oren spread out the papers in front of me for examination. The reports are in. They indicate that there was no trace of blood or human remains in the soil of those packs, he explained. I scrutinized the reports from each pack, confirming that indeed there was no evidence of blood or human remains in the ash. What are you thinking, Reuben? Bix and Oren looked at me expectantly as I calmly went through all the reports. Placing the papers back on the table, I looked at Oren. What about the footage from the camera I had installed in the woods outside Miami? Did you retrieve it? I did. It's been waiting for you on your desk the whole time. Oren gestured towards the pen drive resting on my desk. It must have captured the attacker's face, Bix eagerly exclaimed, walking around my desk to stand beside me as Oren plugged the pen drive into my laptop. I can't wait to see who it is. Oren stood on my other side as the 3 of us fixed our attention on the video playing on the screen. My face appeared as I installed the camera, then shifted into my wolf form, dashing away into the woods to chase after Willow. Then the view showed dead wolves lying around. Nothing else happened for the next couple of seconds, making Bix impatient. Fast forward it, he urged. Oren nodded, but just as his finger was about to press the button, I grabbed his wrist. Wait. He watched as my eyes sharpened on the screen, then shifted his gaze back to the screen, only to furrow his brow in confusion. What the hell is happening? All of their eyes roamed over the screen, where the trees seemed to have stopped moving and the air had ceased blowing, as if the screen had frozen. Suddenly, a strong wind started to blow as someone's shadow was cast over the ground. "It's a man," Bix growled at the shadow. My eyes sharpened as I tried to make out the shadow in my mind. It began to move. Soon the person's face could be seen as he stepped into the camera's range. A pair of shining shoes briefly appeared on the screen. For some reason, decks started to stir in my mind. Then the shoes abruptly stopped. They turned slightly towards the camera, almost as if the person were staring directly at it or even laughing, before taking another step forward into the camera's range. Just as his face was about to be revealed, the footage abruptly blacked out. "What the hell?" Bix growled, attempting to replay the video multiple times, but it remained corrupted. Oren shook his head in shock. Why does it feel like he knew about the camera, and he's the one who destroyed it? Without touching it? But he intentionally destroyed only the part where his face could be seen, Bix stated. And if you ask me, I honestly think he did it intentionally. Both of them exchanged a look after expressing their thoughts, then turned to look at me as I continued to stare at the screen, my fists clenched tightly. "Reuben, what's wrong?" Oren asked, concern evident in his voice. "I found it," I murmured, my nails digging into my palm. "Found what?" "The other piece of her torn handkerchief." I glanced back at the screen with Dex in my eyes. I saw it even for a second. Tied around his hand. Getting up from my seat, I walked downstairs to where Willow was dozing at the dining table, waiting for me to have dinner. I entered the room and scooped her up in my arms, carrying her to my bedroom. Placing her gently on the bed, I stared down at her beautiful face and brushed the hair back from her face. Slowly, all the rogues attacking an alpha meeting, the mysterious attacks, and the rogues kidnapping Willow started to link together in my mind before it all connected with Willow. My gaze shifted to my mark on her neck. I climbed on the bed, hovering over her small figure, tracing a finger over the mark, earning a soft, seductive moan in response. If I wasn't mistaken, these mysterious attacks were happening because of Willow. Or maybe for Willow. My mind went blank when I realized that man was after Willow. He wanted Willow. He wanted something of mine. The mere thought of Willow being stolen from me awoke the sleeping beast that had been chained by Willow's love for the past 10 years inside me. My claws suddenly came out, sinking into the mattress beside Willow, tearing it slowly as I felt Dex taking me over, as if I would shift at any moment. "Reuben." Suddenly Willow's voice entered my ears, pulling me instantly out of the darkness that I had begun to fall into. Her whisper echoed in the depths of mind, heart, and soul as Sari made a connection with Dex, soothing me. My claws returned to normal, and eyes returned normal, as Willow propped herself up slightly on her elbows. "You are back," she smiled, raising a hand to softly touch my cheek. I blinked at her loving smile and beautiful eyes that stole my heart once again and rubbed my cheek against her palm. "Yes, I am back." I slowly laid down beside her. "I was waiting for you to have dinner." She turned to face me. "I almost thought you would not return and I would have to keep waiting," she pouted, which made me chuckle. After so many years, I got to see her pouting. It was absolutely adorable. "Sorry for making you wait." I caressed her cheek and drew closer to her lips for a kiss, but there will never be a day that I don't return to you, Willow. Reuben has nowhere else to go other than his Willow, so I may be late, but I will always return. She closed her eyes and smiled between our kisses. "Then always keep your promise, because I will always keep waiting for you." Willow. In the morning, as soon as my alarm went off, I rolled over on the bed, only to find Reuben was gone. His scent had almost faded from the bed. I quickly freshened up and headed downstairs to prepare some food. The kindergarten was taking the children on a small field trip, and I had to prepare delicious tiffins for my babies. I had already decided on the menu in my mind. I was thinking about it as I entered the kitchen, as I witnessed a small and a large figure wearing aprons standing next to each other, looking so adorable. "What are you up to in here?" I walked in puzzled. The children were all dressed for kindergarten, and a delicious aroma had taken over the kitchen. All of their eyes focused on me. "Daddy is preparing a surprise breakfast for Mummy, and we are helping Daddy." Wyatt and Lori chirped together, then each grabbed one of my hands and led me inside. Surprise breakfast? I blinked in shock and glazed at Reuben, who looked sexy as hell, standing by the kitchen counter wearing only an apron over his 8-pack abs that did nothing to conceal his strong arms. Did you sleep well? He wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me into a kiss. My eyes widened, and I was frozen under his kiss for a moment, before my ears turned red and I broke the kiss in alarm. "What are you doing? The kids are watching," I whispered, my face flushed in shyness. "So what? I am kissing my mate." He pulled me closer to the point both of our bodies touched. "You," I slapped his hand for being bold, then glanced at Wyatt and Lori, who obviously were not used to seeing me and Reuben like this. However, I found both of them climbing up on their chairs in the dining room with their short little legs. Like little adults, they served themselves juice without bothering to look at us. "Mommy, please don't mind us," Lori stated. "Yeah, don't feel shy. It's your mate and our daddy," Wyatt added. I was taken aback by their very adult remarks. How come their innocent little minds think such things? I looked at Reuben to find him smiling. "The kids know that their daddy loves their mommy." He lowered his lips to kiss me again. My face grew hot as a small smile appeared on my lips. Forgetting about everything, I kissed him back, accepting this new life with Reuben, where our children were with us. "Willow, are you still uncomfortable?" he asked between kisses, his voice only audible to me. "Uncomfortable?" I broke the kiss, looking at him puzzled, but my lips remained an inch away from his. Suddenly, his hand slid down to my ass, where he gave it a squeeze. "This time, I refuse to stop before I've gotten 2 rounds out of you," he mind-linked me, playfully biting his lip. My face turned red, and my heartbeat quickened, understanding his intentions. Last night, I had fallen asleep due to tiredness right after we ate dinner together, so he could not make his move on me, even though he had managed to move me into his bedroom. "You did not answer me, Willow." He gave me another squeeze that was not visible to children at all and planted another kiss on my lips. "Tonight will be too long for us to wait," he whispered. I have to make tiffins for the children's field trip." I pulled away from him quickly and turned to the counter to hide my hot, blushing cheeks and to avoid those shiny eyes that were boring a hole in my face. Shit, if I blushed, then it would only encourage him. "Don't worry about it. I have already prepared tiffins for the kids." Reuben came beside me and passed me a bowl of the delicious traditional breakfast sitting on the kitchen counter. "You know how to cook?" I blinked as we walked to the dining table with bowls in our hands. For as long as I had known Reuben, he had only known how to boil eggs and make coffee. "I learned a few things over the years," he replied, pulling a chair out for me. "Why? Don't you hate cooking?" I asked, watching him sit beside me. "More like I hated to eat food that was not made by you." "So I learnt," he replied, serving me French toast. My heart hurt when I noticed the pain buried deep in his eyes. Without you, swallowing even a nibble was torture. My eyes stuck on his lowered head as he kept serving me, but I could not stop swallowing. I kept on living shamelessly. I kept waiting shamelessly. I held his hand while he placed food on my plate and made him look at me. His eyes were full of pain but love as well. "Thank you for being shameless." I cupped his cheek and placed a soft kiss on his lips. "Thank you for not giving up on me." He smiled and pulled me into a hug. I hugged him back. My eyes watered no matter how much I tried to hold it in. Never over the past 6 years had I ever thought that Reuben was in the same pain as me. He pulled away, and we both smiled at our children that were admiring us. "Let's eat. Aunt Mia will be here soon to pick you 2 up." I smiled as we all happily finished our food, and while children were away, I slowly told Reuben everything about rogues. "They called you Rose? Dark's Rose?" Reuben frowned. I nodded. "I don't know whether the rogue I killed had told me the truth about Dark or not. I am not even sure if Dark really exists," I murmured. He was silent for a moment. "He exists or not does not matter. The matter is, I can't ignore the fact that you had been kidnapped because of it." His expression was very serious at this point. "Reuben," Oren called, that interrupted our conversation. I looked at the doorway to the dining room to find Oran and Bix standing there. "Beta Jin is here to meet with you," Oran gestured. "Beta Jin?" The name immediately clicked my mind as I looked at Reuben. Is not that the Alpha King's beta? I will be back, Reuben rubbed my head. I nodded, watching him go to the backyard with Oren and Bix. For some reason, I did not get a good feeling about it. Willow. Mia knocked on the door. She had come to pick up the children just as I got a call from Lola regarding my work. Don't accept any new projects for a while until I finish the current one at hand. I waved goodbye to the children as their car drove away from the clearing, speaking to Lola through the Bluetooth earpiece in my ear. Are you sure you want to reject so many good projects, Willow? Lola hesitated, seeing as winning the fashion show had brought me a lot of juicy offers that were perfect for my career. It's okay to reject a few and take it slow when I'm not there to handle things on my own. You already have enough to handle for me, so I don't want to burden you with more. Besides, there are a few things happening here that I need to figure out, I explained as I entered the pack house. Even though I had safely returned to the pack with Reuben, I hadn't forgotten about the danger looming around Wade Moon, the mysterious attacks on werewolf packs, and dark. Honestly, I believe I can handle it, but how will you explain it to Walter? Some of those projects are for his upcoming fashion shows, Lola pointed. I will talk to Walter. Don't worry, I assured her, hanging up the call and immediately dialing Walter's number. That man had disappeared once again since the day he exposed Ella, his luggage along with him. However, Lola claimed that he had not returned to Britain yet. Hello. After 4 rings, he picked up the call. Walter, are you busy? I questioned, collecting children's toys from the living room floor. What's the matter? His voice sounded strange, as if he had been running or something. Can we meet? I have something important to talk to you about. Saying that, I stretched my hand out to grab a car toy from the table, only to accidentally knock a glass, causing the water spill over onto a chessboard that Wyatt had been playing with last night. As it happened, sudden images of a woman entering a room where 2 men were playing chess, while I spilled water in the same way I did just now, came to my mind, causing me to drop my phone on the ground in shock. I will meet you at City Restaurant at 1 p.m., Walter replied, but I was too shocked to hear his comment due to the image flashing in my mind. What was that? Just now I saw my mom, my dad, and Alpha Benjamin. Was it a memory I had lost? My mind felt foggy, and for some reason, my body felt paralyzed. Dad, Mom, hello, Willow. Did you hear me? Willow. Walter's voice came from the other side of the phone, again and again, pulling me out of shock. Controlling my intense heartbeat and shaking limbs, I reached down to grab my phone from the floor. Taking a deep breath, I said, okay, I will be there at 1 p.m. Putting my phone down, I remained frozen for a couple of seconds. After 11 years, that was the first time I had remembered something, and it was my dad and mom's faces, which had slowly faded away from my memories. However, I hadn't expected to see Alpha Benjamin there. Why had I suddenly remembered it? Clutching my phone tightly, I decided to go visit Alpha Benjamin and talk to him about it. Maybe I could remember more. Willow. Guests were a rare sight in the Emerald Bright pack, especially those from other first-ranking packs that had the fortune to meet with Reuben. However, I never expected the King's Beta to make an appearance in our pack. Well, considering Reuben's royal bloodline, it should have been expected. Preparing refreshments, I walked into the backyard with a tray, debating on whether or not to send an Omega to serve the King's Beta would seem rude. As soon as I stepped into the backyard, my eyes landed on the handsome middle-aged wolf with a strong aura, Beta Jin. He and Reuben were standing an arm's length away from each other, engaged in what looked to be a serious conversation. Please, you have to come to the palace with me, Alpha Reuben, Beta Jin requested. As soon as I heard that, I stopped in my tracks. My hand tightened around the tray at the mention of the palace. Why did Reuben have to go there? It disturbed me so much that I failed to notice Beta Jin's eyes were already on me. He looked me up and down with emotionless eyes. Reuben turned to look at me, blocking Beta Jin's view from my line of sight when he walked over to me. Reuben, is there a problem? I asked. It's nothing. Reuben shook his head, dismissing any concerns. Then why do you have to go to the palace? My heart grew restless. It's just that the Alpha King wants to meet with me, he remarked casually, but my heart drummed in my chest more wildly. Why does the king want to meet with you? Is it because of the marriage contract with Ella, or because of me? I didn't know much, but I was sure that breaking the contract with Ella, which had been under the watchful eyes of the royals, was a huge scandal. While I was a woman whose death decree had been dispatched 6 years ago, who had given birth to the children of an alpha with royal blood, I was still alive and a criminal in the eyes of the royals. Do they want to kill me? I asked quietly, looking into Reuben's eyes. Reuben's expression faltered as he stepped closer to me. No one can touch you, Willow. His voice was low, but the obsession in his tone and eyes went beyond anything I could have ever imagined. Whether it was a storm or blustering wind, it has to pass me first before it even has a chance of touching your hair. Do you understand me? He tucked a strand of hair behind my ear, gazing deeply into my eyes. I nodded in response. I will be back, he kissed my forehead. I looked up at him with a smile. Come back soon. He nodded and left with Beta Jin, leaving Oren and Bix to look after the pack. I kept staring in the direction he had gone, feeling sad. I didn't want him to leave. He will be back, Oren stated, pulling me out of my thoughts. I blinked up at him and nodded. Those look delicious. Mind if I have some? He eyed the cookies on the tray. You can have them all, I smiled, passing him the plate of cookies. Wow, these are as delicious as they used to be 6 years ago, Willow. Oren grinned, quickly eating all of them one after another. I giggled. Thank you, I have 2 jars at home. I will send you one of them over for you if you'd like. Really? Now are you sure I can't talk you into letting me steal the kids' share too? He teased with a laugh. Sure, we both laughed together. If they're that delicious, how about you eat the plate too? Bix's voice interrupted our happy conversation. Oren froze mid-bite and glanced at Bix's unpleasant expression for a couple of seconds, only to awkwardly put the cookies back on the tray. I blinked at him, giving up on eating the cookies. What was going on? I looked between them with confused eyes. Why was Bix unhappy? Was it because Oren ate the cookies? Could it be that he wanted some too and was annoyed that Oren had eaten them all? Clearing my throat, I picked up a cup of coffee to offer Bix. Would you like some coffee? He looked at the coffee, then back to Oren. Give it to him. He seems to be very hungry, he said before walking away with a frown, completely puzzling me. Did I do something to annoy him? I murmured, but I had a feeling that he actually was not pissed off at me, but Oren. Not that I could understand the why of it. Oren rubbed his cheek. Don't pay attention to him, he advised. I nodded, wanting to put the cup back on the tray, but I stumbled while turning around, and the hot coffee was about to burn my hand. The cup slipped from my grasp. I braced myself for the pain of the burn. However, neither the cup nor the coffee fell from my hand. Instead, they remained suspended in midair, surprising me. How was this possible? That's when I turned my attention to find Bix's hand that was shining. My eyes widened to see him using magic. He had stopped the coffee from burning my hand at the exact right moment. Are you a hybrid? I gasped. How had I never known about this? Yet seeing Oren's expression was enough to confirm that I was the only one that did not know about it. Reuben likely knew about it too. Bix took a step back, clearly surprised that he had accidentally exposed his powers. However, that was the moment that his nose started to bleed. I gasped, but before I could say anything, a wind passed by me that was none other than Oren. He had already dashed closer to Bix at lightning speed and pressed a handkerchief to Bix's nose. Calm down, Oren whispered as Bix's surprised eyes locked on Oren's sudden move. Oren's smiling face that had been put on display in front of me had completely changed at the sight of Bix bleeding. In reality, he looked exactly the same as Reuben at that point. Bix looked at me, watching the two of them closely, and pulled away from Oren. I can do it. With that, he left with the piece of cloth pressed over his nose, but Oren still followed him. I watched as both of their backs vanished while my thoughts whirled. What was this tension between the two of them? It turned out that Bix was half werewolf and half wizard. Later that day, after I had finished working on my designs, I got ready to leave for the Wade Moon Pack before going to the restaurant to meet Walter. As soon as I parked my car in front of the pack house and got out, Sky showed up out of nowhere and hugged me happily. Willow? I giggled. Were you hiding somewhere and waiting for me? Of course. After I received your message that you were coming to visit, I couldn't stay calm, he exclaimed. He started chatting about my escape, return, and my issues with Reuben as we entered the pack house together. After understanding everything I explained, Sky commented, I still don't like him, seeing he came awfully close to killing me the other day, but as long as he loves you, I'm fine with it, he dryly remarked. I chuckled, shaking my head. Where is the alpha? I asked, noticing Sky's expression immediately change. Is something wrong? Did you two have another argument? I raised my brows in concern. Actually, I feel like Dad, Sky began, but before he could finish his sentence, Alpha Benjamin's voice called out from the dining room. Willow, come here, girl. Let's go. Sky led me inside, and he didn't finish his words anymore. Upon entering, Alpha Benjamin and Beta Ken warmly welcomed and hugged me. As expected, the Alpha had no intention of letting me go without having lunch with him. Despite the tensions of the past few days, the conversation was lively, and the dining room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Willow, why is it that you have suddenly come to visit this old man? There has to be a reason, right? The Alpha knowingly raised an eyebrow. You are right, I smiled sheepishly. Actually, I remembered something from the past. Alpha, I confessed, only to be startled by Alpha Benjamin suddenly dropping a spoon on a plate. I looked at his wide eyes as he slowly looked at me. What did you remember? Actually, I only remembered a little bit where Dad and you were playing chess. Mom came in with refreshments, and I accidentally knocked the glass of water onto the chessboard that you two were playing, I explained. Alpha's eyes color changed, and his eyes widened. Do you remember anything more? His voice was low. I shook my head. Honestly, it's the first time I remember something from the past, and it also helped me recall what my mom and dad looked like. My voice held excitement at finally recalling my parents' appearance. Though I did not see the same excitement in the Alpha's face. Is there something wrong, Alpha? No. He shook his head and managed to smile. It's just I am shocked that after forgetting nearly everything, you suddenly recalled something. I am shocked, too. My heart beated wildly in my chest. Seeing you there in memory was really unexpected, Alpha. You seemed really close friends with my dad. Sky and Beta Ken watched the both of us in silence. Alpha Benjamin's lips also curled lightly. Yes, your dad, George, and I were best friends. Alpha, can you tell me more about my parents? Maybe it will help me remember some more things. Over the past few years, whenever I met with the Alpha, I always asked him different things about my parents. He was silent for a couple of seconds, then continued eating while replying. Like I told you, your parents were a very peace-loving couple. There is not much to tell. During the daytime, George would be driving and doing small tasks for me, but at night we were drinking partners and played chess. The day I tasted the delicious food made by your mom, Eloise, I immediately hired her as a full-time cook in the pack house. She was a kind and beautiful woman, just like you, he smiled at me. It was the story that he told me every time that warmed my heart again, hearing about my parents' simple and peaceful life. Only now I doubted that it would help me remember more. Everyone returned to eating and chatted about other stuff like the pack's security, the mysterious attacks that were still a threat to the pack, but Sky seemed to be lost in thought. Even though I wished to stay longer, I had to take my leave because I had to meet Walter at the restaurant. As soon as I left the Wade Moon territory, I received a call from Wyatt and Laurie's kindergarten teacher. It was not unusual for me to get calls from their kindergarten teachers. Usually, they wished to complain about my children's naughtiness. However, that was past. This was the first time I received a call from this kindergarten teacher, which surprised me. I had thought that Wyatt and Laurie were fitting in perfectly at this kindergarten, so I was puzzled as to why the teacher was calling me. I immediately put the phone on speaker while driving, but before I could say hello, the nervous voice of the female teacher came from the other end of the line. Am I talking to Miss Willow? Yes, it's me. I am really sorry, but today we brought the children on a field trip, and Wyatt and Laurie have disappeared.
Willow, I am really sorry, but today we brought the children on a field trip, and Wyatt and Laurie have disappeared. As soon as she said that, I slammed my foot on the brake in shock and practically screamed into the phone, "What the hell do you mean they disappeared?" Honestly, I don't have a clue. They were with us the entire time, but now they are nowhere to be found, she explained in a panic. My heart dropped into my stomach, and my brain went blank for a second. My children had gone missing. Where could they be? When and where was the last time you saw them? I growled impatiently, immediately pleasing my foot down on the accelerator of the car. The teacher explained the address on the way to me. I hung up the phone and sped off in my car. I had to find them as soon as possible. I stretched out my hand, thinking about calling Reuben, then remembered that no electronic devices were allowed in the palace. I could not even mind-link him about this matter, so I called Oran and Bix again and again, but they did not pick up my calls. Frustrated, I could only focus on keeping my speeding car on the road, but soon negative thoughts began to dominate my mind. What if something happened to my children? That's when my phone rang again, this time from an unknown number. I was confused for a second, but I picked it up quickly. "Hello." A heavy and deep manly voice came from the other side of the phone, freezing me for a moment. The dominance in the voice was so clear that I could tell the man was an alpha. For some reason, Sari paused in my mind when the man's voice entered our ears. "Am I talking to Wyatt and Laurie's mother?" the man questioned. As soon as he mentioned my children's names, my ears perked up. "Yes, that's me," I responded quickly, my heart pounding with worry. "Your children are with me. It seems they have gotten lost," he explained. My heartbeat quickened in panic. "Please, tell me, where are you? I will come and get them." The man was silent for a couple of seconds, causing my muscles to tense for some reason, until he told me the address. "All right, I will be there in 15 minutes. Please wait for me," I impatiently requested. A faint sound came from the other side. I had the feeling that he smiled before he replied, "Of course, I have been waiting for you." His response was strange, and my hand holding the phone shook abruptly. What did he mean? I couldn't care less about anything as I hung up the phone and swiftly turned my car. Exactly 13 minutes later, I reached the location, which to my surprise was a children's park. How had the children ended up here? As soon as I stepped in, I caught my children's scent in the air, and following it, I found them on the swings. "Wyatt, Laurie," I called out, running towards them. I could no longer stay calm. "Mommy," they both exclaimed, jumping from the swings and racing to me. I immediately pulled both of them into a tight hug. "Thank goodness you two are safe," I said, kissing both of their faces. My heart was pounding out of panicked fear, but having them back in my arms, I felt reassured that my children were safe and sound. "Mommy, why are you two here? Mommy was so scared." I looked down at the two of them, holding each of their hands. "I saw a kitty and followed it." Laurie blinked her big, watery eyes. "But I got lost. Brother had followed me, so he got lost with me," she explained, biting her lip close to breaking into tears. I pressed my lips together at the sight of the guilty in both of my children's eyes, and my heart melted. "It's okay, just promise me you will not do it again." "I promise," they both nodded. I gently caressed their heads, not wanting to scare them when they already knew they had made a mistake. I could not help but hug them again before asking, "Where is the man that called me?" I questioned, looking around but not finding anyone there. "That uncle has been standing behind you the whole time," Wyatt pointed behind me. I stared at him in surprise. That man was standing behind me the whole time? Why did I not feel his presence? Standing up in alarm, I turned around only to bump into his hard chest and lose my balance. My feet got twisted up beneath me. I was about to fall on the ground before a strong arm wrapped around my waist, suspending me in midair. Startled, I grabbed the man's silky black coat and looked up. The extremely handsome face of a man appeared in front of my eyes. He had a pair of different colored eyes that were dangerous yet beautiful at the same time. They peered deep into mine as his extremely sharp aura chained me, raising goosebumps on my skin for some unknown reason. "You are here, Willow." A handsome smile that would steal any woman's heart played on his lips, but I was not sure why it set terror in my heart. My wolf vanished from my head, throwing me into the pit of unknown fear within me. I immediately pulled away from him and took a few steps away from his imposing figure that was well over 6 feet tall. As I had ripped myself away from him, I felt Sari in my mind once again. Clad in black and adorned with a rare diamond ring on his finger, he emitted an extremely rich aura that no other wolf could possess. My legs automatically stepped back from him as my mind screamed to run away from him. But why? Why was I feeling this way when I didn't even know the man? His eyes, why were they scaring me? Why was his mere presence provoking a hidden fear that I didn't even know that existed? Why was he coming closer to me? The most strange thing was, why was he looking at me the way Reuben always did? My heart grew so terrified from the look in his eyes that I took a few more steps back from him due to his advances, only to stop when Wyatt and Lori held my hands. "Mommy, this is the uncle who helped us call you," Wyatt stated. I paused and studied the man. He also paused and looked at Wyatt and Lori. "Who is their father?" he suddenly asked me. His expression took a 180-degree turn. "What?" I cocked my brows. Why did he want to know about my children's father? That was when he grabbed my arm and pulled me closer to his chest. I asked, "Who is that man that fucked these dirty little seeds into your womb?" "What are you doing?" I screamed in panicked fear. Did he just call my children dirty little seeds? "Let me go!" I shrieked, struggling in his hold. Then his eyes landed on my mark on my neck, and his eyes turned red. "You let another man mark you too," he growled, grabbing my throat and slammed me into a nearby tree, only to move dangerously closer to my lips. I stared at me with tearful eyes as he whispered, "You have had enough fun. It's time to return home, Rose," he whispered an inch away from my lips. My eyes widened when he called me by the name those rogues had been calling me. "Who are you?" As I asked him, the corner of his lips lifted in an insane smile. "Dark." "Dark?" My heart stopped in my chest and my eyes grew larger. The man standing in front of me was dark? Dark? Existed? "Who are you?" I could not help but ask him. "Me?" He loosened his grip on my neck and grabbed my hand. "Your mate," he replied, dragging me away. "My mate?" My mind went blank and my body swayed when he began mercilessly drugging me by my hand. "Mommy." When Wyatt and Lori's panicking screams entered my ears, I came back to my senses. "No. What are you doing? Let me go!" I yelled at the man, glancing back at Wyatt and Lori. They were chasing after me, but just as they were a hand's breadth away from me, the man glared back at both of them, just to make them faint right there and then with a single look. "No!" I screamed in fear, desperately looking over at my children as I struggled to break free from his grip. "What did you do to them? Why did they faint?" I continuously hit him with my fists. He took a quick peek at me before dragging me even more violently. "No, my children! Let me go! Let me go!" I screamed at the top of my lungs, pulling myself away and trying to break free with all might. However, he was indescribably stronger, and my scratches and hits did not affect him at all. The distance between my children and I grew, and he refused to let me go, no matter how much I screamed. "Let go of me, you monster!" I screamed, biting his hand hard, making him bleed. He let my arm go with a glare, only to slap me hard across the face. His slap was so forceful that I was immediately knocked to the ground as my head spun in pain. "Daring to call me your mate a monster? You were not such a bad girl before?" he stated as I looked at him standing beside me with blurred vision. "It seems I have to educate you a little about the state of things right here," he stated, unbuttoning his pants. My heartbeat intensified in fear as I sensed his intentions. "No, no." I forced my body to move away from him, but he grabbed my leg and yanked me closer to him before he started tearing at my clothes. "No, don't touch me!" I fought back, trying to push his hands away from me, but he pinned both of my hands above my head. I cried, wriggled, and shrieked, but could not stop him from stripping me naked. "How dare you give your virginity to other man?" he growled, forcefully spreading my legs. "Don't," I screamed, my eyes peering up at the monster who was going to rape me. "Let me go! Let me—" "Shh!" He pressed his hand over my mouth, whispering. I panicked, once again struggling in his hold. I could not let him ruin me. I could not let him... But I could not move my body at all. I could not even make a sound. Once again, I had lost contact with Sari in my mind as if he were killing my wolf. He could control my wolf. What exactly he was? I tightly closed my eyes as tears slipped through along with my scream as I mind-linked him. Reuben.
Oran. After getting an urgent mind link concerning an unidentified car breaking into the territory, I exited the pack house only to find Walter climbing out of a shiny black car. You should have informed me of your arrival prior to breaking into the territory, I said, hanging up my phone. At least I called, he replied, also ending the call he had made just 10 seconds ago. Yes, we are blessed that you managed that. After all, this pack is here for you to come and go as you wish, right? Bix taunted from behind, exiting the pack house after me. Walter gave Bix a drawl look, which Bix returned immediately, before Walter stepped into the front yard and asked, "Is Willow home?" "I thought she went to meet up with you." I raised my brows. "That's right, but she never showed up," Walter remarked. "I've tried calling her multiple times, but she never picked up. It worried me, so I came here to confirm our plans," he explained. Bix and I exchanged looks and realized that something was wrong. "That's strange. The kids haven't returned from kindergarten yet either," Bix murmured. Walter looked at the two of us in alarm. "Don't tell me she ran away again," he exclaimed. "I don't think so," I shook my head. Everything seemed good between Reuben and Willow since they came back from their trip. They are working on their relationship, so why would Willow run? I reasoned. If she did not run away then... We all looked at each other. Then alarms began going off inside our heads. "Find Willow before Reuben learns about her disappearance," I ordered, pulling out his phone to contact Reuben. However, he paused abruptly. "Willow called me so many times." I frowned. Bix checked his phone too. "She called me too." Bix blinked in surprise and then suspiciously added, "Why did our phones not ring then?" As they all started getting worried, another car stormed into the clearing. This time it was none other than... Ella? Bix frowned at the sight of her rushing out of the car. "Where have you been the last few days?" "I've been looking for you everywhere," he stated, but then noticed something usual. "Why I can't feel your wolf." His eyes widened, and I also frowned when it felt like Ella's wolf was dead or something. He made my wolf disappear. He could vanish my wolf. She murmured, sweating badly as she saw Ghost. "He? Who? Who made your wolf disappear?" Bix exclaimed. Ella shook her head in fear and then looked up him. "Bix, where is Reuben?" asked, panic evident in her voice as she tightly held onto his arm. "Why are you looking for Reuben, Ella?" I interjected, feeling irritated as I pushed her hand away from Bix before she could provoke him. "This is interesting," Walter chuckled, lighting a cigarette as his eyes focused on Ella. She shot him a hateful glare before turning to me. "Just tell me where the hell is Reuben Oren?" she snapped, her gaze piercing as she added, "It's about Willow." Everyone's attention shifted to her, surprised by the gravity of her tone. "What about Willow?" I inquired, stepping closer to her. Reuben. Staring at the reflection of the clock in the half-filled wine glass, I tapped on the table where I had been sitting for the past half an hour, silently lost in thought. Dex's behavior in my mind felt strange for some reason. What was this feeling I was getting from my mate bond with Willow? Why were her emotions going up and down like some sort of amusement park ride? "Do you detest me so much that you're not even willing to look at me?" The Alpha King poured himself a glass of wine as he sat at the center of the large table. "I don't detest you," I murmured, my gaze fixed on the table, my fingers tracing the rim of the wine glass with no intention of drinking its contents. "Then it must be this face that reminds you of your dad, right?" he remarked, taking a deep breath. Finally, I lifted my gaze to look at my uncle, who appeared to have aged a bit since our last meeting. "You shouldn't drink so much." I gently removed the fourth wine glass from his hand. He chuckled, shaking his head. "If you cared about your dear uncle so much, you would have visited me more often instead of killing my most trusted advisor, Elder Frank, or you would have thought twice before breaking the marriage contract with Alpha Ella. You should have considered the Emerald family's reputation before taking such bold actions." "It seems Alpha Adam is healthy enough to instigate the king," I stated dryly. He laughed. "Adam did come to the palace with broken bones to complain about you. Well, at least he didn't come to complain to me. He went to Black." "Black is back?" I raised my brows. He nodded. "With the kingdom facing these mysterious attacks, I need my son beside me. That's why I called him back. However, Alpha Adam has brought this matter directly to Black. Black is a crown prince. You of all people understand that means he can't ignore Alpha Adam's claims. I assume as cousins, the two of you are going to meet each other very soon because this matter has also reached the ears of the council, he explained. Alpha Adam is under the delusion that going to the council or seeking help from Black will make me marry Ella. Elder Frank was simply allowed to continue breathing air while in hiding after crossing the line with my soulmate. As for my marriage to Ella, she was the one who ended it. There was no way that I could have canceled it myself. I don't see anything wrong with my actions, I remarked without hesitation. You say that as if I didn't know about those devilish schemes you concocted to coerce her into ending the contract. I've watched Black, and you grow up in front of my eyes, and I am well aware of what you kids are capable of, the king remarked, lifting his wineglass. Once again, I felt something strange through my mate bond with Willow, this time sensing her fear. What the heck was going on? Why was she afraid, and of whom? Uncle. I lifted my gaze to lock with his. I needed to conclude this conversation quickly and return to Willow. I'm sure you didn't call me here just to chat about Frank or Ella. The hand holding the glass paused, and his expression shifted slightly into a more serious one. True, he admitted as he set the glass down. It's about your soulmate, Reuben. What about her? I inquired. That girl, get her out of your life, he ordered. That is not happening, I firmly refused. You dare to disobey me for that girl? He growled, clenching his fists at his sides. Yes, she is my soulmate. She is mine. There is no way I'm giving up on my mate, I declared. You still have not come to your senses, Reuben. He slammed his hand down on the table as he furiously rose from his seat. That girl is the reason Luis is not among us. Thanks to her, you ruined your own future. She was the reason you have gone insane to the point where you are killing people, breaking marriage contracts, and disobeying your alpha king, knowing the consequences could be deadly, he roared, his face flushed red with anger. I stared into his eyes blankly and remarked, I have no regrets for what I have done, what I have lost, or any consequences that I may face. Don't force me to do something that is impossible. Uncle gritted his teeth and barked, What the hell don't you understand, Reuben? Your obsession with that girl is going to cost the whole werewolf world. That girl spells disaster for our realm. You've known that for the past 6 fucking years, but you've turned a blind eye, still chasing that girl to keep her in your life. His frustrated voice, mixed with surprise, echoed throughout the room. I calmly stood up and replied, If you're saying all of this about my mate just because of Frank's remarks about Willow's ill fate and that other nonsense he told me 6 years ago, I don't care. 6 years ago, when Frank had come to me after finding out about Willow, he had told me about reading Willow's ill fate and dark past. I didn't give a damn about anything that he had to tell me and just beat the hell out of him. However, it surprised me that he had secretly informed my uncle about Willow. Judging by my uncle's comments, it seemed he hadn't let the matter go. Uncle's eyes widened. You don't care? That's correct, because I don't believe what he said about Willow is true, I replied, turning around to leave. What if everything he said about your soulmate is true and that what is coming can damn well wipe out all of us? This question froze me on the spot. What do you mean? I asked, turning around to face him. Do you know anything about your soulmate? Like which pack she grew up in before you brought her to your own, how she lived, what she did, or who her parents were? He interrogated me. Her past never bothered me, and I never asked her about it, because all I cared about was Willow, not her past, I responded firmly. Great, Uncle chuckled in frustration. You don't give a damn about those things, but you must know her surname, right? He raised his brows. When he asked, I turned mute. Since I met Willow for the first time, she never told me her surname. She simply introduced herself as Willow. Even in school and college, she never used her surname. The time I saw her hesitating about her surname, I never pressed her to reveal it to me. But why was my uncle so agitating over her surname? Uncle chuckled. It seems you don't know the true identity of your own soulmate. Let me tell you what I found out after digging into her past. He passed me a paper that turned out to be Willow's primary school certificate. Look at your soulmate's surname with your own eyes, Uncle stated, looking at me seriously. I shifted my gaze from her given name to her surname only to fall into shock. Willow? Rathbone? Uncle nodded, his expression changing. Yes, she is Rathbone, the same Rathbone family that has been wiped from the realm 11 years ago. Reuben. Yes, she is Rathbone, the same Rathbone family that has been wiped from the realm 11 years ago, he explained. I looked at him in surprise as he continued. She is the Rathbone that is the reason behind these mysterious incidents in the realm. Even our royal family has fallen into danger thanks to her. I'm sure you've realized by now that the attacker is after her, and this destruction won't stop until he claims her. Every claim Elder Frank made has turned out to be true. This woman is bad luck. On top of that, a very dangerous shadow is lurking after her, willing to wipe out every obstacle in its way to get to her. She will become the reason for both your and the kingdom's demise. He took a step closer, locking eyes with me. Now it's time for you to make a decision, Reuben. If protecting the world means getting this woman out of your life, then that's what you must do, he stated, waiting for my answer. I slowly lifted my head, touched my forehead, and closed my eyes. Uncle looked at me, holding his breath. Suddenly, I received a mind link from Bix. Reuben, Willow and the children have not returned yet, he said urgently. My eyes snapped open as he added, Ella has something to tell you. I am linking her with you. Hear her out. I frowned at the sudden mention of Ella, but listened to her first. Reuben, I think Willow is in danger. What do you mean? I mind-linked back with a growl. The other day I encountered a man at a restaurant who caught Willow's scent on me. He started inquiring about her. Sensing something was strange about him and his aura, I lied that I did not know Willow. I then tried to get away from him, however. The whole restaurant caught fire. I escaped, but was unconscious for 2 days. I think that man is the one who is behind these mysterious attacks, and he has found Willow. The mind link abruptly ended before she could say more, and my mind went blank. The image of the man's shadow that I had seen in the footage immediately crossed my mind. Suddenly, I felt a third person's touch on my mate's mark on Willow's neck, and my whole body felt as if I was thrown into a pit of acid. Willow, I murmured her name under my breath and immediately turned on my heels to leave. Reuben, Uncle yelled. Are you going to save that woman? Are you choosing her over the world? Is this your answer? He demanded. I stopped in my tracks and turned to look at him. Uncle, don't tell me you think I'm some kind of hero who is willing to sacrifice their love to save the world. I raised my hand, which started to glow as I gathered my internal powers that were in my blood. Of course, I am not the villain who burns the world either, I stated, as an energy gathered behind me. Stunning, Uncle. What the hell are you doing? His eyes widened as he watched my aura darkening with the power I had been summoning. I'm neither hero nor villain. I locked eyes with him as I declared, I am a monster that only awakens for her. Reuben, don't. Stop for a minute to think about this, he growled, wanting to get closer to me, but the shining energy stopped him. Are you thinking of using our royal family powers to save that woman? Don't you know you can only use it once in your whole life, and you should not waste it on that woman? You should only use it when your life is in danger. That he barked, looking at me in disbelief. That's exactly what I'm doing, Uncle. I'm fighting for my life. That life is only possible with her. I began as Willow's screams calling my name reached my ears. Willow. Hot tears rolled down my cheeks as I felt him close to entering inside me. Pressed under another man on the verge of ruin, only he came to my mind. His touch, his smile, and his love. Reuben. I whispered his name, deciding to end myself after this ruining was over. That was until I felt Dex making a connection with Sari. I opened my eyes, feeling Reuben's presence through our bond, and immediately shifted into my wolf form. With a surge of adrenaline, I ripped off a large section of the man's hand, causing him to move away from me and race towards Wyatt and Lori at full speed in my wolf form. He growled slowly at the sight of his bloody hand, then lightly glanced at me, running away. It turned out you like it messy and bloody the same as me. His chilling voice entered my ears, carrying a double meaning that sent a shiver down my spine. Though I couldn't see his expression, I could feel the smirk behind his words. That's when a sudden surge of fire ignited around me as I raced towards my unconscious children a few meters away. My eyes widened at how the fire appeared and from where. One thing I knew for certain was the fire was real, and my children could die in it too. They lay pitifully on the ground, vulnerable to the encroaching flames. With each step, I pushed myself to the brink, feeling as if my bones might shatter with the strain. Then, a looming shadow fell over me from behind and panic gripped my heart. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw the man right behind me, his hand outstretched to grab me once again. Despite my desperate sprint, he seemed to close the distance effortlessly, which was impossible for a normal werewolf. Stretching my hand to grab my unconscious children in my arms, I tightly closed my eyes as I had nowhere to go, and I got caught again. Reuben. I whispered his name under my breath, holding on to his memory in my heart as my only solace in the face of being taken by another man. Just as the man's hand touched me, I felt the unmistakable presence of Reuben's hand and his powerful aura surrounding me, even though I couldn't see him. In the next moment, the man was thrown away from me as if struck by lightning, and I was pulled into an unknown darkness. The shock of it all left me breathless, my heart ceasing to beat in my chest. Stuck between life and death, my mind stopped functioning. My eyes grew heavy as a tear rolled down from the corner of my eye. Was this the end for me? Just as I was about to succumb to the darkness, I felt Reuben's presence behind me. Willow. His voice whispered into my ears. Suddenly I was pulled back from the brink, from darkness into the light. Gasping for breath, I found myself in an unknown place, cradled in Reuben's arms. Willow. Reuben's face came into focus, his expression filled with worry as he repeated my name. He was covered in blood, but his eyes held a deep concern as he looked at me. Was I dreaming? How could Reuben be here when just moments ago that man? My vision blurred and darkness encroached once more as I fainted in his arms. Dark. Thrown away by the unexpectedly powerful energy surrounding Willow, I found myself crashing into hundreds of trees, my body tearing apart and every vein feeling as though it was being sliced open, causing blood to drip from my wounds. Eventually, my body landed heavily on the ground. What was that? I asked myself, raising my hand to bring it in front of my eyes. I stared at the badly burnt, torn, and bleeding hand, still feeling the remnants of the sacred energy that had ripped my rose away. A royal divine power? Surprise flashed in my eyes. Every wolf born in the royal family was blessed with a different divine power. I recalled this divine energy emitting from my rose's mate mark. That could only mean that. So he is one of the royals. The corner of my lips rose into a furious yet amused smile. My rose had been marked by a royal wolf. My large claws dug into the ground as my skin began to heal itself. Standing up on my half-bleeding legs, I stared at the torn piece of handkerchief tied around my hand. You should not have escaped from me again, Rose, especially with another man. I honestly thought of forgiving you, but now it is going to be really messy and bloody, just like you like. I shifted my gaze from the handkerchief to the place that she had disappeared from. Had I heard her calling the name? Reuben? Reuben. She fainted in my arms, lying naked, appearing to have cried a lot out of fear. Her unimaginable terror still lingered on my skin, a sensation I had felt earlier through our mate bond. How could she be so scared of him? And why? I stared at her closed eyes and gently touched her soft cheek with my bloody hand. I sensed another man's touch on her, even though I couldn't detect even the slight trace of his scent or aura on her. Glancing at her arm where she tightly clutched our unconscious children, her body shaking and cold, I clenched my fists at my side, barely holding Dex back. Reuben, the Alpha King, who witnessed everything, called me, his voice full of surprised disbelief. What the hell did you just do? You wasted your divine energy on this woman. I quietly wrapped Willow in my coat, threw her over my shoulder, and grabbed the children with my other arm before standing up and turning to peer over at the king. She is not just any woman. She is my soulmate. She is mine. So when faced with a choice between her and using my power, saving my divine energy holds no value to me. What the hell are you saying? He gasped. Have you lost your fucking mind? I haven't lost it. I was born this way, I replied, shifting my gaze to the wall, then back to Uncle. And to answer your question, I will never give up on my mate. I understand that you want to protect your kingdom and throne, and I get it. Be that as it may, I don't want anyone interrupting my or my mate's life when I am not getting in anyone else's way. From this moment on, anyone that tries to hurt my mate will instantly become my enemy, no matter who they may be, I declared, turned around, and left with my mate and children. The king watched my vanishing figure with wide eyes. That boy has gone insane. He doesn't fear death. If that girl died or was taken away by that evil chasing after her, then I don't know what he would do, Lewis, he stated, turning his attention to the wall. Behind the wall, a figure sat smoking the entire time. Tell me something I don't know. Alpha Luis put out the cigarette and closed his eyes. I wish I could go back in time. Without caring about traffic laws or anything else for that matter, I drove at full speed from the palace to the Emerald Bright Pack. The brakes were close to failure, but I couldn't afford to slow down. My eyes continuously darted to Willow, who was shaking and behaving strangely in a way I had never seen before. Meanwhile, Wyatt and Lori were scarily motionless, as if they were, "Fuck!" I slammed my fist into the steering wheel, angry at myself. If I had not left for the palace, then all of this would not have happened. If I was with Willow, that fucker would not have. As soon as my car entered the parking lot, Orrin and Bix, who were waiting for my arrival, sprang into action. The moment I stopped the car, they opened the back doors on either side and swiftly pulled Wyatt and Lori into their arms. "We are taking children to the hospital," they said over their shoulders, having already turned towards the hospital. I quickly opened the passenger door and pulled out the extremely cold body of Willow as she continued shivering in my arms all the way to the hospital where doctors were already waiting for me. "Quickly check her," I ordered, placing Willow on a hospital bed. The senior doctor glanced at Willow, panic crossed his eyes. "Quickly prepare to stabilize her condition," he ordered as everyone scattered to complete their assigned tasks. I watched everything in panic. Everything had grown abnormal about her. Her whole body was drenched in sweat, and she clenched the mattress, scratching it with her long claws. Sari seemed to have lost complete control. Not even Dex could make any connection with her. My heart shook at the sight of her. What's happening to her? I demanded, walking closer to the doctor. "Alpha, please, I request your cooperation and that you trust in us. Please, leave the Luna in our care," he pleaded as he hurried to attend to Willow. I caught one last glimpse of Willow through the gap in the door before it closed in front of me. Dex had already lost his composure at the sight of Willow's condition when we brought her back to the palace. With the door closed, I couldn't hear or see her, which only added to my agitation. The thought of breaking down the door and holding Willow safely in my arms consumed my mind. She was surrounded by strangers. What if she got scared? I should be there with her. I raised my hand, ready to punch the door until it broke, but I stopped myself. Instead, I punched the wall next to the door a few times to release my pent-up anger. I could not fucking loose my mind when I had to take care of children too. My children, they were alone. I turned on my heel and rushed to check on Wyatt and Lori in the children's ward. Orrin and Bix were standing next to their beds as doctors checked on my children. "How are my children?" I questioned the doctors as I hurried over to their beds. Their body temperature seemed normal, but their eyes were still closed. The doctors quickly rushed to my side and informed me, "Everything is normal, Alpha. They are breathing, their heartbeat, and brain activity is all normal. They seem to have fainted due to some kind of shock." Shock? I gazed down at the innocent faces of my children, feeling a surge of protectiveness. The thought of their innocent minds facing a shock that extreme at such a young age boiled my blood. "When will they wake up?" I questioned, holding both of their small hands. "The shock seems to have been quite intense. It may take several hours or even a day for them to wake up. The positive is that they will wake up. We will continue to monitor their condition, Alpha," he explained before excusing himself. I gently caressed Wyatt and Lori's heads, whispering, "Don't be scared of anything. Daddy is here." I tenderly kissed their foreheads. Their steady breathing and beautiful heartbeats reminded me of the day 6 years ago when I first felt a connection with the both of them while they were growing inside Willow. A while later, 2 doctors entered the room to monitor the children's conditions. They had been keeping a close eye on them. I had to leave the room, and Oran and Bix followed me out. Only we encountered Walter waiting outside, who had been waiting for us the whole time, leaning against the wall and smoking. I simply ignored him, intending to walk past him, but he spoke up before I had the chance. Earlier, I spotted blood and deep scratches on Willow's thighs and arms. Is she? He paused, his gaze studying every change in my expression. Is she? He could not utter that word, no matter how hard he tried. He closed his eyes momentarily, crushing the cigarette in his palm, before continuing. I looked into the pack that was burnt down 11 or 12 years ago, like you had asked. I turned to face him as he handed me a diary. As I mentioned, my father's friend died long ago, and the pack's name was buried with him. However, while going through his belongings, I found this diary. He had a habit of writing diaries, he explained. Do you mean we'll find something related to that pack in this diary? Bix questioned. It's almost completely burnt, Oren pointed out. True, but I found a half-burnt page and found something of high importance, Walter replied, opening the diary and pointing at a few lines that were still intact. He mentioned the name of the man who was behind that mysterious fire. I glanced down at the half-burnt page and ran my finger over it to wipe the blackness off of the letters. 4 letters came into view, dark. Finally, the shadow I saw in footage and the third person's presence I felt between Willow and I had a name. The name that Willow had told me. Reading that name, I clutched the diary tightly in my hand. Dark, I grumbled under my breath, my blood boiling in rage. His shadow once again came to mind. Digging my claws into the torn diary, I ripped off the page where his name was written, dropping it on the ground and crushing it under my foot, just as I took my first step to leave. Willow's scream entered my ears. Is that Willow? Why is she screaming? Oren asked as he looked at me. My muscles tightened, sensing her unimaginable terror. I immediately raced down the corridor towards the ward Willow was staying in, then stormed into the room at lightning speed, only to find her pinned to the bed by 3 doctors. What the fuck you are doing? I roared, charging at them. Let her go. All of them dropped Willow's arms and legs, flinching away in horror at the sight of me casting bloodthirsty glares at them. Alpha, she is, one of the doctors, who had received a particularly deep and severe set of claw marks to one side of the face, stammered. It wasn't just him either. The other doctors were just as badly injured. I slowly turned my attention to Willow, who was no longer on the bed, but curled into a ball in the corner of the room, her claws dripping blood. Everyone get out, I ordered. Everyone fled from the room at lightning speed. As the door closed, I walked closer to Willow. Don't come, she stared at me with large, fearful eyes. Willow, it's me, I said quietly, inching closer to her. It's me, Reuben. No, don't come any closer, she shook her head, curling further into herself in the corner. Go away. Willow, look at me. I could not bear for her to be scared of me. The look in her eyes was enough for me to understand that she was unable to recognize me or something. I will not harm you. I stretched my hand out for her to grab. Come here. Come to me. I softly touched her arm. Don't touch me. Screaming like crazy, she viciously attacked my arm with her long claws, then ran away. Hissing, I turned around and grabbed her waist from behind. Ah! Don't touch me! Don't touch me! She screamed at the top of her lungs, struggling to break free from my grasp. It was the first time that I had a hard time handling her. I turned her to face me and kept a tight hold on her body. Willow, calm down. It's me, I assure her, but she kept shaking her head as she continued to riddle my chest with wounds from her claws. I put one hand on her back and caressed her. Willow, it's okay. It's okay. No, let me go. She hurt my shoulder this time. Don't touch me. Don't. Struggling to break free from my hold, she cried her eyes out until they were red, and she screamed to the point where I was afraid that she would lose her voice. Stop! I yelled, grabbing both of her arms as I looked into her eyes with my wolf's. She froze in place, her teary eyes wide and fearful. Taking in her condition, my heart softened as I touched her cheek. Willow, look at me. It's me, Reuben. I wiped her tears and looked deeper into her eyes lovingly. You're Reuben, I whispered. She bit her lip and looked up at me with teary eyes. Don't touch me, she whispered, shaking like a dry leaf. You scare me. What? My heart dropped into my stomach as I stared at her in shock. Willow, you are not scared of me. Look at me carefully. It's me, Reuben. I cupped her cheeks with both hands. But I am no longer able to recognize you. A fresh tear rolled down to her cheek. I have forgotten your eyes, your smile, and your face, she stated, her voice shaking. Willow, what are you saying? My eyes widened. All I can see is his mismatched eyes, evil smile, and his face, she confessed. Hearing the impossible statement that had just come out of her mouth, I stared at her with wide eyes. She was unable to. Suddenly, she took a step away from me. Willow, I panicked, trying to reach out for her. Don't touch me, she screamed in terror, her whole body shaking. She cried loudly. If you touch me again, she raised her claws and put it next to one of the throbbing veins in her neck. I will kill myself. As she said that, I froze in place, staring at her nails dangerously close to her neck. Her tears continued to wet her eyes as she looked at me fearfully, but also with guilt. I stared at her, watching as she lost herself while my own eyes grew damp. With a large step, I drew closer to her, pushed her hand away from her neck, twisting it behind her back, and pulled her into a hug. She once again started to scream, but I hugged her tighter and whispered into her ear. It's okay if you forgot me, Willow. It's okay if you don't want me to touch you. It's okay if you want me to disappear, but... I paused and buried my face in her hair. Never forget. There is someone who will love you even when you have forgotten him. There is someone who is always waiting for you, even if he cannot touch you. There is always someone who is willing to disappear, if it is the only way to have you. Sky. Amidst the foul stench permeating the cell that shared with common criminals, I indulged in a cheap cigarette, borrowed from a fellow detainee, paying no heed to Beta Ken's scrutiny as he stood on the outside of the cell. Your bail has been granted. You're free to leave, announced a police officer as he unlocked the cell. Retrieving my jacket from the floor, I rose and sauntered out of the police station, closely trailed by Beta Ken. Alpha, he called out. Alpha, stop. Ignoring him, I inquired, Did you bring your car? This is yours, right? I reached out to open the door of a red car. Sky! Beta Ken aggressively slammed the door shut. What the hell do you think you're doing, wasting your life like this? Why do you care? I growled, pushing his head away, then attempted once more to grab the door that he swatted closed again. I care because you're like a son to me. You grew up right in front of my eyes. I can't bear to see you destroying your life like this. If you don't care about yourself, then at least consider your father's feelings before doing anything. He began his lecture, which I had no interest in. However, what he said next made me freeze in place. You have no idea how distraught the Alpha was when he received that call from the police station, saying his son had been arrested for assault due to his involvement in a bloody fight. That wasn't even the worst part. It was with humans. The Alpha had to bribe all of those humans to get you out of prison. After losing the pack while gambling, I thought you decided to lead a decent life and focus on your future. So why are you once again walking down the wrong path? Another father would have kicked you out after you gambled away his house and land, but the Alpha loves you so much that he sent me to the police station to get you out. Can't you see his love and appreciate it? Love? All his love is fake, just like him. I threw my jacket on the ground with a growl. Beta Ken stared at me in shock. What the hell are you saying about your father, Sky? He grabbed my arm. Your father raised you alone after your mother's death. He was both a mother and father to you. He loves you more than his own life and has never given up on you no matter how many mistakes you have made. How can you doubt his love? How can you call him fake? If his love isn't fake and he loves me more than anything, then tell me why the heck he's sending me abroad, I demanded. Beta Ken's expression immediately dropped as his face lost all color. How do you know about that? The corner of my lips twisted bitterly. Did you really think I'd never find out? Dad wants to get rid of me. Sending me abroad is the easiest way to do it. I've known all along. I've just been waiting for him to tell me, but he never planned to. Soon enough, he'll just throw a ticket in my face and ship me off. No, you misunderstand, Beta Ken protested. I cut him off sharply. When Dad no longer wants me and I have to live a life on my own, then why does he care how I live or what I do? Just leave me alone. I yelled, opening the car door and sliding into the driver's seat. Sky, wait, you've misinterpreted everything. Beta Ken desperately tapped his hand on the window. The Alpha is sending you abroad for your own good. He's doing all of this to protect you. You don't make sense. Beta Ken, what is he protecting me from? I growled, starting the engine. I'm done with Dad, and I'm done with you always taking his side. Now I'll do what I should have done a long time ago. With that, I drove away at full speed. When I was 16, I was in an accident that caused me to lose all of my childhood memories, even those with my mom. My dad was all that I had, and I loved him deeply. I trusted him blindly until the other day when I overheard his secretary booking a ticket for my departure. Mentally disturbed and emotionally broken, I realized my dad had betrayed me in secret. I had noticed his strange behavior over the past few days, thinking it was due to mysterious attacks, but it turned out that I was just a burden to him when he did not want to hand over the pack and his position to me. I was trash in his eyes. He probably had a good candidate in his sights, so he wanted to get rid of me. Boiling with anger, I stopped the car in front of the pack house and went straight to my room to pack my luggage. If he didn't need me, then I didn't need him either. I just grabbed any necessary items, shoving them in the bags as I left my bedroom. I stopped in the hallway and glanced upstairs. Dad's car and scent were both missing. Entering his office with my luggage, I tossed all my debit and credit cards on his desk and turned to leave. I didn't need his surname, his money, or anything else related to him. I decided to leave everything behind and start a new life on my own. The office was dark as usual. I hadn't bothered to switch on the lights. That's why I didn't see what was on the floor, and I stumbled over something that felt like a wine bottle, a common sight in Dad's office. I lost my balance and fell back so hard that my head hit the wooden wall behind me. Ah, fuck! I groaned in pain, holding my head for a couple of seconds as I rolled on the floor. Shit, that hurts like hell. I continued cursing until the pain subsided, slowly sitting on the ground with a bleeding head, and looked back at the wall where a huge hole had been created. Fuck, that's why it hurts so much. I gritted my teeth, punching a hole in the wall in irritation. Only when I pulled my hand out, I was surprised by a light coming from the other side. How can there be light coming from behind a wall? Surprised and curious, I got up from the ground to carefully check the wall, only to find it's not a wall, it's a door. I realized something I had never known before. Curiosity got the best of me. Unable to find a way to open it and running out of patience, I grabbed an iron rod from the storeroom. I broke down the wall or door, whatever it was. Once I was done, I found a staircase leading down. Shit, it really is a hidden room or something. Setting aside the iron rod, I made my way down, feeling a mixture of curiosity and panic in my heart. The light from earlier turned out to be a bare bulb at the bottom of the stairs. As I reached the bottom, I found myself in a room stocked with files and photographs. What is all of this? Standing in the middle of the room, I looked around in confusion. It's just a pile of organized piles of papers, that's all. Why are they stored here? I murmured, slowly losing interest. However, it was a hidden room behind Dad's office. Was it possible that he didn't know about it? I took a peek at the photographs hanging around the room. They were all old, probably 15 to 20 years old, because Dad looked young in them, and most of them were of very poor quality. In several photos, I noticed another man with Dad, but the man's face was scratched out. This hadn't been done to just one photo, but every other photo in the room had the man's face scratched and destroyed. Who was he? Leaving the photos, I moved to examine the documents stored on the shelves. They were all covered in dust. I glanced at a few that appeared to be decades or even more old accounting and financial books of our pack, as well as others related to treaties and war-related records. Why the hell do they need to be stored here? It is just a bunch of junk. I didn't bother delving into them. However, my attention was caught by a red book that had no dust on it at all. Curiously, I pulled it out and opened it. It seemed to be an old record book, too. As I began flipping through the pages, reading carefully, the book nearly slipped from my hand when I reached the 4th page and figured out something I should not have. How is this possible? My jaw dropped open in horror and disbelief. But that's when I felt someone's presence behind me. Alarmed just as I turned around, I found Dad standing behind me. Duh! Before I could say a word, Dad hit me with the iron rod that I had tossed to the side at the top of the staircase. The blow was so hard that I immediately fell to the floor, bleeding profusely as the book landed beside me, partly stained with my blood. Alpha, how could you do that? Beta Ken rushed to check on me, panicking as he looked up at Dad. He's your son. That's why I'm not killing him, Dad replied, his voice cold and emotionless. In my immobilized state, I saw Dad's lifeless eyes fixed on me as he dropped the iron rod on the ground. How could he? You should have quietly gone abroad instead of snooping around. Now you. His voice couldn't reach me anymore. My head spun before I fell into darkness.
Willow. I had endured numerous fears and nightmares in my life, but my greatest fear was losing Reuben. On the day that I had lost him 6 years ago, I thought that nothing would be able to scare me after that. However, never in my wildest imagination had I thought that the scariest nightmare of all was actually hidden deep within my heart, lying dormant until the moment that man, Dark, appeared before me. The insane glint in his mismatched eyes, his aggressive touch, and his evil smirk, everything about him awakened a primal fear inside me. After the encounter in the park, I began to have blurry images in my mind where I saw him. He was smiling at me in that same evil way in my memories that I had no idea had been stored inside me. The way he referred to me as his mate, the way he looked at me with his own sick, twisted sense of love flashing in his eyes, then lust and anger in his eyes when he accused me of giving myself to Reuben. The way he touched me as if I were his possession to ruin or toy with, everything indicated that he knew me quite well, even though I couldn't recall him. Without even wanting to, my mind filled with thoughts of him, I heard only his voice calling me Rose. That name damaged and terrified me so much that I started hallucinating, seeing every man as him, even Reuben. There is always someone who is willing to disappear, if it is the only way to have you. Every bit of resistance and struggle I had left inside shattered. My arms dropped to my sides with his blood dripping from my nails. With a kiss on my head, he slowly released my arm that he had twisted behind my back, then turned around to walk out of the room. Watching his disappearing figure in front of my eyes, my heart shattered into a million pieces. I reached out a hand, my mouth opened, to call him back, to stop him, but the back in front of my eyes was not Reuben's, it was his. My cries reached the ears of 4 figures standing out in the hallway, who had heard the entire conversation from beginning to end as they watched Reuben's bloody, despondent figure aimlessly vanish in the corridor. Leaning against the cold wall and standing among Walter, Oren, and Bix, Ella bit her lip, clenched her fists at her sides, and immediately began to make her way towards my room. "Ella! Wait!" Bix was alarmed by her sudden boldness and quickly chased after her with the others. "Ella, don't do anything crazy," Oren shouted while Walter frowned as she stormed into my room. They entered seconds after her, only to find me gone. Chasing after my children's scent, I entered the children's ward, finding Wyatt and Lori lying unconscious on separate beds. Wyatt, Lori. I hugged each of their bodies one by one, while more tears streamed from my eyes. The image of them fainting right in front of my eyes had never left my mind. I had nearly lost them. I had not been able to protect them. I was a horrible mother. I was an even worse mate. My heart constricted. All I could do was shed silent tears. A while later, I wiped away my tears and kissed both of their foreheads, not wanting them to know of my depressed state. Just as I got up and moved to the middle of the room so that I could leave and let my children rest, I realized that there were 4 other figures in the room. I fearfully took a few steps back at the sight of Walter, Oren, and Bix, every one of whom had pairs of mismatched eyes and evil faces resembling Dark. Even their features were the same. My heart felt as if it could fail at any moment, and my whole body began shaking in terror until I saw Ella's face. She walked closer to me, capturing my full attention. "I knew this day would come," she screamed, suddenly pushing me away. "Ella, what the heck are you doing?" Oren barked furiously at her, but she didn't care. "You ruined him years ago. Now you've completely destroyed what little was left of him by forgetting him altogether." she accused me, her eyes teary. If you just wanted to disappear, then why the heck did you come back into his life? You should have just disappeared. You should never have come back here, Willow. She screamed at me. Listening to her, I broke into tears again. For some unknown reason, my heart hurt, and even Sari cried in my mind. I could feel Reuben's heartbreak. I could feel his pain that I caused. I really had ruined him. Enough! Walter grabbed her arm and forced her to look at him. He had not known what Ella was going to say, but he did not want her to continue. I will kill you if you say another word to her. Then kill me. Ella's tears rolled down her cheeks, freezing Walter in place as she revealed her vulnerability for the first time. You're free to do whatever you like, and I'll do what I should have done a long time ago, she said, looking into his eyes. She has the right to know every little detail about Reuben's life that has transpired over the last 6 years. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Walter's eyes remained fixed on her tears, her uneven breathing mixed with soft sobs. Ella tore her eyes away from him, gently pulling her arm from his grasp, then turned to me. Our eyes locked as I started walking closer to her. What did you mean when you said that I ruined his life? I stopped in front of her an arm's length away and asked, Tell me, please. My voice broke. Both of us looked at each other in tears, as I realized that Reuben's story had ended with me leaving the Emerald Bright Pack, him standing at the door to my abandoned house, frozen and heartbroken at my disappearance. That had just been the beginning of our story.
Willow. I had endured numerous fears and nightmares in my life, but my greatest fear was losing Reuben. On the day that I had lost him 6 years ago, I thought that nothing would be able to scare me after that. However, never in my wildest imagination had I thought that the scariest nightmare of all was actually hidden deep within my heart, lying dormant until the moment that man, Dark, appeared before me. The insane glint in his mismatched eyes, his aggressive touch, and his evil smirk, everything about him awakened a primal fear inside me. After the encounter in the park, I began to have blurry images in my mind where I saw him. He was smiling at me in that same evil way in my memories that I had no idea had been stored inside me. The way he referred to me as his mate, the way he looked at me with his own sick, twisted sense of love flashing in his eyes, then lust and anger in his eyes when he accused me of giving myself to Reuben. The way he touched me as if I were his possession to ruin or toy with, everything indicated that he knew me quite well, even though I couldn't recall him. Without even wanting to, my mind filled with thoughts of him, I heard only his voice calling me Rose. That name damaged and terrified me so much that I started hallucinating, seeing every man as him, even Reuben. There is always someone who is willing to disappear, if it is the only way to have you. Every bit of resistance and struggle I had left inside shattered. My arms dropped to my sides with his blood dripping from my nails. With a kiss on my head, he slowly released my arm that he had twisted behind my back, then turned around to walk out of the room. Watching his disappearing figure in front of my eyes, my heart shattered into a million pieces. I reached out a hand, my mouth open to call him back, to stop him, but the back in front of my eyes was not Reuben's, it was his. My voice failed to make an identifiable sound as the image of me being pinned under him, moments away from being raped, appeared in my mind, causing me to break down into miserable sobs as Reuben left. My cries reached the ears of 4 figures standing out in the hallway, who had heard the entire conversation from beginning to end as they watched Reuben's bloody, despondent figure aimlessly vanish in the corridor. Leaning against the cold wall and standing among Walter, Oren, and Bix, Ella bit her lip, clenched her fists at her sides, and immediately began to make her way towards my room. Ella, wait! Bix was alarmed by her sudden boldness and quickly chased after her with the others. Ella, don't do anything crazy, Oren shouted, while Walter frowned as she stormed into my room. They entered seconds after her, only to find me gone. Chasing after my children's scent, I entered the children's ward, finding Wyatt and Lori lying unconscious on separate beds. Wyatt, Lori? I hugged each of their bodies one by one, while more tears streamed from my eyes. The image of them fainting right in front of my eyes had never left my mind. I had nearly lost them. I had not been able to protect them. I was a horrible mother. I was an even worse mate. My heart constricted. All I could do was shed silent tears. A while later, I wiped away my tears and kissed both of their foreheads, not wanting them to know of my depressed state. Just as I got up and moved to the middle of the room so that I could leave and let my children rest, I realized that there were 4 other figures in the room. I fearfully took a few steps back at the sight of Walter, Orrin, and Bix, every one of whom had pairs of mismatched eyes and evil faces resembling dark. Even their features were the same. My heart felt as if it could fail at any moment, and my whole body began shaking in terror until I saw Ella's face. She walked closer to me, capturing my full attention. I knew this day would come. She screamed, suddenly pushing me away. "Ella, what the heck are you doing?" Orrin barked furiously at her, but she didn't care. "You ruined him years ago. Now you've completely destroyed what little was left of him by forgetting him altogether." She accused me, her eyes teary. "If you just wanted to disappear, then why the heck did you come back into his life? You should have just disappeared. You should never have come back here, Willow." She screamed at me. Listening to her, I broke into tears again. For some unknown reason, my heart hurt, and even Sari cried in my mind. I could feel Reuben's heartbreak. I could feel his pain that I caused. I really had ruined him. Enough! Walter grabbed her arm and forced her to look at him. He had not known what Ella was going to say, but he did not want her to continue. "I will kill you if you say another word to her." "Then kill me." Ella's tears rolled down her cheeks, freezing Walter in place as she revealed her vulnerability for the first time. "You're free to do whatever you like, and I'll do what I should have done a long time ago," she said, looking into his eyes. "She has the right to know every little detail about Reuben's life that has transpired over the last 6 years. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Walter's eyes remained fixed on her tears, her uneven breathing mixed with soft sobs. Ella tore her eyes away from him, gently pulling her arm from his grasp, then turned to me. Our eyes locked as I started walking closer to her. "What did you mean when you said that I ruined his life?" I stopped in front of her an arm's length away and asked, "Tell me, please." My voice broke. Both of us looked at each other in tears as I realized that Reuben's story had ended with me leaving the Emerald Bright Pack, him standing at the door to my abandoned house, frozen and heartbroken at my disappearance. That had just been the beginning of our story.
Chapter 84.
Willow. Clutching my chest, I cried harder and fell to my knees upon hearing Ella's words. Every bit of Reuben's suffering, every ounce of pain he endured for me, wounded my soul. His always smiling face, his love-filled eyes had concealed such cruel and painful memories concerning me. He never let me know about them, not even a hint. I covered my mouth with my hand, sobbing. He destroyed his own life for my love. I had truly destroyed him. And now? I've broken him again by forgetting him. As soon as that thought crossed my mind, the last remark he had made before he left my room after I had threatened my life resurfaced in my mind. His every word echoed in my ears as my heart dropped into my stomach. "Reuben." I whispered his name under my breath, panic rising within me. I scrambled up from the floor, my heart pounding, and hurried past Ella. I breezed by Walter, Orrin, and Bix without meeting their gazes, while I blindfolded myself with the long sleeves that I had torn off my hospital gown as I moved. "Reuben." My voice echoed down the hospital corridor as I sprinted, relying on my wolf instincts to guide me. I followed Reuben's scent, dashing out of the hospital in pursuit. Some voices, which I recognized as those of my pack members, reached my ears as I ran. Their surprise at my blindfolded state was unmistakable, but I paid them no mind. My thoughts were consumed by Reuben alone. Why was his scent so faint in the air? Why couldn't I connect with him through our mind link? The thing that terrified me most of all was why couldn't I sense him at all? My heart raced as a lump formed in my throat. What was this feeling of dread in my chest? The fear of losing him held me tightly in its grasp. I increased my speed, following the faint trail of his scent, determined to find him wherever he may have gone. Countless negative thoughts flooded my mind. The fear of losing Reuben overwhelmed me to the point that tears welled up in my eyes, dampening the blindfold shielding them. However, my feet came to a sudden halt when I realized his scent had vanished. How was that possible? Where was I, and why couldn't I smell him from where I stood? The silence around me heightened my awareness that I was in an unfamiliar place, where no one usually ventured. I had no clue about my current location until I lifted my foot to take a step forward, relying on my wolf hearing to assess my surroundings. Then I felt the coldness beneath my feet, and it dawned on me where I was. The sound of gurgling water reached my ears, confirming that I was standing on the riverbank. It was the Pax River. I gasped and froze. What could this possibly mean? His scent ended here at the river. Had he? Reuben? I panicked. Lifting my feet, I hastily splashed into the river. Reuben! I cried, desperately searching. I lost a little bit of hope with every passing second, until the sound of a heartbeat reached my ears. I came to an abrupt halt, realizing the heartbeat was coming from right in front of me. Someone was standing there. The sound of breathing mixed with the heartbeat, all of it familiar to me. Reuben? My hand slowly reached out to touch his wet chest. It was him. I could tell it was him, even though I could not see him. His heart was beating wildly in his chest, as if it would burst any moment. He had not said a word yet. I felt his eyes on me. What were you doing? He was silent for a couple of seconds before he replied, quietly disappearing. I bit my lip. Why? I whispered, tears rolling down to my cheeks. Why were you disappearing from my life? I cried, hitting his chest. Why? He kept standing there motionlessly, letting me hit him until my fists hurt. Crying loudly, I stopped hitting him and buried my face in his chest. Don't go. Don't disappear, I begged, my legs refusing to support me any longer. I can't live without you, I confessed as his heartbeat quickened. Suddenly, I felt his hand on the back of my head. But I scare you, as he said that I pulled away from his chest. I scare you so much that you are... He ran his finger under my eyes. His heart broke at the sight of me blindfolded. You don't remember me. Before he could say anything else, I rose up on my tiptoes, lifted my face up, and touched my lips to his. I want to remember you, I confessed. Reuben held his breath and froze at that moment by the sudden kiss. Make me remember you, Reuben. I lifted my arms and wrapped them around his neck, kissing him deeply. He immediately came out of his daze and crushed his lips to mine, kissing me passionately. The spark between us became a burning flame as our desire intensified. Once his tongue started to play with mine as he explored every inch of my mouth, hungrily biting and sucking my lips. Slowly, he wrapped an arm around my waist. He lifted me out of the water, and I wrapped my legs around my waist. He started walking out of the river, while I clung to him, never breaking our kiss. The world around me was dark, as if it was for my wolf. However, my heart beat, wildly not out of fear, but for the man who held me possessively in his arms, as if I would fly away at any moment. Climbing out of the river, Reuben sat on the river bank with me on his lap, just like he always did. The memory of the first time he had me in his lap when I was practically naked in the locker room at college appeared in my mind. Willow, he called my name. Willow. Calling my name, he hooked his finger under my blindfold and pulled it off. I love you. There were no longer mismatched eyes or evil faces in front of me. Instead, they were the eyes of the man that was my whole world. Reuben, I cried. Reuben's eyes watered when I remembered him. He immediately pulled me into his arms as I cried nonstop in his hold, I am sorry. He shook his head and buried his face in my neck. Never forget me, Willow. Never forget your Reuben. I pulled away from him slightly, buried my face in his neck and bit his neck deep. He hissed as my teeth sunk deeper, my mouth filled with the coppery taste of his blood as our mate bond knitted together, making us one. I will never forget my Reuben again, I whispered.
Willow. In the dead of night, a familiar voice reached my ears, jolting me awake. After making love, I had been too exhausted to move, so we lay by the riverside for a while before we planned to return to the pack house. However, it seemed that I had dozed off. Reuben had also fallen asleep beside me after dressing me. The sudden noise startled me enough to wake Reuben. Reuben, wake up, I said, shaking him twice until he stirred and sat up beside me. What's wrong? He asked, his voice groggy with sleep. Do you hear that? I pointed towards the source of the voice. My heart raced as I noticed Reuben's expression change upon hearing the distant voice. We exchanged a glance, both realizing simultaneously, Wyatt and Lori. Standing up, we raced back to the pack hospital at full speed, only to find the doctor checking on the children who were sitting up in their beds. Earlier, when I heard the children calling for us, I thought I was hallucinating. Alpha. The doctors turned to face us with smiles. The children are fine. They woke up earlier than we expected. Mommy, Daddy. Wyatt and Lori excitedly called, then leaped out of beds and raced toward us as if they had never been hospitalized. I panicked and quickly dropped to my knees with Reuben. Reuben and I pulled our children into our arms, sandwiching them between us. The feeling of having them in my life was one of the best things. Thank goodness. Happy tears gathered in my eyes. How are you two feeling? Reuben kissed each of them in turn. His voice shook slightly with the nervousness he had experienced due to the children having fainted. I'm all right, Daddy. I'm a big boy now, Wyatt proudly stated to Reuben. Yeah, Daddy's princess is also fine, Lori exclaimed. Oh, Daddy underestimated his babies. Come and give him a big hug. Reuben pulled both of them into a tight embrace. They both threw themselves at Reuben. Daddy, your beard! Both children complained when Reuben's slightly grown-out stubble brushed against them unintentionally. Reuben narrowed his eyes but didn't let go of them. He held them even tighter and playfully teased them. The hospital room, once filled with sorrow, was now alive with the laughter of my children and mate. I watched the three of them with a smile, my heart filled with happiness at getting to see my family together safely. A while later, Reuben went out to talk to doctors. They were already talking quietly, but I could make out a few words. The amount of shock they had sustained, they were not supposed to wake up so soon. Honestly, it feels like a miracle, Alpha. I could not help but look at my children as they smiled brightly and chatted endlessly with me. A miracle? If it was a miracle, then I would be unimaginably grateful to the goddess for the rest of my life. Once Reuben returned, he cradled our children in his arms and reached his hand out to me. Let's go home, he said warmly. Smiling, I held his hand as we made back to the pack house. It was already past 4 a.m, but the children, Reuben, and I were hungry. None of us had eaten all day. I decided to make something light and quick to eat. Reuben helped me in the kitchen. After feeding the children, we sent them off to bed. By 5 a.m., neither of us felt like sleeping. We sat at the dining table together, and Reuben joined me with coffee he had made for us. How are you feeling? He held my hand and softly asked. Better, I smiled back, gazing into his eyes with love. After a long silence, I spoke up. I know everything you did 6 years ago after I left. His smile slowly faded. Willow, you didn't need to know about such things. It's nothing. I want to know everything about you, Reuben. I want to be connected to your pain, heartbreak, suffering, and every aspect of you, the good along with the bad. My voice shook slightly as I bit my lip. Did I really deserve that much love from you, that you sacrificed your future and life for me? By the end, my voice had become little more than a whisper filled with emotion. A tender smile graced his lips. You deserve my everything, Willow. I am you, and you are me. We are one, so what does it matter if I sacrifice something? He gently touched my cheek. As long as you are with me, I am complete, and I don't need anything else. My heart skipped a beat at the boundless love I had in this lifetime. I couldn't help but hug him tightly and close my eyes. I love you. I love you too. His arms wrapped around my waist, kissing my forehead before slowly lifting my chin to kiss my lips. His lips danced with mine, his tongue adding fuel to the heat rising between us. Suddenly, he slipped a hand under my dress, his actions growing bolder and bolder. I broke the kiss and pulled away from him, my cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The coffee will get cold. Drink. I redirected his attention to his cup. My body wasn't ready for another round if he got aroused. He chuckled, sensing my thoughts, and obediently sipped his coffee along with me until he asked something unexpected. Willow, is your surname Rathbone? My head jerked back abruptly as I looked at him in surprise for a couple of seconds before admitting, yes. He gave a slight nod in response. How did you know? I couldn't help but ask. My uncle told me when I went to the palace to meet with him, he explained, but I knew that wasn't the whole story. Am I under investigation? I asked, a hint of concern in my voice. Kind of, but don't worry. Nothing will happen to you. It's just that when he asked me about your background and past, I realized I knew nothing, he stated, placing the cup on the table and locking eyes with me. Willow, can you tell me why you never revealed your surname? I pursed my lips, hesitation stopping me every time I tried to speak. Seeing my hesitation, he gently took both of my hands and turned my face to meet his completely. Don't hesitate. Whatever it is, you can tell me. Like I've always told you, I love you in my present. Your past will never bother me. I am only asking about all of this because I have concerns that this dark has something to do with your past. My hand moved slightly out of panic in his warm hold when he mentioned dark. I nodded, placing my trust in him. My mom asked me to hide my surname from the world at the last moment of her life. I finally revealed. Why would she ask that? He inquired. I still don't know, but I followed my mom's dying wish and never disclosed my surname to anyone until now. Other than Alpha Benjamin, who was my parents' friend, no one knew about my surname or me, I explained. I thought you were an orphan and that you were captured by those rogues, then hauled back to that trafficking ring when you were living in the woods? He raised an eyebrow in confusion. It was what I had told him when we met. It's true that I was living in the woods, but only for 2 months. Before that, I had parents. I used to live with them before they died, I explained. They died? How? He asked. Honestly, I don't remember. I've forgotten everything from the first 14 years of my life, including my parents' names and even their faces. What? He frowned. How could you forget? I took a deep breath before continuing. I don't know. The only thing I remember is when my mother asked me not to reveal my surname to the world, to live in hiding and run away as far away as I could. I had nowhere to go, so I was hiding in the woods. I was captured by the trafficking ring while chasing a rabbit. Then I met you. When I left the Emerald Bright Pack 6 years ago, I met Alpha Benjamin, who recognized me. He was best friends with my dad, so after finding me after so many years, he took me in as his adopted daughter. I revealed everything to Reuben. He was silent for a moment, lost in thought. You said your mother asked you to run away. Do you have any idea or even any memory of who you should be hiding from? He inquired. I could clearly sense where he was going with his line of questions. Do you mean that my mother was asking me to hide from? Dark? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Reuben nodded. Honestly, I think so. This guy seems to be connected to your past, and if I'm not mistaken, all these mysterious attacks and fires that are occurring in different packs are the result of his search for you. All this time, he's been looking for you within those werewolf packs. I got caught because he found Wyatt and Lori. I finished the sentence, though I highly doubted it. He nodded. I think so. I fell into silence, his words bringing back memories of our encounter in the park, sending shivers down my spine. Willow, Reuben brushed his thumb over the back of my hand and asked, Tell me what exactly happened when you met him. Tell me everything, what he looks like and how he talks. I need to know every detail about him, he requested. I nodded and recounted the entire story, including his appearance, mismatched eyes, and his calling me Rose. After hearing me out, Reuben took a deep breath, his expression far from pleasant. So he's someone with immense strength compared to a normal werewolf, some mysterious powers, and he wants to take you away. He summarized the main points of the story. However, I wonder why he didn't attack the Emerald Bright Pack in search of you when he already had your information from the children, Reuben murmured. Actually, I have always instructed the children to keep the Emerald Bright Pack and your name a secret from everyone, so that they could lead a normal school life with other children. So I believe that when he asked the children about their father's name or pack name, they must have said they were from Britain or Wade Moon Pack, I explained. So you mean to say he doesn't know about me or where you currently are? Reuben questioned. I believe so, because I didn't tell him who the children's father was. He was furious with me for losing my virginity to you, being marked by you and giving birth to our children, I explained. Reuben's expression immediately changed, his aura darkening. What is the meaning of this? Reuben's reaction was so alarming that I hesitated before revealing. He called me his soulmate. Reuben. My fist pummeled the punching bag nonstop. I hit it harder than the previous punch every time as Willow's words echoed in my mind again and again. He was furious with me for losing my virginity to you, being marked by you, and giving birth to our children. He called me his soulmate. She has only one soulmate, and that is me. Dex roared in my mind. Ah! Roaring, I hit the punching bag so hard that it split open and sand started to spill down on the ground. She is only mine, I shouted, breathing harder and aggressively. Oren and Bix, who were also in the middle of a workout in the gym with me, focused their attention on me together. What's the matter, Reuben? Oren questioned. Something is not right, I murmured, aggressively ripping the hand wrappings off of my hands. About? Bix asked. About that fucker Dark. I turned to face both have them. Both of their faces turned serious. What are you talking about? I picked up a marker and began writing on the wall, as there were no whiteboards in the gym. According to Willow, he looks to be somewhere in his late 20s. He has a mismatched pair of eyes that no werewolf in the realm has. He has an insane amount of strength and some powers that cannot be explained by magic alone. To my understanding, he is clearly an alpha blood and a werewolf, but not a normal one. That's fucking strange. I can tell that he is not hybrid either, but that doesn't give us a lot of options as to what he could be then. Bix frowned. The point is not only to find out what he is, the point is to discover details about him that do not match at all. I turned to face the two of them. Oren nodded and walked over to the wall. It makes sense. The details about him do not match. If he is somewhere in his late 20s, then how can he have accumulated so much power at such a young age? The description of his features does not match any other alpha or werewolf in the realm. That means he is someone who never appears in public or was well hidden. That would be impossible unless he was hidden with magic. The most important piece of information is that if he is after Willow, then where has he been all of these years? Why has he finally shown up now after so many years? Oren pointed out everything that had been roaming around in my mind since last night when I talked to Willow. If you ask me, everything seems to be connected to Willow, Bix murmured, walking to the wall and studying everything I had written. To my understanding, Willow is the key. Willow is also the way to find Dark. I casted a meaningful word on my side. I frowned. I am not using Willow as bait to find Dark, I declared. I had sensed and witnessed the fear instilled in Willow's mind. It went beyond anyone's imagination. After meeting him once, she was so terrified that she forgot my face, and I almost lost her. I could not risk putting Willow in danger by any means. But the enemy seems to be obsessed with Willow, and he must have lost his mind after you stole Willow from his grasp. If we don't find him, he might attack us, then it will be too late, Bix argued. He already knows about me, I remarked. How can you say that? Oren asked in surprise. I have a strong feeling about it. The level of intelligence this fucker has. He must have known who am I remarked, turning to face the wall. In that case, why has he not attacked you yet and taken Willow? Oren argued. That's what I have been wondering myself. I subconsciously scratched my nails down the wall while staring at his name. Maybe he wants to attack you when you least expect it, Bix remarked. I remained mute for a couple of seconds before I realized. Or maybe I am someone he is not expecting to be, I murmured. Bix and Oren looked stunned. If that is the case, then this Dark is going to be fucking come after you with something we are not expecting. Oren made a point that I had already realized. What he was coming after me for was Willow, my mate. An evil smile spread across my lips as I glared at his name. For the first time, someone is trying to steal something from me. It is fucking thrilling. If they only knew, they think they're coming to witness a dog fighting over a piece of meat when it's actually a war. Oren studied my expression that he had not seen on my face in 11 years. What are you planning for Reuben? Preparing for the war, I remarked, turning to leave the gym as they both followed me out. What are orders for us? All of this started with the mysterious attack and fire in that pack years ago, the pack whose name is still unknown to us. I feel that pack is the key. Bix, dig everything about that pack. Do whatever you have to pee, but I need its name and location. I understand, but why not ask for help from the Alpha King? Maybe he knows something about that pack, seeing he is the king and has eyes everywhere, he questioned. The king is furious with me for disobeying him, so asking him for aid is not an option, I replied, then glanced at Oren. Bring all the ancient books from the palace to me here in secret. The powers Dark has at his disposal are not something a normal wolf can have. There must be something in those books that could tell us about his powers. I understand, Oren nodded. I had asked you to call Walter. Did you contact him? I am already here. Walter made his way inside the pack house in a kingly manner that always surrounded him. His hands were shoved in his pockets like usual as he leisurely walked towards me. I need your help. He raised an eyebrow. With what? I heard Willow say once that you can find any werewolf in Britain, no matter where they hide, I pointed out. That's a skill that I have in my blood. I can find wolves even if they hide behind thousands of walls, he replied, impressing Bix. Oren frowned at Bix admiring Walter and stated, Everyone here knows you are a hunter prince, so you must be capable of doing that. How about you tell me if you can find that person? Who is the person that you want to find? Walter looked at me. I pulled out my phone and showed him the photo. Walter frowned at the unexpected face and glared up at me. Why don't you find him on your own? I bet you could do it. He studied my expression as I silently took my phone back from his hand and locked eyes with him. I can't bring myself to do it on my own, but the situation requires otherwise. That's why I am asking you, and I believe your way must be quick, seeing you are a hunter, I remarked. Walter looked at me for a couple of seconds in silence, then nodded. All right, leave it to me, but are you planning to tell Willow that you are going after Dark? The image of Willow having nightmares of Dark last night when we slept by the riverbank crossed my mind. Not right now. It is better that I deal with this fucker before Willow even realizes. I stated, however, unknown to me back in the bedroom, Willow woke up from another nightmare. Her whole body was sweaty as she recalled a memory from her when she was 14. Dark was there. He named me Rose, and she gasped for air as she broke into cold sweat. He used to look the same as he does now. Reuben. Walter stared at me for a couple of seconds in silence, then nodded. All right, leave it in my hands. I nodded. We talked for another half an hour. I will take full responsibility for your actions in this country, so don't hold back, I added, as all four of us stepped out of the pack house. I never hold back, Walter replied dryly before all of our eyes landed on the females in the front yard. On one side was Willow and Mia. Why was Willow outside all of a sudden? She was too tired and had been sleeping so how, yet on the other side of the yard was, So you are not sending children to kindergarten anymore? Mia questioned Willow. Her whole body was sweaty and face flushed as if she had returned from a run and had just finished sparring. Reuben and I have decided to send children to kindergarten again when everything is safe. Dark is still out there, and in this situation, we cannot risk our children's lives. Willow explained to her as they reached her house. All right, then, don't stress yourself so much. Mia gave Willow a hug. Both girls shared a hug before Mia headed into her house and Willow towards the pack house, only to notice Ella dragging her luggage away. Both women stopped at the sight of the other. Are you going somewhere? Willow glanced at her two large suitcases. I am leaving the Emerald Bright pack, Ella replied, refusing to drag her luggage any further. Why so suddenly? Willow asked. I have nothing left here now. Ella's voice was emotionless. Thank you for telling me about Reuben, what he did when I was gone and everything else. As soon as Willow said that, Ella paused for a moment, glanced at her. I didn't do it for you. I just wanted you to know all the wrongs you had committed against Reuben. I still don't think you deserve him, she stated dryly, resuming her walk. Willow did not seem offended in the slightest and asked, I heard you came to the pack to inform them about Dark and that I could be in danger. Were you worried for me? Ella paused abruptly, as if her tail had been stepped on. Don't misinterpret my actions. I just did not want Reuben to fall headfirst into another heartbreak if you died. I was not worried about you. I still hate you. Then why are you still wearing the bracelet I gave you in our high school? Willow countered. Ella immediately covered the bracelet with her other hand in alarm. It's just that I forgot to take off, she claimed with flushed cheeks, and quickly took it off, shoving it in her pocket instead of throwing it away. Don't overthink it. With that, she started to walk away quickly, only to stop at the sight of an angry Alpha Adam storming towards her. Ella, what the hell did you say on the phone? You are leaving the Emerald Bright Pack, he shouted, standing a hand's breadth away from her. Yes, that is fucking impossible. You are Reuben's fiancée. You are... I am nothing, and I don't want to be anything, Uncle. Ella cut Adam off, her face just as emotionless as her tone. Stop acting insane now. You must be fucking kidding me, Adam growled, grabbing her angrily by the arms. This marriage of yours is important, not just for our pack, but yourself as well. He shook her, causing her to drop her luggage. The whole realm knows that you have been Reuben's fiancé for 6 years. You have been living in his pack. Who will believe that the two of you were not involved in some sort of relationship? What well-reputed alpha will hold your hand after discovering all of this, let alone your soulmate? Our pack is already going down. Every pack has become our enemies after Reuben cut ties with us. If you give up on marrying him, then you will be seen as a low woman. Willow cut him off. Alpha Adam, what are you saying? You shut up, girl, Adam snapped furiously. My Ella's life is fucked up because of you, he glared at Willow. Uncle, that's enough. Let's go home, Ella stated, beginning to drag her luggage away again. No fucking way. Adam gritted his teeth, tossing her luggage to the side. Once you step foot out of this territory, you will be caught up in the hands of those predators. That's the destiny that you wrote for me with your own hand, Uncle. Ella cut him off. Only if he had not planned to kill Willow on that fire. Alpha Adam's face turned pale and eyes guilty. Ella, my girl, listen to me. Don't do anything that will cost you. She said she doesn't want to Alpha Adam. Bix appeared between them, not allowing Adam to approach Ella. Don't force her. Are you fucking asking me to watch her destroy her own life? Adam barked. By forcing her to sign that marriage contract with Reuben, you already destroyed her life, Alpha Adam. Bix clenched his fists at his sides. You knew those papers were infused with strong spells that were going to affect both parties. However, in your greed, you gave more weight to Ella by giving her sole right to break her engagement with Reuben. Of course, what you did not know was that no spell or papers could alter Reuben's love, or rather lack thereof, for Ella, but it affected Ella to the point that she is the person standing before us. The spell played with her mind, making her believe she was in love with Reuben, when in reality, Reuben should have been the one to think such things. Since Ella had no love and mate in her life, she easily fell into the trap of the spell and did all those things that she would have never done if she was right in her mind. But now that she has come out from under the influence of the spell from that marriage contract, you want her to walk down the wrong path again? Willow's eyes widened upon learning about the spells and its effect on Ella. She finally realized why Bix had always appeared to support Ella. As a hybrid, he had an in-depth knowledge of how the spell was ruling her. You have the audacity to say such things to me. Adam grabbed Bix's collar. You failed me. Now you want to teach me what's wrong and right. Stop this insanity, Alpha Adam. You will lose Ella if you continue, Bix stated calmly, which angered Adam. Who the fuck are you to teach me? You could not even protect my daughter and talk. You were supposed to help her marry Reuben, but all you did was stop her or change her mind. I am losing my daughter because of you. You useless. Before Adam could say more, Bix punched him in the face. The whole yard fell into dead silence after listening to what Alpha Adam had said. Everyone's eyes went to Ella, whose wide eyes were staring at Alpha Adam in shock. Did you just call me your daughter? Alpha Adam's face turned white when he realized what he had let slip. Ella, he stammered. Willow held her breath when Ella stepped closer to her uncle and asked, Why did you say that? I can explain to you, girl. I asked you why you called me your daughter? Ella finally lost it and screamed. Adam's hand shook as guilt flashed in his eyes. Because you are my biological daughter, Adam confessed. Willow put her hand over her mouth in shock, looking at Ella, who was too shocked to react. This news was as shocking to me as Oren and Walter, who were standing beside me. It's a lie, Ella shook her head, taking a step back from Adam. It's true, Ella. Adam tried to reach for her. You are my daughter." "It's a lie." She shoved his hand away, her eyes watery. "You are my uncle. My dad was your elder brother." "No, he was not." Adam cut her off, his eyes guilty. "My brother's child, and you were born on the same day." Taking advantage of his absence from the pack, I swiped both children. "What?" Ella's face grew paler. Her whole existence seemed to be based on a huge lie. "Why would you do that?" Her mouth gaped slightly, her tears threatening to spill over. "Being a younger brother, I could not become the alpha of the pack, but I did not want my child to have the same fate. That's why I switched the newborns at birth to secure your future, Ella," he explained, his voice shaking with emotions. Ella's legs crumpled just as her emotions shattered under the weight of the betrayal of her real father. In his own greed and desire, he accepted being treated as his own daughter's uncle. "Ella, I did all of it for you, girl." He touched her head longly. "You are my precious daughter. I am your dad." "Don't touch me." Ella swatted his hand away, tears finally rolling down to her cheek. "How come you do this to me? How?" She bit her lips, looking absolutely broken and miserable. "Ella." Adam helplessly looked at her, hoping she would understand him. "Ella, forgive me." This time he did not stop, no matter how much Ella tried to get away from him. "Dad can explain everything to you." "I think that it's best for you to stop now." Walter suddenly stepped between Ella and Adam, his silver dagger resting dangerously against Adam's chest. "She is my daughter," Adam argued. "I don't care," Walter whispered, his gaze quite insane. "How about you tell me what you did to the baby of your brother that you exchanged your own baby for? As far as I know, you don't have any children, so where could that child have gone? Did you kill it?" He raised an eyebrow. Adam's chest burnt from the silver. His whole face turned red from the pain of the brunt. He had no other option but to say, "I gave the child to my friend. They raised him to protect Ella all his life," Adam confessed. I frowned at this unexpected revelation and demanded, "Where is that child now?" Adam remained mute for a long time, his eyes going to Ella, guilty, before he raised his gaze and shifted it to his left. Everyone's eyes followed his line of sight, only to find it was none other than Bix. "Bix is Ella's cousin." Willow gasped under her breath, and I was no different. My eyes subconsciously went to Oren. His wide eyes were stuck to Bix's face, which had not changed even the slightest. It turned out Oren was also unaware of it, though Bix had known. So Bix was protecting Ella, not because he loved her, but out of a sense of responsibility as a cousin, Willow said to me, though mindlink. Everyone's shocked gaze fixed on Bix and Ella. However, Walter's eyes were stuck on Ella, while Bix was avoiding Oren's gaze. Bix felt the weight of everyone's surprised stares upon him once the truth about his identity was revealed, but it was Oren's burning gaze drilling into his face that proved unbearable. Try as he might, avoiding it was no easy feat. A tense silence enveloped the yard as Willow glanced between them and Reuben, whose eyes remained fixed on his two friends with meaningful intensity. Restlessness hung in the air as she observed the others, including Ella. However, Walter's chuckle shattered the silence as he addressed Adam. "Trading babies for your own personal gain, manipulating and using others to shield your own daughter. I'm not surprised by the evilness in her personality," he remarked, his gaze shifting to Ella. To his surprise, she displayed no animosity toward Walter for the first time, which caught him off guard. Ella blinked big, wet eyelashes, taking a few hesitant steps closer to Walter. "It sounds like a bitter truth," she acknowledged, placing her hand over his that held the silver dagger against Alpha Adam's chest. "I have to admit that you were correct when you said that evil can sense evil," she added, surprising Walter, his arm obediently lowered until they both rested at his side without his knowledge. "What are you saying, Ella?" Alpha Adam panicked, grasping her hands in his own. "You're not evil, my dear. I have wronged you with my greed, binding you with a marriage treaty you never wished to sign. You only agreed to make me happy. None of this is your fault. It's Dad who's responsible for everything. I had only one father, and he died years ago. I had an uncle just a few hours ago, but I've lost him too." Ella slowly withdrew her hand from Adam's grip, leaving him in stunned shock. "Ella, don't say such things," Adam weakly pleaded. Meanwhile, Walter stood there frozen, his heart quickening at the sight of Ella's defeated and broken figure, now oddly silent. Yet I am the one that will have to pay for your sins, Ella murmured, gathering her luggage. What? No, Ella, don't go. Adam yelled frantically, but Ella didn't halt her departure. She did not even look back as her tears continued to flow like a river. There was no way she would stay in Emerald Bright Pack when she could not even face Bix. Don't leave, please, just don't. He collapsed to his knees, the weight of his loss crushing him. The daughter he had spent his life trying to protect was now lost to him. She did not even care whether she lived or died after his dark deeds were exposed. He ruined everything with his own hand. Walter snapped out of his daze as Ella began to leave the yard. What did she mean by paying for Adam's sins? Frowning, he recalled the current devastated state of the Opal Moon Pack. The Opal Moon Pack, once the second strongest after the Emerald Bright Pack, found itself in turmoil once Reuben severed ties due to Alpha Adam's attempted murder of Willow. With the collapse of their alliance, other packs that had feigned friendship now revealed their true colors. Bereft of treaties and protection, the Opal Moon Pack was vulnerable to exploitation. Alphas from powerful packs set their sights on their land, territory, business, and dwindling wealth. With Alpha Adam's left arm rendered useless by Reuben's assault, he could no longer lead, leaving Ella to assume the role of Alpha. She now faced the daunting task of navigating all these challenges alone. Stepping beyond the boundaries of the Emerald Bright territory would expose Ella to ruthless alphas, many of whom she had rejected for their unwelcome advances. Now she stood as an unprotected target, vulnerable to robbery and violence of the beasts waiting outside for her. Despite the looming dangers ahead, Ella made the decision to depart the territory, burdened by the weight of her father's betrayal and the guilt of unknowingly usurping Bix's position since birth. Walter's hands shook at his sides when her back began to disappear from view. She was walking to her doom. He stepped toward her but stopped with a frown. I don't care what happens to her. Children must pay for their parents' actions. She is evil, he muttered to himself, climbing into his car to depart from the pack. However, as he started the engine, his mind conjured images of her being taken by all those alphas beyond the territory. He envisioned her struggles, her tears, and her broken state. Fuck, he furiously punched the steering wheel before speeding away. However, he abruptly stopped the car upon spotting Ella walking alone and lost in the woods with her luggage. Exiting the vehicle, he approached her and grabbed her arm. Go back, he demanded. Leave me alone, she murmured, pushing his hand away. I said go back. Walter growled, seizing her arms and pulling her closer to his chest. There are wild dogs waiting for you outside. You'll be eaten, he warned. Why do you care? Isn't this what you wanted from the beginning? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. You hate me. You wanted to expose me. You wanted to get rid of me. Haven't you achieved everything you desired? She questioned. Walter's hands trembled slightly at the sight of her tears, revealing her true beauty. The sharp facade she always presented to others had been washed away by tears, revealing a genuine vulnerability that pierced Walter's heart. I have yet to obtain everything I desire, he murmured, locking eyes with her teary gaze. You haven't satisfied me yet, he whispered, his hand gently caressing her cheek. Ella's body instantly shivered at his touch, her skin turning cold as she stared at him. What do you mean? She questioned, her voice trembling. He wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her closer until her chest bumped against his. Ella gasped in panic. What are you doing? She squeaked, attempting to push him away by placing her hand on his chest, but her efforts were in vain. Do you want me to save you and your pack? He asked, leaning down closer to her face. Ella stared at him, surprised by the unexpected offer. The Opal Moon Pack held the last memory of her parents that she had, one that she couldn't bear to lose, no matter the cost. With the lives of over 100 innocent pack members in her hands, she couldn't afford to let any of them die. Can you really help me? She whispered. Walter's lips curled into a smile, though disgust lurked behind it, unnoticed by Ella. Of course, I can help, but not for free, he replied. The slight hope that had risen in Ella's heart was instantly crushed. I have nothing to offer you at this moment. Our business is going bankrupt, and the pack has nearly lost all wealth due to current attacks. But if you promise to help my pack, once I regain control over our business, I will make sure to repay you." "I don't want your money," Walter interjected. "I have enough to buy you and your pack 100 times over." Ella fell silent, sensing the insult behind his words that she reluctantly swallowed. "Then what do you want?" she asked, only to feel his hand sliding down to her rear. "I have never fucked a shifter before. Let me taste you," he offered. Ella's face paled instantly. "That's impossible." She panicked, struggling to free herself from his grasp. "Let me go." Walter's expression darkened. "Why are you acting innocent? You are making it seem like I'm trying to rape you." He released her in disgust. "I am not a whore who sleeps around for money," she snapped. "Though you're no longer a princess either, and all too soon you'll find that you are willing to sell yourself for money too," Walter retorted. Ella froze under the weight of the truth in his words. Her eyes welled up again. She could no longer argue. She had known from the beginning that this moment would come, but she hadn't wanted to accept it. Yet, when he had said those things to her, she could no longer see the flicker of hope that had been lingering around the corner. "You're the worst," she whispered, wiping her tears and grabbing her luggage to leave. Walter stood motionless, watching her pass by. For the first time in his life, he felt deeply disturbed by a woman's tears, especially when that woman wasn't human but a despicable she-wolf. A werewolf destined for the fate she was heading toward. So why? Why was he so furious over her departure? Consumed by his own anger and wild thoughts, he charged at Ella. "What are you doing?" she screamed as he lifted her up and threw her over his shoulder. "Stay quiet," he growled, tossing her into the passenger seat. Ella slid back as he suddenly leaned in, gripping her chin tightly. "Before I change my mind and punish you for calling me the worst," he added, staring into her fearful eyes and full red lips before pulling away and slamming the door shut.
Kneeling and wailing, Alpha Adam abruptly rose from the ground and rushed to Bix. "Stop her! She'll listen to you! Stop her!" he yelled. Bix's eyes remained emotionless. "She won't listen to me now, not after being betrayed by her own father," Bix replied. "If you don't want to lose her completely, then stop your games here, Alpha Adam." His words angered Adam to no end. "You worthless son of a bitch!" Adam slapped Bix, his growl echoing in the surroundings. "I know what you're trying to do. You had your eyes on the Opal Moonpack Alpha position from the beginning. That's why you didn't protect my Ella, you traitor. Instead of casting you aside, I raised you, fed you, but you..." Before Adam could continue, a strong punch landed on his jaw with such force that his body was sent flying, crashing into a nearby tree. The attacker was none other than Oren. "What the fuck did you just say, you motherfucker?" Oren roared. "Oh my..." Willow nearly screamed in terror at the sight of Oren's violent outburst, one that unleashed the animalistic fury he had been holding back in silence all this time. "How dare you slap him?" Oren grabbed Adam by his hair, dragging him mercilessly before slamming his head against the tree. Willow covered her mouth in horror as she watched Oren continue to hit Adam's head against the tree. After the third blow, Adam's face was covered in blood. His eyes closed as if he were already dead, and his struggles had long ceased. "Reuben, stop him!" Willow grabbed Reuben's hand in panic. "Reuben!" Seeing Reuben merely watching without taking any action, she decided to intervene before it was too late. However, Reuben grabbed her hand and shook his head. Panicked and confused, she followed his gaze, only to find that Bix had already intervened. "Oren, let him go." Bix attempted to pull Oren away from Adam, but his efforts were in vain. "Oren," he raised his voice, but Oren's rage clouded his judgment as he pushed Bix aside and continued his assault on Adam. "Let him go, or he will die," Bix shouted, seizing Oren's pummeling fists in midair using all his strength. Breathing heavily like an enraged bull, Oren glared at Bix and pulled his hand back from Bix's grasp. Without warning, he seized Bix's hand and forcefully dragged him away, his large steps filled with impatient fury. "What are you doing?" Bix resisted at first, but he fell silent when Oren cast him a meaningful glance. Willow watched Oren and Bix leave the yard with worry. "Reuben, Oren is very angry. Will he hurt Bix?" "Not a chance," Reuben murmured. "How can you be so confident?" She blinked in worry and confusion, only to get the full meaning of the answer from Reuben's silence. Suddenly, Willow got a very strange feeling in my heart as she suddenly realized, "Are they?" She gasped. "Oren, let me go!" People are watching. Bix spoke in a hushed tone, his skin crawling under the gazes of the passing pack members as Oren dragged him all the way to his house. "Let them gawk. I don't give a damn if anyone is watching us," Oren replied, kicking the door of his house. "What did you just say?" Bix frowned bitterly. "Have you lost your mind?" Before he could say another word, Oren slammed the door shut behind them and pinned Bix against the nearby wall. Bix gasped when Oren pinned his hands above his head and pressed his body against Bix. What are you doing?" Bix panicked. "Tell me, how long have you known you were an alpha blood and Ella's cousin?" Oren demanded. Bix's heart raced due to their close proximity. His limbs shook slightly with the forbidden feelings that only Oren could evoke within him. He averted his gaze and replied, "Since I turned 12, I never felt any sort of parental bond with my father to begin with. I had doubts that I was even his son. However, my parents were very good to me. During a celebration, I met Alpha Adam and his elder brother. I felt a parental bond with his elder brother and his wife. She had witch blood, and I already suspected that I was their son. I was too shocked to digest the truth at that moment. Then Alpha Adam revealed that my real parents did not want me, so he had swapped me with his own daughter for my own good. He also gave me a choice to return to my biological parents if I wanted. I obviously refused, but in exchange for letting me stay with my adoptive parents and the kindness Adam had shown me by swapping the child to save me, he only asked that I protect Ella for the rest of my life. In the depths of my heart, I was aware of all the wickedness and greed of Adam, but Ella was my cousin and innocent of all those ugly truths. Honestly, there was no benefit in exposing either of them when I had no intention of returning to my biological parents or the Opal Moon Pack. Ella was the best leader for Opal Moon. I had no place there. Bix revealed everything in a subdued tone, avoiding Oren's gaze. Oren placed a finger under Bix's chin, forcing him his gaze. "Then why did you hide it from me?" he inquired, leaning closer to Bix's face, causing him to panic even more. I didn't want you to see me differently if my identity as an alpha was exposed. That's why." Bix stuttered out his explanation. Before Bix could finish his sentence, Oren crushed his lips against his. Bix was stunned, his eyes widening in surprise. After a few seconds, he snapped out of his shock, his gaze locked onto Oren's intense one as he struggled in his hold, attempting to break free from the kiss. "What the hell are you doing, Oren?" he yelled, his face flushing red in embarrassment, though his intense heartbeat and his body's response to the kiss betrayed him. "Kissing." Oren licked his lower lip, eyeing Bix. "Should I kiss you again to make you understand?" "No, have you lost your mind? You can't just—" Bix gritted his teeth, unable to speak the word kiss in his embarrassment. "You mean kiss?" Oren raised his eyebrows. "Yes, you can't just do that," Bix protested. "Why?" "Because—" Bix choked on his words before finally stating, "Because I am a man," he declared. "Wow, what a coincidence. I am a man too," Oren stated with amusement and crushed his lips against Bix's again. "And your soulmate." "Soulmates?" Willow exclaimed, utterly astonished upon grasping the underlying cause of tension between Oren and Bix all this while. "Yes," Reuben chuckled, affectionately pinching her cheek and reveling in her endearing surprise. "Since when?" She blinked inquisitively, completely oblivious to the fact that Alpha Adam was being escorted away by warriors to the prison. At this juncture, Adam was no longer permitted to depart from Emerald Pack lands. "Since they came of age," Reuben replied, gently clasping her hand as they began to stroll together in the front yard. "Goddess! They are soulmates, but neither of them." "In fact, it's all due to Bix," Reuben interjected. "Bix is too reticent to acknowledge that he's bonded with a man who happens to also be his close friend. As for Oren, he has harbored feelings for Bix from the start, which Bix pretended not to notice. By the time they recognized each other as their soulmates, Bix was too stunned to accept it. He kept maintaining that friendly relationship with Oren all these years, but it is not easy to ignore your mate or mate bond. Of course, Oren is not one to give up easily, Reuben elucidated. Willow's eyes gleamed with admiration, but their attention was diverted as they both noticed Walter emerging from his car with Ella on his shoulder. She was shouting and hitting his back, but he paid no heed. "Try scratching me again and see what happens," he chided, slapping Ella's buttocks, which startled and embarrassed her before he simply ushered her inside the pack house. Now, what in the world is happening with those two? Willow gaped at them, her eyes widening in disbelief. It appears that adversaries are transforming into something more, Reuben commented. You mean... Willow bit her lip, her mind racing with possibilities. Reuben narrowed his eyes at his beloved mate and drew her closer to him. You concern yourself with everyone and attend to everyone except me, he lamented. Willow blinked in surprise at his abrupt shift in demeanor, finding it hard to contain her smile at his pouting. She gasped dramatically, The mighty Alpha Reuben needs me to take care of him? Yes, I do, he declared, enveloping her in his regal and dominating aura. It appears I have truly offended His Highness, Alpha Prince Reuben, she timidly blinked. Reuben's heart raced at her timid demeanor. Both he and his wolf were seduced and aroused when she addressed him by his title, a title that he never wanted to be addressed by, yet it sounded incredibly lewd to his ears when she called him that. Lost in his lustful thoughts, he lifted his chin and leaned in close, his voice a whispered caress against her lips, which were mere inches apart. If you acknowledge your mistake, then how about accepting the consequences? He murmured. Willow met his gaze, her entire body tingling with heat as she whispered back, Please, punish me, Alpha. As soon as she said that, Reuben could no longer control himself and pulled her into a passionate kiss. You are such a cock-tease, Willow, he grumbled and nipped her softly between kisses. Willow giggled softly, kissing him back. She knew exactly which buttons of his she had just pushed. Reuben could no longer perform the act of pouting. Let's go. He held her hand and made her run towards the woods. Where? Willow giggled, matching his speed. This Alpha Prince is kidnapping his princess.
Willow, this Alpha Prince is kidnapping his princess. The sound of him calling me princess caused my heart to skip a beat. His possessive grip on my hand and the love-filled playfulness in his eyes, which never strayed from me, captured my heart once more, making me fall in love with him all over again as if it were the first time. I truly felt like a princess, ready to soar through the highest clouds in the skies with him. Sometime later, we reached a part of the forest that was dense and cooler than other areas. We paused our brisk pace and walked hand in hand, savoring the melodic chirping of birds and the breathtaking beauty of nature surrounding us. However, the man beside me seemed more enthralled by admiring my face than anything else. My cheeks flushed under his continuous gaze. Stop it, I shyly rebuked. If I only knew how, he murmured, gently tucking a strand of hair behind my ear, which matched the hue of my reddened cheeks. His playful flirtation made my heart flutter. I bashfully averted my gaze, only to realize that our surroundings appeared eerily familiar. For a brief moment, as we continued our walk, I attempted to recall our destination, but found myself at a loss. Where are we headed? I inquired, looking up at him with curiosity. The corner of his lips curved into a slight smile. You'll soon find out, he teased. His response only fueled my curiosity and excitement. When we finally arrived at our destination, I was taken aback. Before me lay a dead end, yet the breathtaking sight of the sun setting behind the distant mountains unfolded before us. This is, I uttered, gazing up at Reuben in surprise and disbelief. The sunset point where we used to meet every evening, he smiled, leading me to the edge where we had always sat together. My heart began to race with each step I took. It felt as though I had been transported back to the past, to the time when Reuben had first introduced me to this spot, which had gradually become our secret rendezvous point. It held a myriad of cherished memories from my life that were etched into my heart. It's absolutely stunning, I murmured, leaning against his shoulder as we admired the sunset and the birds returning to their nests. Ever since you returned, I've been wanting to bring you to this place. Reuben said, glancing down at my face with happiness evident in his beautiful green eyes, which seemed to shine even more brightly under the evening sky. Do you like it? I love it, I confessed. I love it too, he replied, planting a gentle kiss on the top of my head. I closed my eyes, reveling in his warmth. It all felt like a dream to me. We sat there for quite a while, reminiscing about the delightful moments we had shared in that spot in the past. Laughter filled the air as we recalled the time when I had panicked, convinced that someone had found us in our secret meeting place, only to discover it was just a mischievous raccoon. Reuben had teased me endlessly about that particular incident, and now, once again, he chuckled at the memory. "Don't laugh," I pouted. He laughed harder, pinching my cheek. I narrowed my eyes at him, prepared for retaliation. I recounted the instance when he had practically sprinted to the sunset point with a murderous intent, suspecting someone was making advances toward me, only to find me conversing and giggling with a rabbit. I had laughed my ass off when he had appeared half-shifted. He had been embarrassed at that moment. To my surprise, he had even gotten jealous with the little rabbit sitting on my lap. He chased the rabbit away with a warning that if he dared to make a move towards me or returned, then he would eat it. Reuben's laughter faded as I playfully pointed out those moments from our shared past. "No need to laugh so much, it's not that amusing," he pouted. "Oh, did I upset the Alpha Prince again?" I grinned from ear to ear, playfully pinching his cheek just as he had done to me earlier. I intended to tease him, but instead of getting irritated, he seemed to enjoy it. As his lips formed into a charming smile, I paused, feeling my cheeks grow warm. Slowly, I released his cheek, intending to pull away, but he wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me into his lap. "Why did you stop?" he murmured, capturing my lips. "Keep teasing me." "Willow," he urged, trailing gentle kisses along my skin, teasing me with each touch. "Tease me to death." Smiling shyly, I closed my eyes and returned his kiss. He immediately deepened it into a passionate embrace. For the first time, we were alone in this place without any fear of being discovered. Now we were more than just lovers, we were soulmates. "Willow," Reuben gently broke the kiss. I slowly opened my eyes to meet him, our lips merely an inch away from each other. Smiling, I asked. "I am sorry," he suddenly apologized, his eyes filled with regret. "For what?" Confused, I touched his cheek. "For hurting you 6 years ago," he started speaking. I froze when he suddenly mentioned that day. Instead of telling you how happy I was to become a father, I blamed you and said hurtful things that I don't even believe. Instead of accepting our child and the happiness that I shared with you, I pushed you away. I left you with no other choice but to run away from me, yet I blamed you for escaping, he admitted. My eyes watered at his words. Unintentionally or not, I committed an unforgivable crime, and I will spend the rest of my life towards redemption and still come up short. But Willow, he paused and ran his finger through a tear under my eye. Please allow me to be with you for the rest of your life as I pay for my crimes, he begged, his eyes filled with guilt and hurt. Let me love you until the end of my life, never leave me. Crying, I nodded and hugged him. Willow can never leave Reuben. Even if one can't see it, it is still there. Reuben. Ah! Alpha Adam's painful cry echoed in the torture room as his manhood was being crushed under my foot while I took a darg of my cigarette for the first time in many days. Ugh, it tastes bland. Could it be because of her? I murmured, recalling her sweet kiss from the evening at the dead end of the woods while putting it out on Alpha Adam's chest. New. He cried even more, not from the burn, but the pressure I put on his manhood. Please let me go, Alpha Reuben. Why are you caging me? Do I have to repeat my question? I lazily looked at the old fool who had been shedding fearful tears but never admitting, you switched the babies so easily and never got caught up to this point. Doesn't it seem too easy? Reuben raised his eyebrows, pulling Adam slightly closer to his face. Such power seems so familiar to me. He looked deeper into Adam's fearful eyes and asked, Do you know dark? I don't know any dark. I beg you, he cried, his face flushed as blood. What did I say about lying, Alpha Adam? I glanced at him lightly, picking up a dagger from the side table. Try to lie to me again, and I will cut your third leg off without so much as a second thought, I remarked, aiming the dagger right between his spread legs. Adam's face turned white in horror as he quickly shrieked. I am not lying. I don't know any dark. I swear on my daughter. As he swore on Ella, I frowned and squatted down on the ground. Then tell me how the fuck you were able to switch the babies? As far as I know, my father's Gamma had a son on that day too. Yet you never came to our pack. That means that you had to have used some kind of spell or magic to successfully switch the babies. I pointed out, and his guilty face made me know that I was correct. He lowered his head and admitted, "My best friend helped me with it. He owed me a favor, and he knew someone who had a few unique powers. So he helped me to put a spell on the baby, and the baby was switched with your father's gammas." My ears perked up at Adam's confession. It was clear that the unique power holder was dark, but the real question was, "Who is your friend?" I demanded. Alpha Adam raised his gaze and stared at me in silence for a long time before he revealed, "Alpha Benjamin from Wade Moon Pack." Alpha Benjamin? My eyes widened in shock at the unexpected name. Could it be that the Alpha Benjamin that Willow blindly trusts and treats like father knew dark? Alpha Benjamin, Wade Moon Pack. "Alpha, please wake up. Alpha!" Ken's urgent and distressed voice pierced through my slumber, jolting me awake with each shake of my arm. Slowly, my senses returned, and I became aware of the cool embrace of my bedroom floor beneath me. The wine bottle, now an unwelcome noisemaker, had slipped from my grasp and was carelessly rolling about, amplifying the throbbing ache in my head. What happened? I grumbled irritably, my head pounding relentlessly as I struggled to pry open my eyes. Downing an entire bottle had certainly numbed my thoughts, yet it had been a welcome reprieve, offering a few precious hours of respite from the insomnia that had plagued me over recent days. "Alpha, Sky," Ken stammered, his words catching in his throat, his breaths labored. Instantly, my eyes shot open at the mention of my son. "What about Sky?" I demanded, pushing myself into an upright position with the support of my elbows, the dim evening light filtering into the room along with a chill breeze. "Sky has escaped," Ken exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. My eyes widened in disbelief. "How is that even possible?" I roared, leaping up from the floor to charge out of my bedroom, Ken trailing closely behind. "I'm baffled as well, Alpha. Just a little while ago, I received a mind link from one of the wolves guarding the border, reporting that they had spotted Sky leaving," Ken hastily explained. I hurried into my office and accessed the concealed room with my fingerprint, descending the staircase to where I had last hidden Sky. Instead of finding him there, I was greeted by an empty room, a huge gaping hole in the wooden wall that he had apparently escaped through. The iron rod I had discarded lay nearby, confirming my worst fears. "Damn it," I exclaimed, shutting my eyes tightly and clenching my fists at my sides in frustration. It appeared that Sky had used the iron rod to breach the wall, a detail I cursed myself for overlooking. My mind had been preoccupied with the idea of clandestinely sending him away after he stumbled upon this room and its forbidden contents. It hadn't occurred to me that he might attempt to escape on his own. Now, it was irrelevant. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Sky was privy to everything. He had become a walking repository of my secrets. "Find him," I muttered, horror gripping me as I ran my hands through my hair. "Find Sky!" I roared, whirling around to face Ken, who stood there silently, failing to respond. "Ken, aren't you listening to me? Go and capture Sky." My words faltered when I noticed Ken's unblinking stare. His motionless form resembled a statue. "Ken," I instinctively moved closer, only to realize that although he was still breathing, his eyes were vacant, as if his mind had been wiped clean, leaving behind a hollow shell of his former self. "Ken," I muttered, my skin breaking out in a cold sweat as a sinking sensation settled in my stomach. Glancing around at my surroundings, I noticed a palpable shift in the atmosphere. The night had taken on an eerie darkness. The wind had ceased its gentle caress. It was now as still as death itself. It was as though nature itself had been drained of its vitality, leaving behind a desolate emptiness. Even my once vibrant pack lay silent, their usual energy replaced by an unsettling stillness, reminiscent of a barren wasteland. This desolate, lifeless scene was hauntingly familiar. I had witnessed it once before, 11 years ago, when he had arrived. The partially shattered wall, already weakened by Sky's earlier efforts, collapsed completely before my eyes. I gasped in horror as I watched the wooden fragments plummet to the ground in a cascade of ash. Through the swirling fog that enveloped the room, a menacing silhouette emerged, its presence foreboding and dangerous. A tall, imposing figure materialized from the haze, just as it had in the past. The face that greeted me was hauntingly familiar, handsome yet sinister, with a pair of eyes that seemed to belong to different worlds. Locked in a chilling stare with mine, I involuntarily took a step back, my heart pounding in terror. After 11 long years, he had returned. "Long time no see, Benjamin," Dark declared, his voice resonating with a depth that held no trace of emotion. I immediately sank to my knees, bowing my head in deference. "Greetings, Alpha Dark. What an unexpected visit." "Unexpected?" he interrupted, stepping into the room, crushing the debris of the shattered wall beneath his feet. "I dare say you must have anticipated my arrival from the moment you learned about the first mysterious attack and fire." His shiny shoes came to a halt just inches from where I knelt, sending a surge of fear through my veins. Deep down, I knew he had returned the moment I caught wind of those enigmatic fires and the reports of decimated packs. With trembling limbs, I forced myself to meet his gaze, his dark countenance akin to the devil emerging from the depths of hell itself. "Alpha? How dare you hide my rose from me for all these years?" Dark roared, his fury palpable as he delivered a punishing kick to my stomach. My body was sent flying, crashing into the wooden door behind me before I plummeted to the ground, blood erupting from my mouth as I gasped for air. It felt as though every breath was a struggle, my insides threatening to spill out from the force of his blow. Still reeling from the previous blow, I felt his powerful, merciless grip on my hair as he yanked my head back with such force that it threatened to tear my hair from my scalp. "Did you think I was playing games with you, Benjamin?" he growled, dangerously close to my face, his mismatched eyes piercing into my soul. "Have you lived long enough that you dare to provoke me?" I didn't hide her from you." I struggled to speak through the agony, my voice barely above a whisper amidst the pain and the looming threat of having my neck snapped. "I've been protecting her for you, just as you commanded." Tears mingled with the blood from my scalp, staining my face crimson. I screamed in anguish, my nails clawing at the ground, offering no solace as Dark showed not even a hint of mercy. "What a worthless guard dog you've become, Benjamin," Dark sneered, releasing my hair and stepping away to confront the frozen figure of Ken. "Under your watch, she's been knocked up, mated, and marked by another male," he declared, his words piercing through the air like a dagger. I watched him through eyes blurred from pain and fury as he lit a cigarette, his actions a cruel mockery of my suffering. "You're nothing but a waste of air now, Benjamin," he spat, taking a drag from the cigarette before extinguishing it on Ken's head. Instantly, Ken's entire body ignited in flames. "No." I shook my head, my eyes widening like those of an owl as I witnessed Ken's demise unfold before me. "No, Ken!" I screamed at the top of my lungs over the loss of my best friend, only to turn mute when Dark looked at me with the corner of his eyes. "There's no need to be so loud. You're next," Dark remarked coldly. His words sent a chill down my spine. It was clear that he intended to end my life as well. "Please, forgive me," I pleaded desperately, crawling at the ground to grasp at his legs. In the corner of my mind, I knew that this day had been coming. That's why I had wanted to send Sky abroad. "Please don't kill me. Spare my pack. Please." Tears streamed down my face as I begged incessantly. He simply stepped aside, causing my hands to slip off of him. I watched as Dark's gaze shifted to the old photos adorning the walls, his recognition evident as he tore one of them down with his claws. "I allowed you to flee, Rose, even though you betrayed me with another man. Yet, despite encountering me again, you chose to flee once more. Why are you playing games with me?" he seethed, crushing the photo in his grasp. As flames of anger consumed him, the other photos hanging on the wall ignited one by one. "Now, I will engage in one final game with you before you crawl back to me," he ominously announced. Reuben, the next morning. Standing outside the soundproof window of the torture room alongside Bix, I watched as Alpha Adam groaned in pain. "You can't trust anything he says," Bix warned, his gaze serious as they rested on Alpha Adam, even though Adam couldn't see us. "He's a hypocrite, a greedy evil bastard. He would use and blame anyone for his own profit, so we can't trust his claim when he says that Alpha Benjamin had anything to do with Dark," he added. I nodded. "That's why I haven't disclosed this matter to Willow yet. Her respect for Alpha Benjamin is beyond anyone's imagination. That old man really went out of his way to help my mate when she was pregnant and alone. It's not like I trust him at all, but first I need to confirm whether Alpha Adam's claim is true or not," I stated. fiddling with a cigarette packet in my hand as I studied Alpha Adam's expression closely. He was full of guilt and sorrow over the loss of his daughter, and he didn't seem to have any motivation to live anymore. In this condition, Adam doesn't have any reason to lie, and the sudden mention of Alpha Benjamin in this matter doesn't seem like a coincidence to me. I shared my thoughts, which Bix agreed with. This coincidence is really odd. If Dark's power was truly used to switch Ella and me years ago, then that means that Dark was in power at the time as well, which would be highly unusual because a man in his late 20s should have been a toddler or only 1 or 2 years old at that time, he pointed out. So either Alpha Adam is lying or Dark is really not in his late 20s. That's when I recalled Willow telling me about her nightmare and the remembered fragment of her past where she saw Dark. What if he never aged? I stated, gazing at his surprised expression directed towards me. That's insane if that's really the case. He is turning out to be even more dangerous than we originally imagined him to be. I bet he's coming for us, Bix remarked. I agree, but I have something even more thrilling than this. Oren entered through the door with an ancient book in his hand. His eyes first locked with Bix, who immediately looked away, but Bix's ears were red. I looked between two of them for a moment before I asked, "What did you find?" I raised an eyebrow. I went through the ancient books, like you had instructed, and discovered a possible explanation for powers that are similar to Dark, he exclaimed. Show me. I took the book from him and started reading the line that really explained the inhuman and insane strength, the control over fire, and controlling the surrounding by some anonymous energies. Everything explained in that book mirrored Dark's energy. Okay, but what is so thrilling about this? Bix murmured momentarily, forgetting about things between him and Oren as he read alongside me. Actually, the thing is, not everyone can have such powers, but only. Oren paused and glanced at me. My eyes got stuck on the book when I read the words, Royal Family. My mind instantly went blank. How is this possible? Bix gasped and looked at me. Does this mean that this dark person is connected to that royal family? Oren and Bix both looked at me together as I nearly crushed the book in his hand. Willow, why are you helping me? Ella, curled up in the corner of the guest room, asked me in despair. It's not wise to willingly leap into a well, I murmured, seated across from her, my back against the wall. Yesterday, when Walter brought her back to the pack house, he waited until I returned with Reuben, and then he pushed Ella in my arms and left without looking back. I did not let Ella leave the pack house. I talked to Reuben about her stay in our pack, and he left the decision up to me. No matter what our relationship was with Ella now, as a woman, I could not let her be violated by those monsters outside. Predators await you outside. Don't sacrifice your life to punish yourself, I advised. She slowly raised her eyes where tears had long gone dry, yet her nose and cheeks were still reddened from crying. Don't you hate me? She murmured. I'm simply trying to repay the kindness you showed me by becoming my friend when I was alone at a new school, I replied softly, and the mention of that time surprised her. I want to repay you for informing Reuben about Dark when I was in danger, despite our differences. I want to repay you for revealing everything that happened 6 years ago and being honest with me when others kept the truth from me, I explained. Despite her efforts to hold them back, a tear escaped from her eyes. But I also hate you for everything you've done, I added, knowing she expected to hear it. That makes sense, she replied, a sad smile appearing on her lips as she wiped her tears away. She didn't attempt to defend herself against the accusation, saying that she had been influenced by the spell that had been cast on the marriage contract that Bix had mentioned earlier. She simply accepted her actions without any argument. I hate you for betraying our friendship, for betraying my trust, and for attempting to steal Reuben away from me, I continued, my voice tinged with bitterness. But above all, I hate you the most and can never forgive you for lying 6 years ago about Reuben bringing a fiancée home with him. Because of your lie, My voice trailed off, the weight of my unfinished sentence hanging heavily in the air as Ella interrupted me. What are you talking about? Ella frowned at my last statement. I never lied to you about Reuben having a fiancée, she asserted firmly. Why are you lying to my face? I retorted sharply. 6 years ago, the day I left the Emerald Bright Pack, it was a full moon. As I was about to approach Reuben, you intercepted me on the way before joining the others in shifting and running. You explicitly told me that Reuben had brought an alpha's daughter home as his fiancée. I insisted. How would it even be possible for me to meet you on a full moon and lie to you when you know very well that I celebrate every full moon night with the Opal Moon Pack members? Don't you remember? Ella pointed out. I sat there, stunned and speechless. Ella did indeed attend her pack's gatherings on every full moon. Why hadn't I noticed that particular day? Then how come you said the same thing about Reuben's fiancée at the Thanksgiving party too? I demanded. Me? I never said any such thing, she claimed, never looking away from me. A slight sense of panic rose in my heart in confusion. Could it be that she unconsciously said those things and never realized? Then was it not you who sent the pictures of Reuben and I to Alpha Lewis while we were in college to make us break up? Were you not the one who had been secretly spying on me since I returned a month ago, giving me a creepy feeling? What kind exactly are you accusing me of? Ella's eyes widened. I had no feelings for Reuben prior to signing the marriage contract with him. Now that the contract is gone, my feelings have nearly faded away and returned to what they had been in the past. I admit Reuben is handsome and every girl's desire, but not for me. Moreover, I was into Oren back in the day, even though it didn't work between us. So tell me, why would I send photos to Alpha Louis to make the two of you break up? She made a reasonable point that I couldn't deny. So it really wasn't you. I trailed off, my heart racing as Ella sensed the gravity of the situation. She shook her head slowly, and my mind went blank with the unexpected revelation. Ella had silently acknowledged all her mistakes, and she was not the type of person to lie about her actions, especially not now when there was no reason to do so. However, if it wasn't Ella that day 6 years ago, if Ella was not the one who sent photos to Alpha Louis, then who was it? Suddenly, a sharp knock on the door jolted both Ella and me. Luna, came the voice of the Omega standing outside, causing our hearts to race even faster. Startled, we exchanged glances before turning our attention to the Omega. Please come with me to the children's room. I've been trying to wake them up for their evening snack, but they're not responding, she requested. I understand. I'll go wake them up. You can go, I replied, rising from the floor to leave the room. As I made my way to the children's room, my mind was consumed by confusion. I couldn't shake the memory of Ella's smiling face and cheerful voice from 6 years ago. Suddenly, my steps halted as realization dawned on me. Someone had used Ella's likeness to deceive me that day. But who could it be? And why had they done it to me? A very frightening feeling raised my heart, and I did not know why, but Dark's face came to my mind. That's when a knock on the front door of the pack house scared me to death. Coincidentally, I was standing in the living room a few meters away from the door when it happened. Though the knock on the door did not sound like a knock, rather it felt as if someone was banging on it. I flinched at the banging and stared at the door while holding my breath. Who could be on the other side? As far as I knew, Oren and Bix never knocked. They had keys. I slowly drew closer to the door, but froze before opening it when I was enveloped by the aura of the person standing on the other side of the door. It was sharp, cold, and for some reason, scary. No, I had to be hallucinating. Sari suddenly faded away from my mind, and for some reason I did not want to open the door. Despite the fact that the longer I took to open the door, the harder the knock became. My body grew colder, and I felt a sweat forming on my forehead before I raised my hand to open the door. As soon as I did, a pair of beautiful green eyes that resembled Reuben's locked with me. Holding my breath out of fear, I looked at the over 6-foot-tall, imposing figure of the handsome yet unknown man looking at me so intensely that I subconsciously took a step back as he stepped forward, entering the house, matching me step for step. His actions added fuel to my panicked state until my back bumped into Reuben's chest. Black? Reuben's voice came from behind me as he looked at the man in front of him. The man stopped and glanced at Reuben. However, I stared at him with wide eyes. The name sounded familiar. It turned out the man was the Crown Prince Black Emerald, the man that never ever appeared in public. What was he doing here? Willow. Standing behind the kitchen counter, I stole a glance at the Crown Prince seated at the dining table as I prepared a fresh pot of coffee. With his striking pair of green eyes, broad face, defined jawline, and prominent nose, the man on the other side of the kitchen doorway bore a striking resemblance to Reuben. Even their heights seemed to match. I pondered whether it was due to the fact that Alpha Louis and Alpha King Zion were identical twins, resulting in Reuben and Black sharing such similar facial features. To my surprise, he caught me staring at him as though he were aware of my scrutiny. My heart began to suddenly race, pounding frantically in my chest. I hastily averted my gaze and focused on pouring coffee into the mugs, but my hands shook uncontrollably. His piercing stare, it unnerved me for some inexplicable reason, especially when our eyes met and locked. The coffee spilled from the cup due to my trembling hands. Suddenly, a hand reached from behind and gently held mine, helping me to properly pour it. "Are you all right?" Reuben asked softly, his presence and touch instantly calming me. "Yes," I replied with a smile, glancing up at him. I hadn't expected him to follow me to the kitchen instead of conversing with his cousin. He kissed my cheek. "All right, let's go," he said, taking the coffee tray and placing his hand on my back as we walked out. However, as the Omegas cooking on the other side of the kitchen caught sight of their Alpha holding the tray for me, they secretly admired Reuben. The men from Alpha family were never seen in the kitchen, let alone carrying a tray. I smiled secretly, halting him before he could enter the dining room. Raising my toes, I pulled him lightly down and gave him a quick kiss. Reuben blinked in surprise, which made me shy. Without a word, I swiftly stepped out of the kitchen. Reuben chuckled and followed me to the dining table where Crown Prince Black sat. "How did you suddenly end up here?" Reuben questioned Black. Black lifted his gaze to meet Reuben's. "I'm sure you know the reason," he replied, his voice deep and grave and too similar to Reuben for my comfort. His eyes briefly flickered to me as he listed off: defying the Alpha King, eliminating one of the king's advisors without justification, disregarding the royal elders, treating a royal decree with disdain, and coffee? Reuben interjected, placing a cup in front of Black before he could continue. Black paused, glancing at the coffee, then back at Reuben. I was slightly taken aback by Reuben's gesture. "I thought you did not like getting involved in other people's shit," Reuben commented to Black before turning to pull out a chair for me. "I still hate it until that shit splashes on my title, then I get called out to deal with it," Black murmured as he lazily leaned back in his chair. I suddenly realized where this conversation was going. Reuben nodded and sat down as he introduced them. "Willow, this is my cousin, Alpha Black Emerald, the Crown Prince." "Hello," I greeted, turning to face the Crown Prince, who continued to stare at me. I couldn't tell if it was my imagination or if he had indeed been staring at me since he entered the pack house. "And this is my soulmate, Willow," Reuben added. After the introductions, the dining room fell into a tense silence. I felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze. His stare wasn't quite welcoming, nor was it hostile. Instead, it was rather mysterious. I just tried not to look at him, but into my coffee. Black gracefully picked his coffee mug up from the dining table, then finally opened his mouth to speak. "Just Willow?" he asked, his voice deep and weighty, strikingly similar to Reuben's. His meaningful question immediately captured Reuben's attention. As I had suspected, he was here because of me. "Mind tell me your full name?" The look in his eyes was intense. "It's Willow Rathbone," I honestly replied. There was no point in hiding any longer, especially when the Alpha King himself had already discovered my surname. He turned his gaze to meet Reuben's. "You're harboring quite the scandal, aren't you?" Black chuckled, taking another sip of his coffee. "A scandal, perhaps, but she's mine," Reuben countered, crossing his legs. "Is that your final answer?" Black inquired. "Obviously, I won't give up on my soulmate just because some old fools in the palace are making a fuss to the king and crown prince over her surname," Reuben stated dryly. The two cousins exchanged loaded glances for a few moments before Black took a deep breath. "It's unbelievable that you're willing to feud with your own family over a Rathbone," he remarked, a hint of amusement in his eyes. It was evident that the cousins knew each other quite well. A Rathbone, that is a bad call, even for you. He shifted his gaze to me. I obviously did not like being referred to as a bad call, but I kept my facial expression neutral. The way you've mentioned the Rathbones, it almost sounds like you know something about them. Reuben raised an eyebrow. Well, I do, Black grumbled. Upon hearing this, my ears perked up, and I immediately glanced at the Crown Prince. Unable to contain my curiosity, I asked him, "You do?" A sudden surge of panic and excitement coursed through my veins. "Can you tell me what you know about Rathbones?" Reuben looked back and forth between Black and I. The other day, he had mentioned that he had only heard of the Rathbone when they were mysteriously wiped out years ago. Other than that, Reuben had no knowledge about them. However, judging by the king's reaction when he asked Reuben about my background and information, it was clear that the Crown Prince must have knowledge about them as well. Unexpectedly, Black replied to me. "There was a pack of Omegas that had the surname Rathbone," he revealed. "A pack of Omegas, all with the same surname Rathbone." My mouth slightly gaped with the unexpected discovery. I could not help but look at Reuben. "I never heard about a pack of Omegas," Reuben stated. "Well, it is obvious you did not hear about it because they existed 11 to 12 years ago when you were around 15 or 16. Dad and Uncle did not let us get involved in those kinds of scandalous packs matters. Of course, when I was crowned as the next in line to be Alpha King, I read the royal records of the packs, and that's when I found out that a pack ruled by Omegas had existed. The Alpha and Luna of that pack had also been Omega blood," Black explained, then glanced at me. "Seeing her surname is Rathbone, it is clear she belongs to that pack and is the lone survivor," he added. I fidgeted with my fingers under the table with a mix of emotions in my heart. I finally learned which pack I belonged to, but becoming a lone survivor seemed like a needle poking in my chest. Then what was the pack name and why were they wiped out? Reuben questioned as we both looked at him. Black was silent for a few moments before he replied while looking at me. "The records do not say the pack's name, but they were wiped out by an unknown fire that took place 11 years ago. It is said that every pack member mysteriously disappeared and the pack burned down with fire." What? My eyes widened and I could not believe my ears. I slowly turned to look at Reuben, who was just as stunned. It turned out the first pack that had fallen victim to dark was none other than the pack that I came from. Reuben slid a hand under the table and gave a soft squeeze to my hand while sending a calm down mind link. I controlled my emotions and gave him a slight nod before I turned to face Black. "If the pack name is unknown and is lost to history, then tell me why people panic over my surname. Why does the royal family want to remove me from Reuben's life? Why do they—" "Is it not obvious because you don't belong to Reuben?" He suddenly cut me off, his tone changing from earlier. "What do you fucking mean, Black?" Reuben growled at his cousin. "Willow is my soulmate, making her mine and mine alone." "It's a pity, really, she was never yours to begin with, Reuben." An evil smile took over his lips as he dropped the coffee mug on the ground, causing it to crash on the floor. "And it is time for her to return to her proper place." His voice echoed in my ears like blades cutting my skin as my face turned pale at his words. "How dare you say that, you fucker!" Reuben roared as he grabbed the dining table, then flipped it as he tossed it away in a rage. I screamed and got up from my seat. "Who do you think you are saying this shit to my mate in my pack?" Reuben charged at Black, grabbing him by the neck. Black remained calmly in his seat. Just as Reuben was a few inches away from crushing his head into the floor, a bunch of wolves broke into the house from different directions only to swing silver chains in the air before they threw them around Reuben's neck, arms, and legs from every direction, bringing him to his knees. The silver immediately subdued Reuben's wolf, making him scream in pain. "What are you doing?" I screamed at Black. "Me?" He got up from his chair and walked closer over to me, his eyes darkening. "Playing a game that you started, Rose." "Rose?" Did he call me? I took a few steps back in terror, looking at the man in front of me with wide eyes. Who are you?" I stammered, sweat forming on my brow as his aura felt very familiar to me. "Me?" He smiled, taking a step closer to me. "Get away from her, you fucker," Reuben yelled, getting up to grab Black's neck once again, but the wolves tightened the chains wrapped around his body. Reuben did not make a sound of pain, no matter how much the silver burned him. Black paused and glanced in Reuben's direction. No matter how many ropes of silver chains were tying him down, he was still growling and glaring at Black. One mistake from wolves that were holding those chains, and he could rip Black's head from his neck in a blink of an eye. But for some reason, I had a feeling that there was nothing ordinary about those silver chains. They had powers that had separated Reuben from his wolf. If it continued, then Dex could die. "Let him go," I demanded of Black, walking closer to him. When my soulmate was in danger, I did not give shit about any fear welling up inside me and stood face to face with him. "Or I will go to the Alpha King and tell him everything you are doing," I yelled. An evil smirk spread across his lips as if he was seduced by my yell or something. "What a pity. If I had any idea that you were planning to take a tour of the palace, I would not have brought an imperial degree along with me." He pulled a scroll out from his back. "Imperial decree for what?" My voice shook as a very bad feeling rose in my heart. "For Alpha Reuben's execution," he whispered, dropping the scroll on the ground. "What?" My eyes widened and my jaw dropped. In shock, I glanced at the open scroll on the floor where Reuben's execution had been ordered with a royal seal. "It cannot be true," I shook my head, kicking away the decree furiously. "I won't obey such nonsense. Why is my mate being executed? He did nothing wrong," I growled. "Oh, did I forget to explain the reason?" He took a step closer to me, his eyes growing darker before flashing with a hidden rage. "Alpha Benjamin, who survived the fire set by Alpha Reuben, bears witness that Alpha Reuben is guilty of wiping out werewolves' packs in Realm and burning them." "What? Alpha Benjamin?" My mind went blank. "Alpha Benjamin?" I couldn't believe my ears. My mind went blank, and I couldn't think straight anymore. Alpha Benjamin testified against Reuben? How could that even be possible? I knew in my heart that Reuben was innocent, but I couldn't wrap my head around the idea that Alpha Benjamin was the one who framed my mate. Why would the Alpha do such a thing? It made no sense to me. Moreover, I couldn't dismiss the imperial decree that called for Reuben's death. Just as I was grappling with confusion and emotion, the strange sound of clinking silver chains reached my ears. My gaze snapped in Reuben's direction. "Where are you taking him? Let him go," I yelled as I witnessed them dragging Reuben's motionless body toward the exit of the pack house. To my horror, Reuben was no longer responsive, and I couldn't discern how long he had been in that state. What I could see was that his entire body had turned blue. "Reuben!" I screamed, shoving those wolves out of my way before rushing over to him. "What happened to you?" I fell to my knees and touched his face, which felt as cold as ice. "Reuben, open your eyes," I begged, lightly slapping his cheek. My entire body trembled in fear at his unresponsive state. "Reuben, please." I continued to call out to him, trying to wake him, while Sari attempted to connect with his wolf. However, she failed, as Reuben's mind was eerily empty. "Reuben," I cried, wrapping my arms around him. The absence of Dex through our mate bond only intensified my panic. "What the hell did you do to him?" I screamed at Black, glaring at him with eyes burning red as I clutched Reuben tightly to my chest. He crushed some purple leaves in his hand and dropped them to the floor. "I was always curious as to how it would affect a werewolf. Now I finally found a chance to use it in a live experiment," he replied callously. "What?" My eyes fixated on the crushed leaf, and as its alarming scent reached my nose, my heart leapt into my throat. "Wolfsbane?" My wide eyes snapped up to Black, who wore an evil smile on his lips. The silver chains were coated with wolfsbane. That's why Reuben was affected so severely by it. His wolf had become non-existent, and he became unresponsive. "Why are you doing this?" My arm around Reuben's body tightened subconsciously out of fear of losing him, and my instinct to protect him with my life kicked in. "Why the hell are you doing this?" I burst out in anger, tears threatening to spill from my eyes. But then, suddenly, the room turned completely black. I came to an abrupt halt when all I could see was Black standing in front of me. He leaned down and grabbed my cheek in a punishing grip. "You brought this upon yourself," he spat, glaring into my eyes with deadly intent. "Someone has to be held responsible for your actions, right? By choosing him, You automatically substitute him for the punishment you are bound to receive. He growled, his voice low yet filled with hatred, each word carving guilt into my heart and making me painfully aware of the crimes I committed by loving Reuben and choosing him. He released my cheek, leaving it red and painful, his eyes devoid of emotion. Pulling away from me, he began to exit the pack house while my eyes remained wide, unable to blink and struggling to breathe. Stopping in the doorway, he shot me a meaningful glance. "The game starts now," he declared with an evil smirk before exiting the pack house. What did he mean by "the game starts now"? With his departure, the dark that had flooded the room around me returned to normal. Suddenly, my body regained its strength, and I became aware of my surroundings. The monstrous wolves that had been holding silver chains were no longer present. However, as I looked down at my hand where I had clutched Reuben to my chest, he had disappeared too. "Reuben," I panicked, staring at my empty hands in disbelief as the realization hit me that he had taken Reuben away. "Reuben," I screamed, rushing out of the pack house in hopes of catching them, only to be met with an empty yard. How was this possible? The royal wolves in black, none of them were there. It was almost as if they never existed. Where did he take my Reuben? "Reuben," I screamed again, turning in all directions, but all I got in response was deafening silence. "Reuben," I whispered, tears streaming down my cheeks as I covered my mouth with both hands. What had just happened? Everything had been normal, and we had been living happily together just half an hour ago. But now, they are going to execute him. I was going to lose my soulmate, and there was nothing I could do about it. His execution was taking place under a royal decree. Even if I went to the king and explained that Reuben was innocent, no one would believe me, especially when Alpha Benjamin had testified against him. "How could Alpha Benjamin lie?" I exclaimed, gripping my hair as my heart pounded wildly in my chest. Why would he do it? My mind raced with 1,000 possibilities for the Alpha's actions. But no matter the reason, it had cost me my mate's life. The mere thought of losing Reuben sent me into a frenzy. Clasping my fists at my sides, I refused to accept the idea of losing Reuben. He couldn't die. I was determined to save him. Wiping away my tears, I hurried back into the pack house and mind-linked Mia, instructing her to come to the pack house immediately. I quickly searched for my car keys, and as I turned, Mia had just entered the living room. "Willow, what's wrong? You called me in such a hurry. Is everything all right?" she asked, her expression filled with concern. "Mia, I don't have time to explain, but I have a favor to ask," I said urgently. "Tell me," she exclaimed. "Please take care of Wyatt and Lori for me. Oren and Bix are not in the pack at the moment either, so please don't leave my children until I return. You will be staying at the pack house," I instructed. "All right," she nodded, and I quickly passed by her. "But where are you going?" she yelled after me. I paused with clenched fists. "To Wade Moon." With that, I stormed out of the pack house and drove away at full speed. I had to visit Alpha Benjamin and ask him why he framed Reuben. I needed to gather evidence to prove Reuben's innocence before it was too late. Once the Alpha King realized that Reuben was not responsible for those mysterious attacks, I could save him. "But what if we can't find any evidence?" Sari asked. As she asked, my hand tightened on the steering wheel. I took a deep breath and held my foot down on the accelerator even more. "Then, the king better watch his back because I'll bring Reuben back even if it costs me my life," I growled, about to cross the territory in a matter of minutes when I received a mind link from Bix. "Willow, I caught an intruder when I was re-entering the territory," Bix informed me, surprising me. "Please handle it on your own, Bix. I'm in a hurry, Reuben is." I began, but Bix interrupted me. "I can't handle it when the intruder is calling your name. They are refusing to speak to anyone else but you, no matter the consequences," he explained urgently. Frowning in surprise at the intruder's insistence on meeting me, I asked, "Who are they?" Just as I questioned, Bix, standing at the border, came into view, but he wasn't alone. He was with the intruder. My eyes widened when I saw who it was. I immediately slammed my foot on the brakes and got out of the car in a panic. "Sky? Ella." Why was it so cold? My brows furrowed in confusion as I slowly opened my eyes, only to find myself lying on the floor next to the wall that I had been leaning against. Had I fallen asleep? Blinking rapidly, I recalled how the darkness had consumed me out of the blue. It was as if I had been drugged, then fallen asleep. Alarmed, I sat up to look at the clock on the wall in front of me. I had been out for around half an hour, basically since Willow had left the room. I recalled hearing a knock coming from the door downstairs, and then I sensed something was amiss and swiftly exited the room. Having abstained from food and drink for a day, it was implausible that I had been drugged. Yet, how had I dozed off? Upon descending to the living room, a chilling sight awaited me. Evidence of a break-in, shattered windows, indications of a struggle, and clues that something or someone had been dragged away. Furthermore, Reuben and Willow were nowhere to be found. Goddess! Have Reuben and Willow attacked? I put my hand on my forehead in disbelief. It seems like that's the case. Walter's deep voice reached me, and to my surprise, he had been in the living room, perhaps even before I arrived downstairs. He appeared to have come from a less frequented path of emerald bright pack. Our eyes met briefly, reminding me of the wildness his had held when he had forcibly brought me back, confined me in the room with him, and watched me like a predator guarding its prey until Willow returned. His silent, non-stop eyeing had been frightening after his proposal to sleep with him in exchange for helping my pack. This hunter, he was truly despicable. I averted my gaze from him in disgust. He chuckled at my reaction. I clenched my fists, but decided to ignore him and focused on the CCTV cameras in the living room. How did they get broken? I asked with a frown. Someone deliberately smashed them. Walter's voice came from behind me. Then I noticed he was standing right there. My heart quickened slightly. His manly smell was stronger. That seems impossible, I turned to face him. Emerald Bright is way too secure. How could an outsider attack the pack house? No one in their right mind would attempt it with Reuben inside. It seems impossible, I pointed out. It's only possible if the outsider wasn't actually an outsider, but someone who knew Reuben. He murmured, nodding towards the dining room where the remnants of 3 broken cups were visible. Who could it be? I bit my lip. The pack's Alpha and Luna are missing. The pack house has been attacked, yet the pack members are acting normal. Could it be that they are just as unaware as me? But that seems unlikely. Could it be the work of that man with mismatched eyes? He already controls people's wolves and makes them vanish. I murmured, feeling goosebumps break out over my skin at the thought of my encounter with him. I knew he was trouble, especially considering Walter's reaction when I had mentioned him. It seemed he knew there was a dangerous man out there. I took a deep breath. I can't sit still after seeing this. I have to do something. With that, I pulled out my phone and started to walk away, only to be stopped by Walter. What do you think you can do in your current state? He grasped my arm. Do you have the manpower? He raised an eyebrow. I paused. My heart burned at his words. For a moment, I had forgotten how close I was to losing everything. I had come to terms with that reality, but whenever he reminded me, I felt a sickening sense of shame. I don't have resources, but I have a brain, I snapped, attempting to pull my arm back, but his grip was firmer than I had anticipated. It felt as though he wasn't human, but rather a beast beneath that well-put-together exterior. I can inform Bix and Oren about the attack and the disappearance of Reuben and Willow. I can go to the head warrior and advise him to prepare for any possible attack on the pack. I can. In other words, you want to help and absolve yourself of guilt from any past misdeeds, he interjected. Once again, his words wounded my heart, but this time I confronted him, saying, True, I don't want to live with the guilt. I can't change what I did, but I can help with my 2 functioning arms and legs, I remarked. He gazed deep into my eyes for a few seconds, the emotions flickering in them indecipherable. Suddenly, he moved closer to my face and whispered, If you want to be more useful, how about coming with me? He proposed. With you? Before I could respond, he took my hand and began leading me out through the back door of the pack house. Hey, where the hell are you taking me? I panicked and struggled to avoid getting into his car, but he managed to get me inside. Once again, he intended to drive out through one of the less frequented paths of the pack. I am searching for someone for Reuben, he responded, getting in. So why are you bringing me along? I asked. The corner of his lips twisted. I need a woman, and it had to be you. What on earth? Did I just see a hint of wickedness in his eyes? He needed a woman for what? And why did it have to be me? Willow. Leaning against a tree stood a man with a familiar figure. Bleeding from wounds that were all over his body, the intruder was none other than Sky. Sky, what happened to you? I rushed over to him in a panic, then glanced at Bix. Did you beat him? No, he protested immediately. He was already in this state when I caught him trespassing. He stubbornly wanted to go in and meet with you. I just forced him to wait here, seeing he could be a threat to the pack. Well, do you know him? Who is he? Bix questioned. He is Alpha Benjamin's son, I replied quickly, but did not fail to notice a bitter frown come over his face at the mention of the Alpha. I didn't dwell on his frown too much and turned my attention back to Sky. Sky, look at me. It's me, Willow. I attempted to rouse Sky, but his eyes were unfocused, darting in all directions. I think he hit his head combined with the blood loss. He can't stay fully conscious. Bix splashed water on Sky's face from a bottle, then handed it to me. He made it to Emerald Bright in search of you in this condition. I wonder why he's so desperate. I silently agreed with Bix as I gave Sky the water, which helped him regain consciousness. Sky, I tapped his face. Willow, he whispered. Yes, it's me, I exclaimed. His once bright face was now pale, as if he were fading away. His shoes were gone, his feet were bleeding. It seemed like he had narrowly escaped from something. I grasped his hand and inquired, Why are you in this condition, Sky? Why were you searching for me? He shifted slightly, reaching under his dirty, torn jacket. From it, he retrieved a diary. Grimacing in pain, he placed the diary into my hand. Look at it. What's this? I questioned, opening the diary as Bix squatted curiously beside me. As soon as I opened it, old photos came into view. I took a closer look at the pictures, which were slightly blurry. There stood a group of men and women, more like a group of pack members, standing in front of a birthday cake. In the middle, there was a couple holding a child. Beside them was Alpha Benjamin. I recognized him immediately. He looked younger. I looked between photos in the sky. Are these Alpha Benjamin's photos and diary? I questioned. Sky just stared at me, silently asking me to look at everything. Doesn't this child resemble Lori? Bix pointed out. I looked down at the child attentively and nodded in astonishment. She truly does resemble Lori, I whispered, feeling puzzled. It's Willow. Sky's sudden revelation startled me. That's me? I gasped, scrutinizing the image once more. I appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old in the photographs. Sky confirmed with a nod. My gaze shifted to the couple in the center of the picture, cradling me. Though the image was somewhat blurred, the more I looked, the more a sense of familiarity washed over me, akin to the figures in my dreams. Are they my? I looked at Sky desperately. They are your parents, Sky remarked as I looked at him desperately. My hands shook slightly from the emotions welling up inside me. For the first time, I beheld an image of them outside my dreams. I had asked the Alpha numerous times if he possessed any pictures of my parents, but he always claimed he disliked taking photos and had none. Sky, perceptive as ever, remarked, It's from your 5th birthday celebration. How do you know? I blinked at him. I thought you said you lost your memories in an accident at 16. I remember everything now, he said, pointing to the wound on his head, a clear mark from being struck by an iron rod. I also realized how content I was without those dreadful memories, his voice tinged with sadness and guilt for some unknown reason. Bix looked at Sky and me. What memory is so disgusting? I quietly inquired, feeling uneasy under Sky's gaze. The memory of Alpha George and Luna Eloise, the first Omega blood Alpha and Luna in the history of the werewolf realm. Your parents, he disclosed, his vision blurring as he appeared to lose consciousness once more. The photo slipped from my hand as I approached Sky. Sky, why do you call my parents Alpha and Luna? Do you also remember my parents? I shook him repeatedly. I couldn't let him slip into darkness when he knew the most crucial part of my past. Sky, can you hear me? Please, do you remember my pack's name as well? As I inquired, he slowly opened his eyes and disclosed it was the Wade Moon Pack. What? My eyes widened in shock, as did Bix's. Wade Moon was my pack? Willow. Wade Moon was my pack? The ground slipped from under my feet in shock as the photo and diary dropped from my hands. How could Wade Moon be my pack? The first pack to fall victim to dark? And my parents were the Alpha and Luna of Wade Moon? But weren't they just normal Omegas serving Alpha Benjamin, leading a seemingly ordinary life? My head ached and everything seemed chaotic as my focus was still on Reuben, but the shocking discovery in front of me was driving me crazy. Sky collapsed right in front of me, while Bix snapped out of his shock and grabbed the photo and diary from the ground, quickly examining them. He suddenly stopped at a certain point. "Damn, everything is a mess," he muttered, casting a concerned glance at me. "Take a look," he handed me the diary. Instead of text, a legal document was nestled within the pages, which Bix unfolded for me to read. As I scanned the names inscribed on it, I was confronted with undeniable evidence. The document dated back 25 to 30 years, establishing Alpha George as the sole owner and founder of the Wade Moon Pack territory. My mind went blank. Wade Moon truly belonged to my parents. If the document in front of me was true, then how come Alpha Benjamin was now the Alpha of Wade Moon? Why had he never told me about my parents being the leaders of Wade Moon? Why had he told me so many lies and always kept me in the dark? Had I been living my entire life in a web of lies spun by Alpha Benjamin? Suddenly everything around me seemed fake. Even my existence seemed questionable. Bix observed my betrayed expression and clenched his fists. That old Alpha turned out to be a snake. I will inform Reuben immediately. He attempted to mind-link him but failed. Reuben was taken away for execution by Alpha Prince Black, I whispered, my heart pained. What? Bix's eyes widened in shock as I recounted the story. Crown Prince Black? He couldn't believe his ears. I nodded. Reuben is being framed. He's not responsible for the mysterious attacks, he snarled. That dark guy is behind it. That fucker is. He stopped abruptly, remembering what I had just told him, his eyes locked onto mine. Did you mention that Black's aura felt somewhat similar to Dark's? I nodded. Lately, I have been experiencing hallucinations. So when he appeared in front of me, I didn't panic so that I would not alarm Reuben. However, I had mind-linked informed Reuben about my hallucination of Black's aura resembling Dark's. The hostility in Black's eyes caught me off guard, especially since I had never met him before. Moreover, his facial features and eyes did not match the Dark I had seen just a few days ago. I elaborated. Black is undoubtedly dark. Why else would he suddenly appear with an imperial decree? Bix exclaimed, his eyes burning with anger. He devised a clever plan to get rid of Reuben and separate the two of you. Given his mysterious powers, he might be capable of changing his appearance or something. We had already deduced that only a royal could possess the powers Dark exhibited. It turns out the psychopath responsible for decimating werewolf packs was none other than the Crown Prince himself. Gritting his teeth, he approached me. The execution cannot take place before 5 in the evening. We have approximately 2 hours to act. We must rescue Reuben. I shook my head. Neither Reuben or Oren are in the pack. If you came with me, the pack will be left with no leader to manage it. My children and all innocent members are now in your hands, Bix. You have to stay and protect the pack, I explained. He frowned, opened his mouth to argue, but in the end, he knew if Reuben were here, he would also want him to protect the pack first. He reluctantly agreed. Okay, I will stay with the pack, but what are you planning to do? When it comes to the royal family and their affairs, no one can interfere, especially when an imperial decree is issued. I am fully aware of that, but I also know what I have to do from here, I replied firmly, passing him the diary, papers, and photos. Now Sky is also in your hands. Please take him inside, get him treated, and protect him. I understand, don't worry, but he held my hand and put his trust in me. Can I trust you to bring Reuben back safely? His heartbeat was so intense in its panic that I could hear it. I stared into his eyes that were full of worry for his friend's life. If he only knew what he was asking to protect was my own life. Without Reuben, how could there be Willow? I promise, I whisper, nothing will happen to Reuben. Bix nodded slightly. I took a step back, looking at Sky once before getting into my car and driving away at full speed. All the way to the Wade Moon Pack, I continued to unsuccessfully make a connection with Reuben. The time was slipping through my fingers like sand. Where could Black have taken Reuben? Reuben, where are you? I whispered, biting my lip in an attempt to control my emotions and tears. Crying meant I did not believe in Reuben. He had promised me that he would never leave me. I clenched my hand over my chest to calm myself down, but once the Wade Moon pack house came in front of me, all my emotions morphed into anger. Getting out of my car, I slammed the door behind me and stormed into the pack house. Alpha! But what greeted my eyes terrified me to the extent that I felt my limbs being paralyzed on the spot. Reuben, tie him securely, or we're dead if he... The man binding my wrists with a silver chain choked in horror on his words when I opened my eyes slightly to look at him. Fuck! He pulled away at lightning speed, leaving the chain to drop on my tied hands behind my back as his back hit the car door. His monstrous gaze is terrifying, he cursed. Luckily, he's under the effects of wolfsbane, someone else commented. With my blurry vision, I glanced at the 4 wolves sitting in the car that seemed to be moving along a rough path. They were royal warriors who had captured me with silver chains back at the pack house. Now I found myself in a car that clearly wasn't headed to the palace. Don't tell me the royal laws have changed, and now my execution is being carried out in the unfamiliar backwoods, I murmured. The person next to me smirked. I'm amazed your mind is still functioning under the influence of wolfsbane. I sensed a hidden message in his words. Willow's panic and intense fear of losing me while she hugged me and tried to connect with my wolf flashed through my foggy mind. The idea of her being scared for someone else while I was with her, the tears in her eyes for me, shattered my composure as I stared at the wolves in the car emotionlessly. Got a cigarette? I inquired of the young wolf smoking by the window. They all turned to face me simultaneously. Do you mind if I have one? I raised an eyebrow. He smirked. You seem to have watched a lot of movies. Don't tell me you're contemplating taking action, beating us, then using that cigarette as an excuse to escape. They all chuckled. I lazily rested my head back on the seat. I'm not into cliches. I'm all about plot twists, I whispered, gazing straight ahead. Their puzzled looks followed my line of sight, only to see a large brown wolf sprinting towards the car at full speed. Shit! Who is that? They all exclaimed in surprise. You're death, fuckers! I retorted, swiftly bringing my legs up to kick the young wolf smoking by the window, causing his head to collide with the glass. The window shattered, and his lifeless body slumped to the side. Without giving the others a chance to react, I grappled with one using the silver chain around my wrists and subdued another with my legs. Finally, I managed to push open the car window and leaped out just as the brown wolf intentionally rammed into the vehicle, sending it pathetically tumbling into a drainage ditch. In a matter of moments, the car crashed into a tree and erupted in flames with all the wolves trapped inside. Breathing heavily, I stood up and leaned against the tree, my hands still tied behind my back as I gazed at the brown wolf. Bix will be irate when you return with those severe injuries, I remarked as Oren transformed into his human form, his entire body covered in blood from his actions. He manages to look handsome even with those expressions. He chuckled, struggling to open his eyes due to blood loss as he slowly slipped into unconsciousness. I have to heal myself and look handsome before seeing him, so I am taking a nap to heal, he murmured. I never imagined that you had a contingency plan. Black appeared, cigarette in hand. Ever since Willow had warned me about Black's aura resembling Dark's, I had alerted Oren to remain vigilant for any dire circumstances. Yet, I never anticipated this extreme of an action on his part that would lead to self-injury for my sake. Don't tell me you actually thought I'd be kidnapped by a pitiful fool like you, I chuckled. He stared at me silently for a while. I intended to grant you a less agonizing death, but it appears you are quite into the bloody and messy way, he mused, taking a puff off of the end of his cigarette, the surroundings gradually darkening around me out of the blue. Growing up alongside me, you should be aware of my penchant for gore, I smirked. Gore? He muttered, taking another drag from his cigarette. What a coincidence. I am planning to be gory each time I am with her, he grinned. My expression fell instantly as I stared at him, blankly. He grinned, walking to me. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? He raised an eyebrow, squatting a hand away from me. It's just I am thinking how long you are going to continue your pathetic act, I murmured. What do you mean? He glared. Did you really think you will play some little tricks and scare my mate? I will believe that you are dark? I raised an eyebrow. His face turned white, and his face turned pale when he saw my hands behind my back were no longer tied with a silver chain. Your hands were free all the time? He panicked and immediately raised his hand to punch me. I blocked his punch with both of my hands right away. Of course, I have been playing with you, asshole. I glared at him with my wolf's eyes between the gaps of my fingers before I grabbed his throat and slammed him into the ground. Fuck! Let me go! Let me, he struggled to break free. I was expecting Dark to come to my doorsteps very soon, but I was definitely not expecting you. I tightened my grip on his throat. So what are you? Dark's toy? I raised my brows in disdain. I am no one's toy, he yelled in between coughing. So you are telling me you're fucking Dark? I dug my claws into his neck, pulling him up to my face. I have not fucking seen him, but I can tell that he is not someone who would come with wolves, a group of wolf at his back, like a weak bitch like you. If you were really Dark, the Emerald Bright Pack would have been burning in fire. If you were really Dark, you would not have taken me. It would have been Willow. I growled lowly on his face. He struggled to speak, and in breath, if you understand him that well, then you should know that. He gasped for air in my grasp that I did not bother to loosen at all. That, now he is not chasing after his prey. His face was flushed red as blood as he smirked. The prey has to walk in his mouth on its own. As he said that, I let go of his throat in shock. He rolled on the ground, coughing hard. His prey has to walk into his mouth on its own? I murmured, realizing the meaning behind it. All of these things had been done to separate Willow and me. It was an easy guess that Willow would panic if something happened to me, so I was taken away, resulting in her going to... I paused. My mind went blank. Did Willow go to Wade Moon? Unknown to me in Wade Moon Pack, Willow found herself standing in front of her worst nightmare. Dark. Reuben. Willow fell into Dark's trap because of me. My heart sank with this dreadful realization. She sensed my wolf disappearing and on the brink of death. If I had resisted the effects of the silver and wolfsbane earlier, she wouldn't have panicked. Clearly, if Sari had also vanished, I would have been triggered as well. The most triggering thing for her must have been the imperial decree for my execution. She must have gone somewhere to prove my innocence, but where? Palace or Wade Moon? I clenched my fist in anger, my claws emerging as I grabbed Black's hair while he coughed and rolled on the ground for air. Where has she gone? I yelled at his flushed face and wet eyes. He had just returned from the gates of hell. His whole body was shivering, his throat burned like crazy. Tell me quickly, you fucker, where has she been lured to? I gritted my teeth, nearly ripping his hair out. He gasped out in pain as he glared into my eyes for a moment before an evil smile crept onto his lips. My dear cousin, you always were everyone's favorite, the powerful Alpha Reuben that the entire world is afraid of. Wants me to reveal where his soulmate is? He taunted, relishing in my panic. As he said that, my hand gripping his hair shook in anger. Black was a few months older than me and the only son of the Alpha King. We grew up in the palace together, but Black and I were like earth and moon. He believed that he was the best at everything, studies, sports, fighting when it came to proper etiquette. He was the perfect prince, a gem to the kingdom and its future. On the contrary, I was the rebellious, carefree prince who disregarded rules and regulations, never took anything seriously, and believed in living in the present. The future didn't concern me. I simply studied, fought, and engaged in activities to pass the time occasionally to avoid my father's nagging. Simply put, I was temperamental and loathed being constrained by laws and regulations. However, when we turned 16, the Alpha King selected me as the crown prince instead of his own son. I became his primary choice to ascend to the throne in the future. Naturally, Black, who had meticulously groomed himself into the very image of a flawless king since childhood in order to inherit his father's position, couldn't bear the fact that his father didn't deem him worthy of wearing the crown. Since that day, things between Black and I had become strange. He distanced himself from me without a word. I was not blind to his actions or the cause behind them. I detested when power and money disrupt relationships. Therefore, I personally informed my father of my decision to abdicate the throne. I had never aspired to the throne. Naturally, my father was enraged. He desired nothing more than for me to become king and govern the realm. As always, we engaged in a heated argument that concluded with his inquiry: why had I refused the crown? At that moment, I lacked an answer to his question. However, a few days later, when I encountered Willow, I discovered my answer. She gave purpose to my life, loving a person who could not love himself. She embraced the real me, flaws and all. I yearned to live a life filled with love alongside my soulmate, where no one would dictate our fate. Therefore, I informed the king that I refused to accept the crown. While he expressed disappointment in my decision, I cared little, as being with Willow was my sole desire. In order to be relieved of my claim to the crown, I had to accept a term of service to the royal family of 5 years that consisted of wars and fights. Following my rejection, the king had no other option but to crown Black. From that day forth, I visited the palace sparingly, ensuring that the chances of encountering Black were slim to none. I simply couldn't bear the sight of him, as it served as a constant reminder of how he showed his colors because of the crown during that time. In essence, I unofficially severed ties with him that day. Over time, I moved on from what happened, but Black remained trapped in the past. Unable to come to terms with being his father's second choice, he clung to the crown I had discarded. You. I seized his throat, locking eyes with him. How dare you involve my innocent soulmate in your pathetic vendetta? Trading your dignity as a person and a royal to dark just to spite me? My eyes burned with fury, my claws poised to tear into his throat. Did you misunderstand something? He chuckled, causing me to pause. I can't deny that I wanted revenge against you and used your beloved mate's betrayal, but I desire something greater, something far superior, something only attainable through the deal I struck with Dark. He looked proud. You fucking mutt! I lost my mind and started punching him continuously. What kind of deal did you make using my mate? I roared, nearly ruining his face, never giving him a chance to defend or attack. His eyes flashed with pain and fear. He realized that after a few more hits, he was going to die. There was no way he could escape from the hold I had on him. That's when Black did what could save his life. He used his royal powers that we could use once in our life to escape. With his energy, I was thrown away from his body. Ignoring the pain in my bleeding head, I looked over only to find him gone. Fuck! I roared in anger, punching on the ground. What kind of deal had he made with Dark? It was obviously related to Willow. I punched the ground again and again before I got up and blankly looked up to the sky. I murmured to myself, this world can really not stand to see Willow and I together. That's when my sanity finally snapped. Willow. In my life, my fear had a face and a name. I didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse, but I had the uncanny ability to recognize the real him. Welcome home, Rose. Dark smiled at me. My eyes widened and my voice stuck in my throat. How could he be in the Wade Moon pack? Where was Alpha Benjamin, and why was the whole pack deserted as if everyone was dead? My limbs were paralyzed under his mismatched gaze. All I could feel was terror rising in my heart. I was not hallucinating this time. He truly was standing in front of me. His predatory, mismatched eyes, aggressive aura, and superior evil presence all indicated that my living, breathing nightmare was standing before me. But if Dark was in front of me, then Black. Suddenly, my heart pounded in my chest as fear gripped me. I realized that I had fallen into a trap. Black, with his imperial decree and the abduction of Reuben, had assisted in orchestrating all of this to trap me. I love the look of surprise and fear in your eyes, Rose. He walked closer to me, each step increasing my heartbeat to the point where I wondered if it would fail. You framed Reuben. My voice was barely audible. His expression immediately turned ugly. Did you just say another man's name in front of me? His eyes turned red. How dare you disrespect me, Rose? The look in his eyes was akin to a predator that was ready to pounce on its prey. I clenched my dress at my side. I saw you in my dreams. His expression immediately changed to surprise, but I continued. You have not aged at all. You call me Rose and what? His eyes shone in excitement at hearing the desired word. And you are not my soulmate, I remarked. As soon as he heard me, his excitement vanished and fury took over. Rose, you. Just as he began to charge at me, I stepped back at lightning speed, but then something fell between us, causing me to flinch. I looked down, only to find the Crown Prince Black lying on the ground. I gasped at the sight of his almost lifeless state. His face was hardly recognizable. How was he suddenly able to appear in the Wade Moon pack house? And if he was here, then where was my Reuben? And the execution? Dark. He crawled on the ground towards Dark's feet. Dark remained unmoving, his emotionless gaze fixed on Black. I completed my part of the deal. Black wheezed out with great difficulty, giving a hard cough as he looked up to Dark. I separated Willow and Reuben and lured Willow to Wade Moon. Now, make me your heir. A thick layer of greed flashed in Black's eyes. Heir? He made a deal to become Dark's heir? I looked at them in a confused panic. Make me your... Just before Black could continue, Dark grabbed his neck and dug all his claws into it. Want to be my heir? He whispered, causing Black's eyes to roll back as a large amount of blood gushed out of his mouth. He could no longer struggle. I recoiled in horror, placing a hand over my mouth as I witnessed Black gasping for his last breath. Then, in a swift motion, Dark snapped Black's neck with a flick of his wrist. Try again in your next life, he remarked coldly as he discarded Black's lifeless body. I nearly screamed as I watched Black's body be impaled on a sharp animal showcase. He could not even make a noise or struggle before he died. My entire body trembled at the sight of his broken neck and torn abdomen. Slowly, I shifted my gaze back to Dark, who stared at me with the intensity of a deranged beast. Come here, mate, he ordered, his voice heavy and eyes emotionless. I took a step back in fear, looking at him with wide eyes. He had once again called me mate. My whole body turned cold as the memory of him trying to violate me weakened my whole being. He saw me taking a few steps back and his eyes turned red. Fucking come here, he roared. No. Screaming in fear, I immediately turned around and ran to the door. Those 5 steps to the door frame seemed miles away when I was desperate to get away. However, just as I was a step away, the door shut itself. I paused, flinching only to feel a violent grip on my hair from behind. How dare you even think about running away again? Dark turned me around and barked on my face. Let me go, I screamed, placing my hands on my hair to make him loosen his bloody grip as I stared at him with fearful eyes. Are you not going to call your soulmate for help like you did last time? He sneered. Let's call him together, he remarked, clenching my hair tighter. Reuben, he yelled, looking at me. That is how you call him, right? Reuben, come and save me. He yelled again, but his red eyes never turned away from mine. I witnessed a different level of insanity in his eyes. It was as if he wanted me to call Reuben. Reuben, 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 fucking call your soulmate, he roared in my face. My whole body shivered in horror as I realized one thing, that if Reuben came then... Before I could think more, the door of the pack house was broken down. Dark glanced at the door and the corner of his lips raised lightly. He came. Warning. This chapter is about Oren and Bix, MXM. If you are not comfortable, you can skip this chapter instead of commenting something ill. You have been warned. Oren. Leaning against the tree, I endeavored to steady my breathing while my wolf continued to mend my injuries. With my eyes closed, I maintained focus until a tantalizing scent reached my nostrils. Slowly, I opened my eyes, only to discover a brown-gray wolf hurtling toward me at full speed. Oren? Bix shifted into his human form and gently touched my face. My heart raced at the sight of him standing before me. I had been longing for him during my solitude, and now he had found me. How did you sustain such serious injuries? His sky-blue eyes reflected panic and concern. Why are you here? I murmured in a daze, half believing he might be a figment of my imagination. He frowned. What kind of foolish question is that? Of course, I'm here to bring you back, or do you wish to die here? As usual, his words cut sharp and quick. I drew in a deep breath, intently studying his features. I reached out, gently touched his face, and whispered, now death doesn't seem so unworthy. Emotions flickered in his eyes as his heartbeat quickened, betraying his vulnerability. He seized my shoulder, his voice low and growling. Hey, Oren, don't mess with me. Why? You're allowed to fuck with my feelings, but I'm not, I demanded, glaring at him. The first time you fucked with me saying 2 men couldn't be soulmates. Then, you screwed with me again by claiming you only saw me as your best friend. The third time, you messed with my heart by constantly protecting Ella, leading me to believe you loved her, and that's why I fucked her out of jealousy. I admitted, locking eyes with him, seeing the guilt reflected in them. That day, Bix had not walked into the locker room by chance. I was aware of his schedule, so I deliberately brought Ella to the locker room at the same time Bix was expected to arrive. Although Bix was fully aware of my intentions, he pretended to be oblivious and left the locker room without acknowledging the situation, never mentioning it again. It had just infuriated me further, and gradually I began to develop a dislike for Ella, who was unaware of the matabond between Bix and me. Despite all of that, I still clung to you, even though you kept fucking with my feelings, even though I couldn't have you. So I'm the one who's messed up here. I chuckled bitterly, looking away, not wanting to burden him any further. A heavy silence fell between us. I started regretting blaming him for everything, when suddenly, Bix did something I had never imagined in my whole life. He leaned in and pressed his lips against mine. I am the fucker here, not you. I was momentarily surprised before my eyes widened as Bix kissed me. It marked the first time he took the lead in a kiss we shared. Despite his initial hesitation and the tremble in his touch, his heartbeat revealed his true feelings, overpowering any resistance he had imposed on himself. As I recovered from my initial shock, I placed my hand on the back of his neck and drew him into a passionate kiss. His surprise was evident as he momentarily hesitated, but he did not resist at all, knowing there was no turning back. Ignoring his inner turmoil, he bravely crossed the line of inhibition and embraced the moment. Feeling his lips against mine was a heavenly sensation that I had craved for years. I kissed him deeply, momentarily forgetting everything else. Eventually, he pulled away, his ears turning red as he said, "Let's return to the pack. I can't remain the pack's head warrior forever," he muttered. "Why are you acting so shy after taking advantage of me?" I asked with a smile, gently tracing a finger over the shell of his ear. "Who said I took advantage of you?" he snapped. "You're the one always eyeing me like a heat-crazed animal, making sexual advances," he growled, punching my chest. "Ow!" I groaned in pain, but the smile never left my lips. My years of patience had finally paid off now that Bix was no longer holding himself but accepting us together in silence. "Shit, did it hurt?" He panicked again, checking my injury. "You are badly injured? How the fuck did this happen?" He looked up at me for the answers. My gaze turned serious. "Black is not dark. How is that possible?" He was taken aback. "He attacked Reuben, threatened Willow, and it was all just a ploy to separate them." Piece by piece, I explained everything that I heard while I was laying on the ground. I was too injured to move my limbs, but everything registered in my memory. Bix's face lost color when I told him that Reuben left after ensuring I was safe. "So you mean to say he went to the Wade Moon Pack, knowing Dark was there?" He almost yelled the last part of the sentence. I nodded. "Do you think anyone could have stopped him when Willow was there?" Fuck! 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 Bix yanked at his hair. Reuben went knowing that Dark had set a trap. We both looked at each other with alarmed panic. "I don't have a good feeling about this," Bix stated. I hated to admit it, but I agreed. "Can you use your wizard powers?" I asked. "Seeing as Dark's powers are superior, I am not sure, but I will try," Bix replied. We both nodded before Bix desperately closed his eyes. Soon his hands started flashing with his wizard powers. Soon an energy formed in front of us, and as soon as the view of Wade Moon Pack started to appear in front of us, our eyes shone in excitement to see Willow and Reuben. However, what came in front of our eyes shook both of us to the core. Bix's powers were immediately interrupted, and the view in front of us disappeared, probably due to Dark's actions. "What the fuck did I just see?" I murmured under my breath. My whole body grew cold at what my eyes had witnessed. Bix slowly turned to me, his white face revealing what I saw had not been my imagination. "Reuben died?"
Willow. He arrived, the corner of his lips lifted slightly into a wicked smile as my heart sank. "No, Reuben shouldn't be here. It was a trap." I quickly glanced at the shattered door, only to find Reuben standing there, covered in his own blood. His entire body appeared to be littered with wounds from which blood incessantly flowed. My eyes widened at the terrifyingly dire condition he was in. All my struggles in Dark's grasp amounted to nothing when Reuben and I made eye contact for a moment. My heart skipped a beat. He had not been executed and was safe for the moment. He had not left me. He had come for me. But my heart sank as his eyes closed and he collapsed to the ground before me. "Reuben!" I screamed at the top of my lungs, breaking free from Dark's grasp and sprinting away, desperate to hold my mate in my arms. But before I could reach him, I encountered an invisible barrier halting me, preventing me from drawing any closer. I stopped, panic seizing me as I stared at the energy separating Reuben and I. "No, what's happening? Reuben!" I slammed my hand against the barrier, my gaze fixed solely on Reuben lying motionless on the ground. "Reuben!" I shrieked frantically, repeating his name over and over, but he remained unmoving while I remained trapped. "I need to reach him. I have to," I murmured, clawing at the unseen obstacle between us. "Let me get to him," I screamed, pounding my fists against the barrier in desperation. Why could I not hear his heartbeat or breathing? "You've only just begun to crumble under the weight of your punishment." Dark's voice pierced the air from behind me. I paused, holding my breath. "My punishment? You have a long journey ahead, Rose," he commented. I clenched my fists and turned to see him seated in a chair, his posture regal. "What have you done with him?" I demanded, my face burning with anger. His eyes remained void of emotion. "Your lover boy chose his own fate by trespassing onto my territory. Now he's taking his last breath," he stated flatly. The entirety of the Wade Moon territory was engulfed in Dark's lethal energy, an unseen force that defied visibility and confrontation, leaving Reuben grievously wounded on the ground, teetering on the brink of death. "No! Reuben! Open your eyes! Reuben, please, look at me! I'm here!" "Reuben!" I screamed incessantly, but he remained unresponsive, while I sensed Dark's amused gaze fixed upon my pale, shattered countenance. The terror of losing my soulmate surpassed any fear I had ever known. "He seems to be dying slowly," Dark commented, a hint of disappointment tainting his words. "With the additional combination of silver, wolfbane, and my energy, he shouldn't have lasted more than 5 minutes," he murmured. My entire body grew cold as I absorbed the grim reality of the limited time Reuben had remaining. Was I kind to him? Dark's words seemed to conjure a mysteriously lethal darkness that encroached upon Reuben. "Stop it!" I yelled, spinning to face Dark. Though I didn't understand the nature of the darkness, I knew it posed a grave threat to Reuben. "Why the hell are you doing this? He hasn't wronged you in any way. Why must you kill him? Let him go." My voice trembled with angry desperation. Suddenly, he surged to his feet and seized my throat. "This is your punishment, bitch!" he roared. "The punishment for running away from me 11 years ago, then doing it again now. The punishment for choosing him over me. The punishment for—" He paused, tightening his grip around my throat, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. "Playing with me," he whispered, his eyes ablaze with fury. My face flushed red, tears streaming from the corners of my eyes as I struggled to draw a full breath. As I teetered on the brink of death, he released his grip on my throat and shoved me away. I lost my balance and crumpled to the ground, coughing violently in between gasps for air. The world around me seemed to fall silent, drowned out by the frantic pounding of my heart and the struggle for each labored breath. Clutching my bruised throat, marked by his handprint, I slowly turned my gaze toward Reuben. Seeing him lying in a pool of his own blood, I could no longer hold back my tears. My vision blurred as I crawled across the ground, desperate to reach him. Before I could, I felt Dark's hand on my back. "Going somewhere, darling," he whispered into my ear. I froze in place, my entire body trembling as his hand trailed from my hair down to my waist. "You should be crawling between my legs." His face hovered beside mine, his breath grazing my hair as he crouched behind me. "Don't." I halted his hand, glaring at him fiercely. "Don't touch me," I declared, meeting his gaze with hatred in my eyes. His expression darkened. "Is that what you want? Can't you tell?" I arched an eyebrow, no longer cowering before him. "You disgust me." I pushed his hand away. "What the hell did you just say?" He seized my cheek violently, his eyes flashing with rage. "For calling me disgusting? Do it. You can either force me or kill me. That's all you're capable of." I grabbed onto his coat, the pain shooting through me. "Kill me. I locked eyes with his seething gaze, knowing I had pushed him to his breaking point. "I said, kill me!" I screamed, only to receive a slap across the face. I placed one hand on my stinging cheek and the other on my bleeding breast, relieved as he finally released his grip. My head spun momentarily from the force of his blow. "Do you really think that I don't know what you're trying to do?" he snarled, grabbing my hair again and pulling me closer to his face. "You want to die before him, don't you?" His grin was sinister. I inwardly clenched my fists. He had seen through me. At this point, I did indeed want to die. I couldn't bear the thought of watching Reuben perish before my eyes. If I couldn't save him, then I wanted to depart this world alongside him. His grin widened. "So much love for him that you want to die with him, huh?" He leaned in closer to my face, his eyes darting between my lips and eyes. "Now he will die because of you," he declared, planting a soft kiss on my lips. I didn't have time to react before the sound of footsteps reached my ears. What did he mean by Reuben will die because of me? "I have a little gift for you," Dark remarked to someone. I followed his gaze to the door, where I saw a familiar face entering. "Mia?" My eyes widened as my jaw dropped in disbelief. "What are you doing here? I told you to look after the children." I trailed off as I noticed how unscathed she appeared, unaffected by Dark's energy, unlike Reuben. Then I noticed her expression. It was totally different from the one that she usually wore. "What's going on, Mia?" My voice shook with uncertainty. "Are you working with Dark?" "No, I've been working for myself for years, preparing for this moment," she smiled cryptically. "What do you mean?" I bit my lip in confusion. "You should have never been in Reuben's life from the beginning, Willow. Once you were gone, you should have never returned. You stole him from me," she venomously accused. "What?" I couldn't believe my ears. Her always smiling eyes now seemed unfamiliar, as if I didn't know the woman standing before me. "Don't act surprised, like you never knew I loved Reuben since school," she snapped. "You stole him with your beauty," she accused, leaving me in shock. Mia loved Reuben? Was she not always rooting for the two of us all the time? Had she been acting all this time? That's when it all clicked in my mind. "Were you the one who deceived me, posing as Ella and telling me that Reuben had a fiancé?" My voice trembled with realization. She smiled in response. "You left me no choice. You should have stayed away when I sent the pictures of you and Reuben to Alpha Louis," she confessed. "Mia." I couldn't close my mouth, stunned by her betrayal. It dawned on me that she had been the one spying on me, giving me that unsettling feeling of being watched. She cunningly used Ella and my suspicions to conceal herself, making me believe that Ella was behind it all. The woman I had trusted as a friend turned out to be my true enemy all along. I had even entrusted my children to her care, oblivious to the hatred she harbored for years. When it was not enough, she shook hands with Dark. "I thought we were best friends. How could you betray me?" I murmured. "Don't blame her for being in love, Rose." Dark spoke lowly, softly biting the corner of my ear. "Let's help the two lovers meet their end," he added. "What?" My eyes snapped at him in horror. An evil smile played on his lips as he slowly clenched my jaw, making me watch as Maya crawled over Reuben's body. "Let them make love," he whispered. My face lost all color knowing what he was planning. "No, get off him!" I shrieked at Mia. Ignoring me, she touched Reuben's chest that suddenly became blood-free. Slowly, his whole body was clean, but his skin started to turn red for some reason. My breath stuck in my lungs when I saw Mia slipping her hand into his pants and Reuben's whole body reacting as if he was on drugs or in rut. My heart dropped into my stomach hearing his order as Mia unzipped Reuben's pants. "No! Don't touch him!" I roared, breaking out of Dark's grip, ready to kill Mia, but Dark yanked me back, this time more violently. "Let's watch from here. The couple doesn't want a threesome." He kissed my cheek. "Let me go! Don't touch him!" I screamed at the top of my lungs. Tears started slipping out of my eyes. "No, don't do that. Please stop her," I begged Dark. "Why still want to die with him?" He caressed my cheek. "He will die if she has sex with him." I screamed at him, going crazy. However, his expression did not change. That let me know that he was doing all of this intentionally, knowing about the vow that Reuben had made 5 years ago. "That's why I warned you that he will die because of you, Rose." He lifted my chin up. "He took that oath out of love for you, and now he will die because of your love." Tears flowed from my eyes uncontrollably. "Please, stop her," I begged. "Kill me instead." He shook his head. "That's not what I want to hear." I bit my lip, looking into his mismatched eyes. "I will do everything you say." I finally spoke the words that he wanted to hear. "I am ready to accept your punishments. Just please, stop her," I begged. "Finally, you understand?" I looked at Reuben, but Dark suddenly pulled me into a forceful kiss. I grew scared and raised my hand to push him away, only to put my hand back down, my eyes going to Reuben. I slowly closed my eyes, silently crying. His breathing was heavy, his grip on my hair tighter, and his lips were practically pinching mine. But everything suddenly gave me zero pain. Once he was satisfied, he broke the kiss. "It's time to go, Rose." He touched my face. I opened my eyes slowly, my expression dead. "Let's go." He took my hand, ready to drag me away. "Give me a minute with him," I murmured. "That's not happening," he angrily growled. "Let me say goodbye to him, or I will never be able to forgive myself," I begged. He frowned bitterly, but after a couple of seconds, he let my hand go. "You have only 30 seconds. I could finally cross the invisible wall and crawled closer to Reuben. He was no longer bleeding, but was seriously injured. I held him in my arms and hugged him tightly. "Do you remember the other day when you said that I deserved your everything?" I whispered, my silent tears wetting his shoulder. "It was a lie. I don't deserve you, Reuben. I never did." I broke into sobs. "If only I had never come into your life, then you would not have gone through all of this." I looked at his closed eyes and smiled. "Now the children are all yours. Tell them Mommy is gone, but she will always love them." I closed my eyes, sobbing. "I'm sorry I am breaking my promise and abandoning you again." I leaned down and kissed his lips. "I love you," I whispered. Our lips had only met for a second when Dark started dragging me away. "Let's go." I looked over my shoulder at Reuben for the last time. "Reuben." Ella. It served as a refuge for criminal wolves, although some wealthy and powerful alphas frequented the place. However, no other shifters or humans were allowed entry. As I scanned the scene before me, I immediately regretted it. Never in my life had I stepped into such a disturbing environment. I wasn't sure where to direct my gaze as the scenes unfolded in nearly every corner. The discomfort and embarrassment weighed heavily on me, especially since I wasn't alone, but accompanied by a man who had always made me nervous. "Act natural, unless you want us to attract attention from those wolves," Walter whispered, a charming smile playing on his lips as he wrapped his arm around my waist. I held my breath, unsure if it was due to embarrassment or his touch. However, he appeared unfazed by the sights around us. "Are you certain this is the right address?" I questioned, forcing a small smile to mask my nervousness. "Why? Are you afraid I'll sell you off here?" He raised an eyebrow. The smile faded from my lips as I glanced away, focusing on the people ahead. He frowned and inquired, "What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to argue?" My silence bothered him. "What's there to argue?" I smiled sadly. "Perhaps I could win an argument with you, but not with destiny. This place harbors many familiar faces seeking the opal moon." I continued, gesturing subtly. Following my gaze, Walter spotted a group of intoxicated alphas mingling with she-wolves. "Whether you sell me or not, I am already in a place that I can't escape. Once they see me." "You talk too much," Walter interrupted, turning me to face him. He placed a mask that covered half of my face, similar to those worn by the other serving she-wolves around us. I touched it in surprise and then looked up at him as he secured the mask properly in place. "Don't take it off," he instructed lightly, glancing at me. My heart skipped a beat. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, my voice trembling slightly. He paused abruptly, meeting my gaze for a fleeting moment before averting his eyes. "Let's go," he said, taking my hand and leading me inside. As we made our way through the crowd, I couldn't help but steal glances at him. Did he truly avoid my question? And if so, why? We soon entered the VIP area, where our true mission was set to begin. My gaze shifted to the stairs leading upward, but before we could ascend, a tall man blocked our path. "May I help you?" We both halted. I offered a smile and stepped forward. "I've booked a VIP room," I stated. "May I see your card?" he requested. I handed over my card, bearing my identity as an alpha and my pack name. These individuals had keen eyes for such details. In reality, it had been Walter that had booked the room with his connections. But he could not enter this place without a woman, That's why he brought me along with him. After confirming its authenticity, he returned the card to me. Now, can we proceed? I inquired, glancing at the man who seemed to indicate that we were cleared to go. As Walter and I began to move forward, the man suddenly blocked Walter's path. "Who are you?" he asked, suspiciously eyeing Walter. My heart clenched with nervousness. Walter couldn't show a card like I had when he was not a werewolf. He simply stared back at the man, seemingly unconcerned about his suspicion. Yet, if he were caught, he would have to confront the entire underground scene, which was no easy feat. That was another reason why he had brought me along with him. "He's with me," I interjected, inserting myself between them, causing the man to step back. Walter glanced at me as I pressed my back against his chest, masking him with my scent to conceal his human presence before he could be detected. "He still needs to show ID," the man insisted. My heart raced as his companions began to converge around us, their suspicion palpable. With my heightened wolf hearing, I could detect the subtle movement of Walter's hand slipping into his jacket. I clenched my fists, realizing I needed to act quickly before it was too late. "He's my slave," I boldly declared, causing the men around us to fall instantly silent as Walter's eyes snapped towards me. "So he's your gigolo?" they inquired, their gaze burning into Walter's skin. Yet he remained silent, as I had instructed him to before we entered. "Yes, I found him on the street to use just for tonight," I asserted casually, ignoring the heat in Walter's eyes. I knew my words were nonsensical. No gigolo would be dressed in such high-end attire and accessories. "Now, get out of my way!" I arrogantly pushed past the man, grabbed Walter's hand, and ascended the stairs, successfully avoiding their suspicion while maintaining my spoiled princess demeanor. Once we were in the lobby, I swiftly released Walter's hand, only to find myself pinned against the nearby wall by him. "I'm your slave? A gigolo you picked up off the street?" he questioned, his brows furrowed in clear offense at the labels. Unable to suppress a nervous smile, I replied, "It was a necessity of the situation, nothing personal." I attempted to push him back, resting my hand on his chest, but he pressed his entire body against mine so gently that I found myself frozen under his captivating gaze. "Once spoken, it cannot be taken back," he whispered, his lips dangerously close to mine. "What do you mean?" I swallowed hard, feeling my heart pound faster with our proximity. He bit his lower lip and murmured, "Thank you for saving me, master." My eyes widened and cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. Master? Why did it sound so erotic and dirty coming from his mouth? A smirk played on his lips as he observed my reaction, adding to my embarrassment. Without another word, I pushed him away and walked off, refusing to look back. "We have to go in here," he called after me. I paused, gritting my teeth in embarrassment, then spun around quickly, heading in the opposite direction. Soon, we stopped in front of room 101. "The person Reuben wants is inside," Walter said in a low tone. My ears perked up as I observed him breaking the lock. "Who are we here for?" I inquired, but I found the answer on my own as soon as the door swung open, revealing a familiar face that left me stunned. "How was this possible? Reuben. Sorry, I am breaking my promise. I love you." "Willow," I shouted her name, my eyes snapping open. The ceiling of my bedroom came into view. My entire body was drenched in sweat. I heard her words, her cries, her heartbreak, and her goodbye. "Reuben." Oren's panicked voice reached me from a chair next to bed on the side where I'd been lying. "You're finally awake." I sat up in bed in a flash. "Where's Willow?" I murmured, scanning the room frantically. Oren's face paled at my words. "Reuben." I threw off the blanket and climbed out of bed, ignoring the bandages covering my chest. "Willow!" "Reuben, you shouldn't get out of bed right away," Oren exclaimed, trying to grab my arm, but I pushed him away. "Willow!" I called out, searching every corner of the bedroom while Oren trailed behind me, attempting to stop me. "Reuben, please stop," he pleaded. "Willow!" I screamed at the top of my lungs, desperately when I couldn't find her scent anywhere. "Reuben!" Oren blocked my path with a shout. "Willow isn't here." "She's not here?" My mind went blank. "Where is she?" I angrily grabbed his collar. "Where the hell is she?" I yelled. A profound sadness overtook Oren's eyes. "Willow is gone," he whispered. "Gone." My heart nearly stopped beating, still grappling with the echo of her goodbye in my mind, hoping it was all a terrible dream. Where did she go? My breath grew labored as my wolf lost control. Where the hell did she go? Leaving me again? I roared. Oren looked at me helplessly, his face filled with sadness, guilt, and regret. When we arrived at the Wade Moon Pack, everything was engulfed in flames. We found you. Other than that, Alpha Benjamin was half burnt, but Willow was gone. Dark took her away with him, he revealed. My grip on his collar tightened in shock. He took her? That's impossible. I violently shook my head. Willow can't leave me. I will go and find her, I declared, striding past Oren. You can't find her, Reuben, Oren intervened once again. What the hell are you saying? I growled, my breath heavy and furious. I will bring her back. With that, I stormed out of my bedroom, only to halt when Oren spoke again. You cannot find her because it has already been 3 days. My entire body froze in shock. 3 days? Oren stepped in front of me and continued. It took you 3 days to wake up, Reuben. His voice filled with sadness as he looked into my anguished eyes. I collapsed to my knees, my entire world crumbling before my eyes. My soulmate, my Willow, had been gone for 3 days. While I had been sleeping, I love you. Her last confession reverberated in my mind, each word piercing my heart and bringing tears to my eyes. She had gone with Dark to save me. She sacrificed herself for me. She entrusted our children to me. She saved me and destroyed herself in the process. Willow! I screamed with all the agony of my wolf, my heart shattering into a million pieces. A single tear traced down my cheek, but I felt numb. Her cries, her shattered heart, her pain, all of it merged with mine, crushing my soul under the weight of our shared sorrow. Reuben. Oren's hand rested on my shoulder as he knelt before me. Stay strong for your children, who you could lose too. His voice was soft, filled with concern. My face drained of all color. What happened to my children? I demanded, my heart pounding with fear. Oren could only offer a helpless stare in response. I rushed to Wyatt and Laurie's bedroom, my mind racing with dread. Wyatt, Laurie! I burst into the room, my voice tinged with panic. Reuben, Bix, who was checking on them, called out. What's wrong with them? Why are they sleeping at this time? I questioned. Bix's eyes brimmed with sadness. They have been in a coma for 3 days and nights, he revealed. What? My mouth fell open in shock. How is that even? It appears to be the work of Dark, Bix interrupted, his voice heavy with concern. Neither doctors nor my powers have any effect on the children. The day that they briefly woke up, it wasn't a miracle, it was a deception. Dark has done something to them. I suspect Mia played a part in bringing them to this state before that bitch died in the fire at Wade Moon, he explained, his tone grave. My eyes turned red in anger. That fucker! He not only stole my Willow, but hurt my children. Yes, he left nothing untouched or behind. Oren entered the room. I closed my eyes, clenching my fists. Is that old wolf still alive? Oren and Bix exchanged a look. Alpha Benjamin sustained burns to half of his body. He is being treated in the Pack's hospital, Oren replied. Drag that mud in here, I opened my emotionless eyes. He is the key to all of this shit. I will make even a dead body speak. They nodded. I took both of my children's little hands and kissed them. I recalled Willow's request, tell them Mommy is gone, but she loves them. I caressed both of their heads and promised Mommy will return soon to us. Oren and Bix stood to the side, silently watching me until Oren noticed, Reuben, what's in your hand? Yes, something is shining. He and Bix both dashed over to me as I opened my fist to find a small packet. It's 2 small golden pills and a note. Bix curiously took it from my hand. Oren read the note. The pills have to be given to the children at midnight. The next and last dose will be sent soon. Bix exclaimed, someone has sent the cure for the children's coma. Both of their hopeful eyes focused on me. However, my eyes were stuck on the handwriting. My heart pondered in my chest. It was Willow, I whispered. Oren exclaimed, Willow? Does that mean she obtained a cure for the twins' coma from Dark? Why would Dark give it to her so easily? They both looked at me in confusion, while my eyes were hyper-focused on the single tear stain on the paper that was all that reminded of her promise. Even if you can't see me, I will always be there with you. I tightly closed my eyes, clutching the note to my chest. Now what did she sacrifice for our babies and me?
Alpha Benjamin. At the age of 16, my pack had been destroyed and taken over by rogues. Once the Alpha's son living in luxury, I became a homeless beggar. Countless times, I returned to the borders of my pack filled with the desire to exact revenge on every one of them. Yet I was forced to retreat each time powerless, positionless, and penniless. Similarly, countless times I contemplated ending my worthless life through suicide, but I could never bring myself to follow through with it. Every time I considered it, the memories of the bloodshed, pain, and my desire for revenge for my family and pack members flooded back into my heart, preventing me from taking that final step. I was so hopeless and pathetic that it triggered a simmering anger inside me. Slowly, this anger piled up until it reached a boiling point, turning me into a blazing volcano barely contained by a thin layer of something within me that I could never quite name. Perhaps it was an opportunity in disguise? For a few years, I survived in the forest, living like a rogue until I encountered my soulmate, an ordinary she-wolf living in a pack. We instantly fell in love, and she brought me back to live in her pack together. That's where this whole story really began. It was a pack of omegas. Every wolf, even the Alpha and Luna, were omegas. Happiness and peace pervaded their home. Even the lowest-ranking wolf seemed happier than me. It puzzled me to no end. Why, with alpha blood coursing through my veins, did I live a life akin to that of a worm? Why did I possess a soulmate, food, and shelter, yet remain devoid of happiness? Amidst grappling with these suffocating emotions, I struck up a friendship with George Rathbone, the alpha of the pack. It all began with me offering to assist him with driving and other odd jobs. Over the years, our friendship blossomed, growing deeper until we became best friends. We spent our time playing chess and sharing wine, forming a bond that transcended mere camaraderie. People envied me because the alpha favored me, but it only fueled the hate festering within me. From our very first encounter, I loathed George. He was kind, powerful, and a genuinely good person. Others were drawn to his positivity, but I found it repulsive and insincere. How could a lowly omega extend kindness to me? How could someone of such low status presume to give me orders and claim the title of alpha? He disgusted me. Every moment spent in his presence felt suffocating. He reminded me of the wretched rogues who had decimated my pack and stolen everything from me. George was no different. He didn't deserve to be called alpha, nor did he merit any of the privileges. Only I knew the extent of my endurance over those 14 years, but eventually my patience reached its breaking point. I couldn't fathom how, but George somehow discovered my hidden identity as an alpha blood after all those years. The Wade Moon pack was exclusively for omegas. By concealing my true status, I had violated the most sacred rule. That revelation marked the beginning of my downfall. George decreed that I must depart from the pack within a month. It was a gesture of kindness on his part not to expose my deception to the others and to allow me to leave quietly, with my dignity intact. The very idea of leaving Wade Moon drove me to madness. Over the years, I had never recognized George as my alpha, and in my mind, Wade Moon belonged to me. No one had the right to expel me from there, especially not that despicable omega. Leaving Wade Moon behind for a walk, I found myself in a random desolate forest where I vented all my anger, frustration, and disgust by screaming into the void and pounding a tree until my hands were numb. Little did I know, I wasn't alone. By sheer coincidence, I stumbled upon a murder scene, not one perpetrated by an ordinary werewolf, but by a living monster who also happened to witness my true nature, something that no one else in the world was privy to. His mismatched eyes bore into me like those of a predator sizing up its prey. A sinister grin twisted his lips upon uncovering my secret, sent shivers down my spine. There was no other option but to flee. I ran for my life, but I couldn't escape the realization that while I could run from everything else, I couldn't run from dark. Wherever I turned, he stood before me, an ominous presence that seemed to mock my attempts to escape. Finally, I surrendered, dropping to my knees and pleading for my life, but his response was unexpected. "Do you desire to become alpha of that pack?" he asked. It was my deepest aspiration to lead the Wade Moon pack. I couldn't fathom leaving it as George had demanded. The offer was tantalizing, especially considering that all Dark asked for in return was a place to reside. Witnessing his mysterious powers, I sensed he was no ordinary wolf, but rather a formidable creature, a solution to my pent-up anger and ambition. Despite my fear, I brought Dark to Wade Moon with me under the guise of a nephew. With my soulmate away visiting her mother with our son, I found myself at an advantage. I didn't dare question Dark about his plans. I was simply too scared. When Eloise met Dark, her reaction was unsettling, as if she could see through his facade. Of course, since I had lied and said he was my nephew visiting temporarily, George allowed him to stay. Days passed without incident, but I lived in constant fear of being exposed or expelled from the pack. After a week, Dark had yet to make a move. My anxiety only grew. All Dark ever did was wander around the pack, disappearing for hours at a time, sometimes using my place like a guest house. I could never figure out what was going on in his mind. With each passing day, my frustration mounted, especially as I felt the pressure from George's ever-watchful eyes, a constant reminder that my time in the pack was running out. Unable to bear the weight of it any longer, I confronted Dark in frustration. I believed he had betrayed me, or worse, that he had never intended to help me at all. It seemed he had been using me, and I'd had enough. Searching for him, I ended up by the riverside of the pack, where I witnessed an unbelievable sight. Dark was with Willow. She lay on the riverbank, surrounded by a mysterious darkness, soaking wet, while he eyed her as if she were a delicious piece of meat. As a man, I could clearly discern the ill intentions behind Dark's gaze. It suddenly dawned on me where he had been disappearing to, why he was still staying in Wade Moon, and what he was up to. His eyes spoke volumes, but I couldn't gather the courage to confront him then, especially when Dark's predatory gaze had already spotted me long ago. It felt as if I had stepped into his territory, and that territory's name was Willow. Panicking, I left immediately, but later that night, I mustered the courage to confront him again. "You promised to help me become the alpha, but you've yet to do anything. George is still the alpha, and I'm going to be kicked out in a few days," I accused, my frustration boiling over. "All you do is follow that girl." Normally, he spoke very little, and I was used to him ignoring me. But that day, I pushed my luck, ignored my fear, and mistook him for some random wolf with a few magical tricks. That was my biggest mistake. The moment I mentioned Willow, his truly evil nature emerged, nearly killing me on the spot. His deadly grip tightened around my throat, lifting my body into the air, something impossible for any normal wolf to do. I was certain I was about to die. "You are never to call her a girl. She is not a random girl. She is mine. My mate," he solemnly announced, emphasizing the significance of Willow to him. "But she is only 14, I managed to get out between harsh breaths, struggling to comprehend the situation. I had believed that he misunderstood Willow to be 17 or 18 due to her mature appearance and body growth. She had grown before my eyes, her rapid development misleading in many ways. 14? Dark's evil smile confirmed my fears. What destiny! I am also 17. With a violent toss, he cast me aside, leaving me to contemplate my impending fate as he promised I would soon be the alpha. The look in his eyes conveyed his genuine commitment to helping me become alpha. However, it took me hours to process the truth that the man that appeared to be in his mid-20s was actually only 17 years old, and Willow was his mate? Alpha Benjamin. Nothing made sense to me, as everything became even more frightening. Though I knew that it was too late for me to do anything, all I could do was wait. Dark was deeply in love with Willow for reasons unknown to me. I didn't dare pry into his obsession with her, especially as I was scheduled to leave the pack in 2 days, coinciding with the full moon. George once again showed me kindness by inviting me to join the full moon party before my departure. I was consumed by frustrated impatience. I hadn't trusted Dark from the start, and decided to secretly kill George at the party and claim his position. Before I could take action, Luna Eloise's furious screams shattered my plans. At the party, I witnessed a tense and dangerous confrontation between Luna Eloise and Dark. "Don't you dare come near my daughter!" Eloise's fury was palpable as she bravely shoved at Dark's chest, shielding Willow behind her. As I observed the scene, it became clear that Eloise had sensed Dark's intentions toward Willow. Perhaps there was more to it than I knew, but one thing was certain. Eloise would not allow Dark to harm her daughter. "Rose, come to me," Dark addressed Willow, but she refused to obey him. Tensions escalated further as George joined Eloise in protecting their daughter. demanding that Dark leave their pack. Before I could fully grasp the gravity of the situation, Dark took a drastic step and killed George, who had been shielding Willow. As chaos erupted around me, I watched in horror as the pack members turned on each other, driven by some unseen force controlled by Dark. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. Dark was no ordinary wolf. He had the ability to manipulate and control hundreds of wolves simultaneously. The situation escalated rapidly as mysterious flames engulfed the entire pack territory as Dark's sinister gaze fixed on Willow. It dawned on me that bringing Dark into the pack was a grave error on my part. He cared for no one and was willing to sacrifice anyone to achieve his own ends, even me. With the pack consumed by madness and destruction, I knew I had to escape before Dark turned his attention to me. As I fled through the woods, desperation coursing through my veins, I tripped over Eloise's lifeless body lying amidst the flames. The sight of her charred form sent a shiver down my spine, but there was no time to dwell on the horrors around me. Suddenly, I realized that I was the lone survivor, other than Willow, who had escaped with help of her mother. Dark had gone so insane over losing her that he destroyed Eloise's burning body to the point that she could never be recovered. Dark's obsession with Willow had driven him to madness, leaving a trail of death and devastation in his wake. I realized with a sinking heart that I had brought nothing but death and despair, bringing him into our lives. Standing amidst the ruins of the once thriving pack, I braced myself for Dark's wrath, expecting him to end my life as he had done with so many others. However, to my surprise, he spared me, leaving me with a chilling command that weighed heavily on my conscience. "Find my Rose," his words echoed in my mind, the nickname he had given Willow sending a shiver down my spine. His obsession with her escape and his twisted affection for her were all too apparent. "Use everything at your disposal to find her. One day I will return to collect her. Until then, protect her as if she were your own daughter. Protect her like a dog guarding its owner's food." That was his last order. Dark's final command was not a mere request. It was an executioner's blade that hung over my head, waiting for the day he returned to claim his beloved. Until then, I was to protect her with my life, a duty that I dared not fail to fulfill. That fateful night marked the fulfillment of Dark's promise. However, I had also finally realized who Dark was. Him calling Willow Rose reminded me of a friend that I had made during the years I had survived as a rogue in the woods by chance. The person was into evil things, and we were alike in many things. That person became my secret friend. They even helped to swipe babies for Alpha Adam when I requested. He had the similar light powers as Dark, but Dark's powers were deadly, as if the powers had been enhanced or refined. That secret friend of mine was actually Dark. With George's demise, the once peaceful pack of Omegas ceased to exist, and I ascended to the role of Alpha. No one remained alive that had known my secret, and I seized the opportunity to rebuild Wade Moon according to my own vision. Assuming the name Wade, I claimed that it was all rightfully mine, and my dreams were finally realized. However, there was one strange thing. The whole pack had burnt, but not one of the basement room of the pack house where pack's papers, old photos, and other legal records were kept. No matter how much I tried to destroy it countless times, but they were always there. It was actually Dark's doing. He intentionally left those papers and photos unburnt so that I could remember my task to find Willow. The looming threat of Dark's command weighed heavily upon me. Willow's absence cast a dark shadow over my accomplishments, reminding me that my ultimate duty was to find and protect her. Until then, the invisible sword Dark had placed over my neck would continue to perilously hang, a constant reminder of the unfinished task that haunted my every step. After years of relentless searching, it seemed as though Willow had vanished into thin air. My hopes were reignited when fate brought us together through a car accident, but to my surprise, she did not recognize me. It was the perfect opportunity for me when she did not remember who I really was. However, her pregnancy posed a significant threat to my plans, as it indicated that she was no longer a virgin. The thought of Dark discovering this filled me with dread, so I kept my discovery of Willow to myself, formulating a plan in secret. Then one day, I accidentally looked through Willow's phone. Upon discovering Reuben's photo in Willow's phone, I was taken aback by the realization that her soulmate was none other than a dangerous alpha. To make matters more complicated, he was also the father of twins. Despite my shock, I remained silent, pretending to be unaware of her connection to Reuben. My plan was straightforward. I intended to lure Willow back to America and orchestrate a meeting between her and Reuben. My hope was that Reuben would claim the twins upon discovering their existence, thus alleviating the burden from my shoulders. To set my plan in motion, I fabricated a heart surgery so that I could send Willow to the Alpha Ball in my place, which had been organized by Reuben himself. Little did I know that Reuben was deeply obsessed with Willow, harboring feelings for her that spanned many years. Instead of simply taking the twins and allowing Willow to return to the Wade Moon pack as I had anticipated, Reuben ensnared her in his affections, refusing to let her go. My plan backfired spectacularly, and as events unfolded, it became clear that nothing was going according to my plans. Every time I failed in my plan, I used to go to that basement to scratch those old photos to release my stress and anger. It was the only thing I could do. When I first saw the Shine Moon pack burning in front of my eyes, I had realized that dark had returned. Years of fear that I had buried deep in my heart resurfaced. In the end, everything I had earned with description and greed burnt in the fire the same way everything had started. I lost everything, becoming the reason for so much death. Plus, now Willow was also in danger. Everyone standing in the room was stunned as they listened to Benjamin's deathbed confession that he had used his last breaths to deliver, while Sky was consumed by panic, watching his father's eyes close for the final time. "Dad!" he called desperately, trying to wake him up, only to be pushed away by a furious Reuben. "Don't you dare die!" Reuben aggressively grabbed Benjamin's half-burnt face and questioned. "He asked you to inform him about Willow when you found her. That means you know his address or where he lives. Tell me where he is. Tell me, where did he take Willow?" Reuben paused when Benjamin slitted his eyes open and spoke in broken words. "Save Willow," he uttered in a low, fragmented voice. Reuben's attention sharpened. "Why do you say that? What do you know?" he demanded. Benjamin met his gaze, guilt evident in his eyes as he confessed. "Dark is planning to marry Willow in 2 days on the new moon. If that happens, Willow will become only his." Reuben froze in shock. "Only his?"
Chapter 103.
Reuben. Dark is going to marry Willow. I stood there stunned as I watched Alpha Benjamin's chest rise and fall, his breaths coming in shallow gasps. Suddenly, he stopped breathing altogether, and the room fell silent except for the flat beep of the machines. Sky fell to his knees, his eyes wide with shock as he saw his father lying motionless on the hospital bed. I stared at the scene in front of me with dead eyes, my wolf wanting to destroy everything in its path at this point. The only man who knew about Dark and his whereabouts was dead. The only thing that he had been able to tell me was that my mate was going to be tied to some other man. "Alpha Reuben," Sky called. "Does this Dark have mismatched eyes, one green and one black?" he murmured. I glanced at Sky, who was sitting on the floor looking disheveled and horrified for some reason. "How do you know?" I demanded, because Alpha Benjamin had never mentioned the color of Dark's eyes. I had never seen them until 3 days ago in Wade Moon. He looked up at me with wide eyes, his whole body sweating profusely. I remember him now, the shadow that used to stalk Willow 11 years ago. Willow was kind from the beginning, but that single act of kindness towards him cost her everything. She should have ignored the man when he was standing on the riverbank. She should have walked away when he was ready to throw himself into the water. She should have never grabbed his hand and saved him. She should have never crossed paths with Dark. "Have you lost your mind?" Dark opened his eyes to find a girl with beautiful blue eyes, resembling those of a little white cat, holding his hand. Her eyes were filled with concern, completely unaware that he wasn't committing suicide, but merely wanted to taste what death felt like. However, upon seeing her, he suddenly changed his mind. Her soft hand holding his large one felt cold as it trembled, as if she were the one on the verge of falling into the river. "You should never stand on the edge. You could die." With both hands, she desperately attempted to pull Dark back to safety, unaware of the look in Dark's eyes. Dark's heart quickened uncontrollably at the sight of her indescribable beauty, and the scent emanating from her made him crazy with need. Looking at her flushed, rosy cheeks, he tightened his grip on her hand and pulled her into the river with him. She screamed, thrashing her arms and legs in the water even though she couldn't swim. Dark watched as she began to drown before his eyes. Stretching out his arms, he pulled her closer to his body. She immediately clung to him as if he were a lifeline. Her wet body pressed against his completely until he could feel every curve of her. Her reckless act ignited a flame inside him. Taking deep breaths and panicking, Willow looked up at Dark to find him eyeing her. "Why did you pull me in?" she scolded, but all he could see was her small face, mere inches away from him. Her big, fearful eyes were watery, her small mouth spewing scolds was juicy, and her voice was just seductive enough to make him hard. However, her scent, it was indescribably addictive and mouth-watering to him. His eyes shone when he realized the scent coming from her was not ordinary. He couldn't help but take a bite of her neck, tasting her blood. The metallic yet sweet taste of her mixed in his mouth euphoric as his mind was blown from the shock. She had evil blood in her, blood capable of attracting other evil, even rogues, to her. He stared at her like a lunatic. The flower he had been looking for years was finally in his grasp. Her mother, or one of her ancestors, must have had evil blood that she inherited, resulting in her having blood made just for Dark. She was his. Ow, that hurt! Willow pulled away from Dark and swam to the riverbank with great difficulty. Once she stepped on the riverbank, she glared at him. "I tried to save you, and you bit me. If you want to die, then go die outside my pack. Don't dirty the water." With that, she turned around and quickly left, glancing back at him once with scared eyes. His mismatched eyes were frightening to her. What really sent shivers down her spine was the smile forming in his eyes as he eyed her wet back. She immediately turned around and tried to run, only to bump into someone. She gasped and looked up, only to find Dark standing in front of her. Her eyes widened in shock as to how he appeared before her so suddenly. "You? How did you?" She trailed off, frozen in fear. He leaned closer to her face and asked, "What's your name, Rose?" "Rose?" Willow blinked at him, still frozen in fear. "Why are you calling me Rose?" His lips curled into an evil smile. "Beautiful yet wild, you are my Rose," Dark said. That day Willow ran away, but before she could tell anyone about the creepy encounter, she heard rumors of Alpha Benjamin's nephew having mismatched eyes and being mentally challenged. Thinking him crazy like Alpha Benjamin had insinuated, she didn't pay much attention to what happened with Dark. However, from that moment on, she started getting the feeling that someone was stalking her from the shadows. Of course, whenever she would turn, there was only darkness. She never realized that it had always been Dark hanging around wherever she was. He had become addicted to her scent, her beauty, and her, to the point he could not stay away from her. "Why are you here again?" Willow frowned upon finding him on the riverbank for the third consecutive day. She had no idea that he knew the entirety of her schedule by heart. "Aren't you Uncle Benjamin's nephew? Don't you have a place to stay?" Dark grabbed her hand and pulled her down to sit next to him. "Am I bothering you that much, Rose? Do you love this river that much?" Whenever he called her Rose, her heart squeezed in panic for an unknown reason. Dark looked deep into her eyes, realizing that she had never been touched by a man before, because as soon as their bodies touched, she pulled away as if her body was on fire. It irritated him to no end. She was never supposed to move away from him, but he let it go this once, deciding to train her slowly. "I don't like water," she claimed, her eyes shining beautifully under the night sky. "Then what do you like?" Dark asked, intentionally acting mentally challenged around her. "I like fire." Her eyes held a different shine when she talked about fire. "You like fire?" The corners of Dark's lips curled into a smile. "How much do you like it?" he questioned. She was silent for a couple of seconds before she replied, "So much that I wish that flames ignited and caught every part of the pack till the flames grew to such heights that they reached the sky." She giggled at her own crazy words, but her desire was stored in Dark's mind. "My Rose loves fire," he murmured under his breath. Whenever he stalked her, she could never find him even though she felt him, and slowly she believed she had misunderstood the situation. She was like a carefree bird, lighthearted even when changing clothes. The time he saw her naked, he could not sleep for days. "Why do you always come here? You've been doing it for over a week now. This is my hiding spot," she complained. "Hiding spot? What is so special about it?" He continued his act of being mentally challenged like usual. She threw her school bag down and sat on the riverbank a few feet away from him. "Whenever I am angry or sad, I come here. Whenever I want to get away from the world, I come here," she murmured, dipping her hand in the water. He watched her fingers move in the water, finding it seductive, struggling to control himself from throwing her to the ground and fucking her right there. "Who pissed you off then?" His voice was grave. "Everyone. I just hate everyone." She slapped the water. "I can't go here or there. I can't do this or that." Her face flushed as her eyes grew watery. "I just hate the whole world, even this pack." He moved closer to her, lifting her chin with a finger. "Want me to kill them?" She looked at him in stunned silence for a moment. "What?" "No." Her eyes widened like an owl's. He felt a thirst burning inside him. "Why? Don't you hate them?" He raised his brows, inching closer to her lips. She froze under his touch once again, her eyes full of fear at their close proximity. She opened her mouth in panic, watching him getting closer to her before she pulled away in alarm. "I hate them, but I don't like blood or death," she scrambled back. "Then what?" He crawled closer this time, not letting her escape. Her face turned white in fear when he touched her inner thigh as she nearly shouted out of fear, "I just want them all to disappear." With that, she got up and ran away without looking back. Watching her retreating figure, Dark lay on the riverbank with an insane smile on his lips. Disappear? Willow raced all the way back to the pack house and shut herself in her bedroom. She had never been touched in the way Dark had. It triggered and scared her to the point that she started relating it to the dreams that she had been having for the past few nights. With shaking hands, she pulled out the camera she had installed in her room for protection at night. When she checked the footage, her mind was blown at the horror it revealed. Dark was in her room. The shadow that always seemed to be around her was Dark. He had not just been in her room. He had also stayed nearly the whole night, watching her and touching her however he wanted. Terrified, she dropped the camera. The dreams she had been having that someone was touching her were not actually dreams, but a terrifying reality. Once she raised her eyes to look at the window, Dark was standing out there in the dark, smiling up at her, and the camera on the floor was destroyed. She was so scared that she went to tell a friend about it, but whoever she tried to tell about Dark, that person started disappearing right in front of her eyes. The shock of it was too much for her to handle, combined with the fear of losing her parents if she told them about Dark. Dark crushed her completely. All she could do was keep her mouth shut and live in fear. From that day forward, she began sleeping with her mother in her room. She stopped going to the riverbank and rarely left the pack house. She would even hide if she crossed paths in the pack with Dark. Her actions of distancing herself just messed with Dark's mind. He was on the verge of bursting into a frustrated tantrum when the full moon party arrived. That same night, he saw Willow with a male friend. She had a little crush on that boy to begin with, so when they were together, she forgot about Dark for a short period of time and went for a walk to the woods with him, unaware that Dark was watching her like an enraged beast. The moment he saw them holding hands, the little shred of sanity that he had been holding on to snapped. Her blushing cheeks, her smiling lips were for that boy, not for Dark. All she had was fear in her eyes when she was with him. She did not even look at him with those eyes. She ignored him like the plague while having a love affair with some other random guy. Just as she closed her eyes to let the boy kiss her, his pain-filled screams echoed in her ears. She opened her eyes in confusion and was startled when hot blood splashed on her face. Her eyes met with the boy's severed head. "Ah!" she screamed in pure shock and fear. Her eyes and mouth grew wide at the sight of Dark holding the boy's head. "How dare you let another man touch you?" He tossed away the boy's lifeless body aside, clearing his path to Willow. Seeing such a frightening scene, she was bathed in her own sweat, unable to speak anything until he advanced closer to her. "Mom!" Screaming and crying in fear, she tried to run away but failed. Come here, bitch! He grabbed her by the hair and pinned her to the ground. Let me go, she shrieked loudly. If you were that in heat, you should have come to me. Your mate, he growled at her. No, don't! She sobbed uncontrollably. Willow, I arrived. Dark paused and raised his head to glance at me. I was rooted in place, seeing him pinning Willow to the ground, but what scared me to death was his mismatched eyes filled with rage. He was going to kill me. Willow took that opportunity to hit Dark with a sharp stone. Fuck! Dark groaned in pain when the stone hit too close to his throat. Once his grip loosened on Willow's body, she successfully ran away. When Willow escaped, I also fled the pack in fear. I had snuck back to Wade Moon to meet with Willow after she had messaged me about a dangerous stalker with mismatched eyes. She had told me how she met him and what he had done to her. Of course, after seeing Dark firsthand, I returned to my grandmama's pack right away. However, as it turned out, Willow was not that fortunate. Dark killed her dad and our pack members in front of her eyes. Her mother tried to help her escape, but Dark caught her in the middle of her escape. She had already been half dead from the abuse at that point. Luckily, before he could rape her, Luna Eloise came to save Willow. Her wolf could not even last 5 seconds against Dark, but it was enough time for Willow to make a run for it. She was half naked, bleeding, yet a running. Willow watched her mother die by Dark's sadistic hands, despite all that Willow did as she was told when her mother kept mind-linking her not to stop. Hide forever and never reveal her surname to anyone. With the severity of the assault, all the deaths she witnessed firsthand, and the fire that consumed the only life she had ever known, it's no wonder that the trauma forced her to forget everything as a way to cope with the fact that she escaped. Sky was in tears when he ended the story. All this time, whenever I heard about Willow's suffering, the image of her wounded and battered body from the last time Dark had tried to violate her crossed my mind. I turned around and left the hospital feeling pain all over my body and soul. Reuben, where are you going? Oren rushed after me. To get Willow, I murmured emotionlessly. He was stunned. You know where Willow is? Then he shook his head and changed the question instead. Do you know who Dark is? When he asked, I stopped at the sight of the person Ella and Walter had brought back with them. Alpha Louis. He was already frozen at the sight of me. I finally recalled where I had seen Alpha Benjamin in the past. I think I know who Dark is, I replied. Willow. Rose. I woke up in a cold sweat, my heart racing as flashes of flames and screams from the past filled my mind. The memories that I had forgotten for so long had returned, flooding me with guilt and sorrow. The image of my pack, my family being engulfed in fire haunted me. It had all happened because of my love of fire and my careless wish for everyone to disappear that had been spoken to the wrong person. It was my fault that so many innocent lives had been lost. If only I had not saved him that day. My heart constricted painfully out of guilt as I pressed my face against the cold, hard floor. I had been lying here since I had been knocked unconscious during the mental pressure and memories of the past. I couldn't tell how much time had passed. My entire brain throbbed with pain, and my body too for some reason, and I couldn't even muster the strength to move a muscle. Yet, despite my broken state, I could still feel a strange sensation through the bond I shared with my children. My heart pounded in my chest as I forced myself to sit up from the cold, hard floor. 2 days had passed since I sent the first round of pills to Reuben for our children, but I still hadn't received the last dose for Wyatt and Lori. Panic consumed me as I clutched at my chest, feeling a heaviness growing inside. Something was definitely wrong with our children. Time was running out to get that last dose to them before it was too late. My hands trembled as I pushed myself to get up on my feet before the bedroom door opened. My heart raced with fear, thinking that he had returned for his sick and twisted desires that he could never satisfy with me. He was like a rabid animal, willing to consume my flesh, just to satisfy his insatiable lust. But since Reuben and I had mated and marked each other, my wolf denied his advances. He could not force me to for sex, causing him not to rape me at all. But as the door swung open, it was not him standing there. Instead, an unknown woman strode in with a large plate in her hands, her expression unreadable, yet her presence sent shivers down my spine. She stopped in front of me and stated, Please let me help you get ready, Luna. Luna? Why was she calling me by that title? What the hell was going on now? Why do I have to get ready? I demanded, a very bad feeling rising in my heart. For your wedding to Alpha Dark. The new moon is only a few hours away, she explained. My wedding to Dark? My eyes widened in horror as I stared at her as though she had succumbed to madness. Yet, the meticulously arranged attire and jewelry that had been placed upon the grand tray she presented to me contradicted any of my doubts. Absurd, I muttered, vigorously shaking my head. I am not. Please, allow me to assist you in dressing, she began, advancing toward me, clutching the wedding gown in her grasp. The Alpha is growing impatient. Have you lost your mind? Stay away from me, I yelled at her, hurling the wedding gown aside in a fit of rage. It landed on the floor, prompting her swift retrieval. Where is Dark? Where is he? I demanded, but she merely lowered her head in response. Please get dressed, Luna, she persisted, evidently determined to dress me against my will. You understand nothing. I stared at her in disbelief, then stormed out of the bedroom in search of Dark. Dark! I shouted in the never-ending hallway. The whole place was like a maze. Every hall seemed to be identical. It had been 6 days, and I still had not been able to figure out where exactly I was. It was like a palace that had been constructed underground where everything was dark, gloomy, and wanted to consume me whole. There was no escape from here. Dark! I know you can hear me! I screamed into the air, not knowing where to find him. He was always the one that came to my room, but when he was not here, I always felt his eyes on me and his presence around me like a curse. This is the first time you called me by name, he said. I paused in the middle of the hallway with a gasp when my surroundings drastically changed. Suddenly, I found myself in a dark yet very beautiful room, where Dark stood right in front of me, his hand touching my cheek with his face a few inches away from mine. Say it again, he whispered, his eyes filled with sick needs. I stared into his eyes. Give me the last dose, I demanded. What dose, Rose? He replied, feigning ignorance. His question set off a wave of panic inside me. The last dose of pills for my children. Their condition seems to be worsening. Please give them to me like you promised, I reminded him. He pulled away from me and turned to pick up a glass of wine. You will get them later, he replied casually. Why? I need them now. My children's lives are in danger. They are dying. I turned to face him, desperation evident in my voice. I have done everything you wanted and obeyed you. Now please give me that last dose, I begged. He frowned and grabbed me by the throat. I said you will get it later. Now go and get ready for our wedding, he growled, pushing me away. I staggered, struggling to keep my balance as his words hit me like a sucker punch to the gut. So what that woman had said was correct. Dark wanted to marry me? My whole body shook with this dreadful revelation. By marrying me, he somehow wanted to claim my body and soul. I am not marrying you, I murmured, taking a step back. What did you say? His eyes flashed with anger, his expression darkening. I clenched my fists, straightened my back, and repeated, I am not marrying you, I declared. He threw the wine glass furiously on the ground and grabbed my throat. Did you fucking think I was asking for your opinion? He barked in my face, his mismatched eyes growing darker and scarier. I am ordering you, he dug his nails slowly into my flesh. Go and get ready if you need pills. We are going to get fucking married today on the new moon, and that's final. Ah, I hissed in great pain but never tore my eyes from him. This order of yours will never be fulfilled. I am not going to marry you. I will not submit to you. I will gladly allow you to turn me into a dead body to do those things too, if you are capable of doing that. Say that again and see if you ever get the last dose from me, he growled lowly. My face turned white at his threat. Another refusal from those lips will cost you the lives of your children. Their lungs will burn, their blood will run dry, and there will not be a single part of their body that will not rot until death. No, you can't do that, I screamed in horror as he made me envision my children dying in all the gruesome ways he described. Give me the pills! Give them to me! I screeched like a crazed woman, scratching his chest with my sharp claws and drawing blood. He slid his hand from my throat to my cheek, his touch sending shivers down my spine. What happened so suddenly? Weren't you just talking about death and some other shit? He grinned wickedly. I would even marry your dead body, but do you have the guts to see your children die the worst death imaginable? Do you have the guts to watch your soulmate commit suicide as I burn his pack and his people to ash, then have you in front of his eyes? Do you have the guts to watch him die? He questioned, his eyes glinting with malevolence as tears finally gathered in my eyes. The last time, you sacrificed yourself to save him, but now, do you have anything to offer me when I am close to claim every hole of your body tonight on our wedding bed? As he spoke, memories of those dark nights flooded my mind. The moments when I couldn't escape, I had to leave Reuben and our babies. He smiled at my shattered state and traced his finger along my lips. You're refusing to marry me because you're still clinging to Reuben's love, aren't you? He taunted. But will he accept a woman that has stayed with another man day and night over 3 days? He grinned. I wanted to die at that moment when he mentioned it. Nothing happened between us. He loved the expression on my face and leaned closer to my lips. It is something only you and I know. Will Reuben believe it? Every bite mark on your body screams my name. I've made you my whore, my bitch, that will spread her legs only for me from tonight. Do you think he'll accept a whore? He jeered. I bit my lip to stifle my tears and replied, Reuben will believe me. He loves me for who I am, not just my body. What a blind love. He scoffed angrily, yanking violently at my hair. But I wonder if he'll still love the woman who won't be his anymore. Not just physically, but also down to her soul. I shuddered at his words. What do you mean I won't be his, not even my soul? I belong to Reuben, now and always, I retorted, only to then recoil as his gaze slid from my eyes to my neck, where my mate mark was. What are you looking at? I began to struggle in his grasp, terrified of the sinister intent in his eyes focused on my mark. What if you are no longer his soulmate? He locked eyes with me, the corner of his lips curling into a meaningful smile. No, I shook my head, understanding his intentions. Please don't, I struggled wildly, waving my arm around. No! I cried, pushed him away, then turned around to run out of the room. But just as I was getting away, the door closed itself and Dark caught me. Where do you think you are going? He growled and pinned me on the floor. No, don't! I screamed, but he ruthlessly tilted my neck to the side and bit my neck, marking me over Reuben's mark. No! I howled loudly in pain, seeing it felt like my soul and wolf were being ripped out of my body. His mate mark killed something inside me as Reuben's mate mark on my neck disappeared. He pulled his canines out, licked the blood clean, and whispered in my ear, Now you are only mine. He kissed my lips and got off me. I lay on the floor motionless and in pain. You have half an hour to get ready for the wedding. Don't make me come find you, saying, he turned and left the room. I slowly lifted my hand and touched my neck where Reuben's mark had once been. Tears gathered in my eyes and I cried loudly, Reuben. I couldn't feel him anymore. I could not feel our mate bond. I lost him. I curled into a ball and cried loudly. I had lost everything that meant anything to me, my parents, my children, and now Reuben too. Luna, that woman, once again came with the wedding dress in her arms. Please take a shower and I will help you to get dressed. I curled on the floor. I stared at the wedding gown for a long time. So it was how everything was supposed to be from the beginning? Reuben and I could never be together? I lay on the ground like a dead, staring at the wedding gown that was nothing but grave clothes for me. I bit my lips harder and dug my nails in my palm. I got up and took the dress from the woman's arms and entered the bathroom. She looked at me in surprise. Standing under the shower, I recalled the death of my parents and every pack member. My children were in coma, my dignity was long gone, and I no longer shared a bond with Reuben. I had nothing to lose. I donned the wedding dress and did my own hair before I looked at myself in the mirror. From then on, there would be no tears or pain. I opened the door where the woman stood with a bouquet of flowers in her hand that I snatched and tossed the train of the long gown behind me before I walked to the room where Dark was standing under the glass roof from which the dark sky could be seen. He looked me up and down before locking eyes with my dead ones. My claws secretly came out in bloodthirst as he extended a hand to me. I would take revenge for everything he had done to me. From now on, there would be either Dark or Willow in this world, not both. I had nothing to lose.
Ella, Emerald Bright Pack. I ran my fingertips over the note, my eyes tracing the words written upon it. Don't leave the territory until I return. Wait for me. My heart raced once more. Who was supposed to wait for him? Why was he behaving so strangely? Hadn't anyone told this hunter how illegible his handwriting was? I raised my hand to crumple the note to toss it away, but hesitated. Despite the pack being on high alert, teetering on the brink of attack with sadness permeating the air, this note that he had left seemed to provide some semblance of companionship, urging me to endure just a little longer. It helped me to feel less alone. Clutching the note tightly in my fist, I leaned back against the cold wall outside the children's bedroom, where I had been sitting for what felt like an eternity. I couldn't bear to actually be in there, witnessing their pale faces and deteriorating condition. Now, with the new moon upon us, my heart sank even further. I glanced up at the window, where nothing but darkness greeted me. Willow was in danger. Tightly closing my eyes, I tried to shut out the world around me, but the voices of Alpha Louis and Alpha Adam penetrated my consciousness. Both men were seated on the other side of Wyatt and Laurie's bed, their conversation filling the room. When you weren't around, I tried to explain to Reuben about the danger surrounding Willow, that it would consume everything if he kept her in his life. Of course, he was too obsessed to listen. Now his children are knocking on death's door and that girl is taken away. Alpha Adam's voice was low and filled with regret as he observed the children struggling to breathe. Alpha Louis had been released from the Emerald Bright prison some time ago by Alpha Adam. The issue isn't the girl herself, it's the evil blood coursing through her veins, Alpha Louis remarked. Evil blood? Why is that a problem? Wasn't it Elder Frank who said the evil blood was dormant inside her? Due to that fact, she's as ordinary as the rest of us, Alpha Adam countered. Yes, Frank said it's dormant, but Dark is after Willow because of her evil blood. That means it can be awakened inside her somehow, someday, Alpha Louis predicted, his voice tinged with uncertainty, yet his words caught my attention. What will happen if that evil blood awakens inside her? Alpha Adam inquired. The two men exchanged a silent glance, the tension in the air palpable as they contemplated the dire possibilities. Let's just hope it never happens because she may become another Dark, Alpha Louis replied, his voice low and tinged with fear at the potential consequences for everyone involved. I could no longer stay calm and entered the room. Alpha Louis? I walked into the middle of the room and asked, You have seen Dark once. He is clearly a dangerous person, and I have never seen him before. However, Reuben called you for the first time in 5 years, setting aside his resentment and hatred for you. It must be because of Dark. Who is Dark, Alpha Louis? What exactly is he? I questioned impatiently, ignoring Alpha Adam completely. Alpha Louis was silent for a long time as if he was struggling with the memories before he replied. Dark is someone's darkest desires. He was born of greed, anger, and hatred, he said, taking the small hands of the innocent children lying on the bed before he continued. Years ago, a 17-year-old young man, consumed by the greed of unimaginable power and the desire to claim everything in this world, managed to call forth evil by using forbidden methods. He wished to become immortal and the strongest wolf in the realm. However, evil is evil. It demanded something valuable and irreplaceable in trade. Blinded by desire, he offered his royal powers, which he had inherited at birth. It resulted in the birth of the evilest being in existence in the realm, Dark. Dark was originally the 17-year-old man's wolf, just separated from his body. That's why he was considered a ghost. The man and his wolf became two separate beings, unaware of each other's actions, acting on their own. It was from this point that the disaster started. Dark is a walking monstrosity devoid of emotion, driven solely by a primal lust for the malevolent blood coursing through Willow. Through merciless slaughter and wanton destruction, Dark has amassed unfathomable power over the years. Furthermore, his lupine nature grants him abilities akin to specters. My mouth fell slightly agape upon learning of Dark's true nature. He was indeed a werewolf, but unlike any we had encountered before. He existed apart from his physical form, a profound aberration. If he poses such a dire threat, is there a means to vanquish him? I inquired. I don't know, he replied with a solemn shake of his head. I was taken aback. You know this much about Dark, but you don't know. I bit my lip, stopping myself from speaking carelessly. Over the past few years, Alpha Louis had cut himself off from the werewolf wolf. He had no idea of what was going on in the werewolf's pack or mysterious attacks. He looked at me, understanding my thoughts. I wish I knew the answer to your questions, but like me, he had also disappeared for years. Of course, his reasons for vanishing seemed to be different from mine. For years, he never aged and was 17 years old, but looked like in his mid-20s. However, after meeting Willow, he seems to have begun to age normally. He is no longer 17, but around his late 20s. This is all because of Willow. She is a blessing to him, and that is one of the reasons he wants her. We also don't know what other value Willow holds for Dark, he explained. The room fell into grave silence. Then, do you know who Dark is? I questioned, but once Alpha Louis revealed his name, I was completely blown away. Everything was fucked up. Willow. I wanted to do everything within my power to aid Reuben just like he had for me. His loss was no less than mine. We both were wounded, and I wanted to heal him with my love, but I had nothing to heal. So beautiful, Dark smiled, his gaze stripping me not only of this gown but of my dignity. He gestured to me to come closer. I dug my sharp claws into the bouquet that I was holding as I slowly made my way close to him. Tonight we will become one, and there will only be the two of us, he remarked, extending his hand out to me. I look at his hand while slowly clutching the bouquet. Just as I extended my hand to take his, the large door behind us was flung open and a voice came. I am disappointed that I was not invited. I froze in place. My hand paused before it could land in Dark's. The second I heard Reuben's voice. I immediately looked back to find him entering the room with his entire torso covered in blood. He appeared disheveled, yet he stood as strong as a mountain. Reuben, the bouquet dropped from my hand when our eyes met. My heart ached with yearning. After 6 days, I finally got to see him. How had he gotten in here? How had he found me? Time seemed to stand still for me. All I wanted was to run over and hug him tight. But Dark growled from behind me, clearly furiously. How the fuck did you get in here? He glared at Reuben. Reuben chuckled as he lit a cigarette. You are bringing a new wife into our family that was originally my soulmate. I thought that I should definitely be in attendance for the occasion. Uncle. Reuben's voice echoed in the room. Once I heard him address Dark as his uncle, it felt like a ton of bricks had fallen on my head. Shocked, I immediately looked back at Dark, my eyes as wide as an owl's. Dark was Reuben's uncle, the Alpha King, Ella. That monster is my brother's wolf, Alpha Louis confessed, revealing how he had witnessed his siblings' descent into darkness, driven by an insatiable thirst for power, despite already possessing the throne. The Alpha recounted the tragedy of his brother's inability to rein in the looping part of his nature, so he resorted to transforming it into its own malevolent entity. Alpha Louis acknowledged his own culpability, admitting that his oversight and preoccupation with the Emerald Bright Pack, his soulmate and newborn son Reuben, had led to devastating consequences. If only he had diverted his attention from his immediate concerns to his brother, he could have stopped and exposed exactly what types of evil deeds he was committing. Perhaps the outcome would have been different. Louis, is this the reason you pushed for Reuben to assume the position of Alpha King? Inquired Alpha Adam. Alpha Louis nodded solemnly. I kept my brother's secret at the behest of our father. It was his dying wish. He was aware of every nefarious deed that had been committed by my brother, but his hands were tied as he lay on his deathbed. The problem was that he valued our family's reputation above all else. If my brother's transgressions were to come to light, it would besmirch our royal lineage. I agreed to honor his final request, especially since Dark's disappearance meant that he was not an immediate threat. I believed that a wolfless king could rule the kingdom without issue, as long as my brother's misdeeds remained hidden. However, I desired Reuben to ascend to the throne for the kingdom's welfare, never anticipating Dark's eventual return. My brother had assured me that he would never come back, but now I realized that he lied. He even hid the fact that Dark, who is originally his wolf, can take his own human form thanks to the evilness he had gathered over the years. How could a human be different from his wolf? They both are the same, he recounted. Upon hearing the backstory, my head spun. I exited the children's room and made my way to the bathroom to splash water on my face, hoping to clear my thoughts. The deceit and malevolence of the past now threatened to engulf Reuben and Willow, who remained oblivious to these revelations. Yet, it was Willow that stood the most to lose in this mess due to her evil blood. She was like a once sleeping volcano with that evil blood inside her that could erupt at any point. I clenched my fists, consumed with worry. What if the evil inside of her manifested itself? With Dark already wreaking havoc, the prospect of Willow becoming another harbinger of destruction loomed ominously. I closed my eyes out of frustration, berating myself for being aware of such crucial information, yet powerless to act on it. Moreover, Reuben remained blissfully unaware of his mate's lethal powers capabilities. I drew in a slow, deep breath. At that moment, memories of my past encounters with Willow flooded my mind. Suddenly, I noticed something peculiar. Damn it! My eyes shot open. I hastily exited the washroom and made my way to Bix's house. Bix! I called out upon entering the living room. His home resembled a witch's den, with every object carefully placed. Nothing was to be disturbed or touched unnecessarily. He emerged from his bedroom, concern etched across his face. "What's the matter?" he inquired. "Mind link Reuben immediately," I urged, my tone desperate. He furrowed his brow. Regarding what? The dormant evil within Willow's blood that must never be awakened under any circumstances. I stepped closer to him. "Do you recall how Willow overpowered me in the clearing a few days ago without even shifting into her wolf form? As a pure Omega blood, it's impossible for her to defeat me. Yet she did so with ease. Do you know why? Because that day she was consumed with outrage over my ill remarks about Walter. She was emotionally provoked and lost control without her being aware of it," I explained urgently. "Still, how does that correlate with the awakening of her evil blood?" He raised an eyebrow skeptically. "Every time she's emotionally provoked, shattered, or loses control, her evil blood is triggered," I exclaimed. "What the?" Bix stared at me incredulously. "Are you absolutely certain?" "I am. At least, that's what I've observed when it comes to Willow. We can't gauge the extent of emotional damage she's endured during the last few days with Dark. It would be safe to assume that she is teetering on the edge. If she were to lose her temper, become emotionally provoked, or shift into her wolf form, then we're in for something far worse." Willow. Alpha King? I stared at Dark with wide eyes. His expression remained calm and unchanged when he locked gazes with me. He did not care to oppose or deny that Dark was indeed Alpha King Alden. The corner of his lips curled into a smile. "I am Dark, Alden's wolf," he admitted. "The Alpha King's wolf?" My jaw dropped. "Does that mean the kingdom has been run by a wolfless king all these years?" "Yes, Alpha King Alden is just a puppet king without a wolf," Reuben stated, walking in. "Due to the fact that the fucked up other half of his nature is wandering around wreaking havoc," he added, his eyes locked on Dark. "You are not welcome here, boy." Dark smiled, but it was sharp enough to cut glass. "I am thrilled that you could manage to make it this far alive to get to my palace. I will be generous and allow you to leave this place with your life still intact." His voice was grave and full of pointed threats. Though, what really surprised me was the location that Dark had been holding me in. It turned out the dark maze was none other than the Alpha King's palace, a place that no one would have expected me to be, but Reuben came searching for me here. My heart squeezed. Obviously, I'm going to walk out of here alive. Reuben crushed the cigarette with his shoe. "With my soulmate," he countered, his eyes blazing with confidence, causing Dark's smile to instantly drop. Dark's aura grew darker and colder as the room around us got darker and darker. It was a very bad sign. "Your mate bond with my Rose was a mistake. Now she is mine. I have rightfully claimed her," he remarked, his voice even more grave. Reuben didn't even glance at the darkness around him. "Nothing belongs to you, motherfucker. Not my soulmate or the world that you dream of ruling." He glared, veins popping out of his neck. Dark chuckled. "Did you just say your soulmate, lover boy? How about you look at her neck? It will help you clear any misunderstandings you may have, so you can fucking give up. As you can see, I am in no mood to shed blood on my wedding day. The new moon is close, and I don't fucking have time to deal with a love-sick puppy like you." Reuben's eyes moved from my face to my neck. I clenched my fists, fearing his reaction. Was he going to think that I betrayed him? He tore his eyes away from Dark's mark on my neck and met mine. The blank look in his eyes was the scariest thing I had ever imagined. "What's with your crying face?" he chuckled. "You have only lost my mark. I still bear your mark on my neck." He smiled as he spread his arms wide. "A mating mark doesn't define our love, right?" "Come here, Willow," he smiled, making my heartbeat intensify. We were still soulmates. I bit my lip and nodded, ready to give in to my instinct to run over to him. "That single wrong decision will not only cost your children's life, but him as well." Dark's voice came from behind, freezing me on the spot. I found myself standing in the middle of the room, between Dark and Reuben, as Dark's mocking voice entered my ears. "Choose wisely, Rose. This decision will bring another storm of death into your life, just like the one you made 11 years ago." I glanced over my shoulder at him, then at Reuben, whose heart was rapidly beating in his chest over the matter, as it was about our children's life. My heart clenched when I recalled the illusion of Wyatt and Laurie's death. I had to choose between Reuben and children. "Willow, our children will be safe," Reuben promised, looking deep into my eyes. "We will go visit them very soon," he added, stretching his hand out to me. I looked at his hand but did not move a muscle. Dark's victorious smile grew wider at Reuben's expression. I took a deep breath, then without a second though, I raced all the way over to Reuben and hugged him tightly. Reuben. My whole body shook with the roller coaster of emotions of losing him and finding him again. He immediately returned my tight embrace. "It's all right," he kissed my head, his heart beating faster in happiness now that I had chosen him over Dark. Dark frowned bitterly. "Did you just choose him over your children?" I pulled slightly away from Reuben, placed my hand on Reuben's chest, then glanced over my shoulder at Dark. "I am choosing to trust my mate," I whispered. "You still haven't learned who your real soulmate is, right?" Dark's eyes turned red in rage. "You have a great deal of confidence in him, don't you?" He growled. The darkness took on a very frightening state around Reuben and me. "Now you will be responsible for his death," he roared, then vanished into the darkness. He had some mysterious powers that I was not sure that we could defeat. Moreover, the door that we could exit had disappeared into the ether, leaving both of us alone in the creepy darkness. "Where did he go?" I gasped, looking around only to be stunned by the 3 large black wolves pouncing on us out of the darkness. "Reuben!" I yelled, immediately shielding him with my body, ready to shift into my wolf and fight to death, but a black wolf with mismatched eyes smirked up at me as a 4th wolf came at Reuben from behind. Their target had only ever been Reuben. "Don't shift no matter what happens," he whispered, suddenly pushing me away. "I don't want to loose you again." I staggered away. What did he just do? Had he pushed me away? He saved me, and facing Dark alone? My heart dropped in my stomach thinking about his actions as I immediately looked back to find all 4 of them closing in to kill Reuben. "No! Reuben!" I screamed at the top of my lungs, but what I saw next stunned me. Reuben shifted into his wolf, but not just one. He also turned into 4 wolves that pounced on Dark's 4 wolves. Dark was caught off guard. Reuben ripped off half of his wolf's face before he violently kicked away Dark. A howl echoed in the room before Dark landed on the ground in his true form. I stood up with a bloody face. "How did you get powers that were the exact opposite of mine?" Dark growled, glaring at Reuben, who had also shifted into his human form. "Did you think that I would come unprepared?" Reuben's lips curled into a half smile. His body held a different grace, the exact opposite to Dark. "Get ready to die, fucker." Dark's eyes widened when he realized, "You've taken on Louis's royal powers?"
"Reuben, you obtained Louis's royal powers?" Dark's expression was clearly one of outrage, seeing as twins typically possessed opposing royal abilities. Alden had bargained his powers for the use of evil, resulting in Dark inheriting them. However, Alpha Louis had never utilized his royal powers. Over the years, the dormant powers had accrued and grown to such an extent that he could pass them on to someone in his bloodline, namely me. "How in the world did he bestow his powers to you?" he demanded. "Why? Afraid that you can't overcome powers that are the exact opposite of yours?" I smirked, my nails already stained with his blood. At that point, none of his powers could hurt me like they had at Wade Moon. Dark had to fight with his fist and wolf without using his puny, evil powers. Me? Scared? He gave a light chuckle. You don't know a damn thing about me, boy, but don't worry, you soon will. What amuses me to no end is whether Louis's act of bestowing his power on you was his pathetic attempt to assuage his guilt. The guilt of ruining his son's life by separating him from his soulmate, attempting to harm his grandchildren while they were still in the womb, or rendering his son infertile there are just so many options, he remarked, the corner of his lips lifting as his injured face began to heal itself. My expression darkened when he touched on one of the most sensitive topics of my life. However, I swiftly composed myself before Willow could detect any signs of distress. It was imperative that she remain emotionally unscathed and refrained from shifting into her wolf form to aid me. If Ella's assumption proved correct, doing so risked losing her. I concur. He likely sought to assuage his guilt. Though I still harbor resentment towards him, it pales in comparison to someone that has slayed his own son. Wouldn't you agree? I smirked, knowing full well that he would grasp the insinuation. My son, or Alden's son. Black was merely a pawn, he laughed before swiftly transforming into his wolf form and launching himself at me. I shifted as well, but before I could defend myself, another of his wolves attacked me from the side, catching me off guard. I am dark, devoid of emotion or relations. I exist only to devour and decimate. He snarled ferociously while relentlessly assaulting my chest. I spat blood from the sheer force of his onslaught. Why did this monstrous creature feel as heavy as a mountain crashing down upon me? With great effort, I raised my arm to halt his vicious attack, all the while stealing glances at Willow, who was clearly panicking. She appeared to be contemplating whether or not to intervene. I shook my head at her, signaling for her not to do anything rash, then mustered up all of my strength to kick Dark away, though it proved to be a Herculean task. Just as he lunged for my throat, I deftly flipped him aside. Seizing the opportunity, he slipped away, but I swiftly kicked him from behind with all my might. He growled in response, but managed to regain his balance and charged at me once more. As he pounced, I unleashed 3 wolves from the darkness, catching him off guard. It was a mere illusion, and he fell into my trap. Seizing his leg with my teeth, I slammed him to the ground, breaking his leg in 2 with a sickening snap. He howled in pain, unable to flee, presenting me with the perfect opening. With a primal snarl, I sank my teeth deep into his flesh, poised to tear his wolf head from his body. Before I could execute the fatal blow, he vanished into thin air. Bloody coward! He still had the audacity to use his powers to vanish and escape. I rose to my feet, glaring into the smoky darkness where I sensed his presence. Reuben, you're bleeding profusely. Willow rushed to my side, placing a hand over the wound. It was then that I realized the extent of the damage. My wolf's chest had been nearly torn apart, with blood spattering across the room. When she touched my wolf, Sari established a connection with Dex to bolster my strength, while Willow desperately attempted to stem the bleeding through our mate bond. This is all because of me. I should not have let this matter get this far. Her eyes grew redder with what was clearly pent-up anger. My worst fears began to materialize. I'll be fine. Just refrain from shifting and keep control of yourself, I communicated to her through our mind link. But why? How can I stand by and watch you face him alone, let you hurt like this? She peered deeply into my wolf's eyes before I could respond. Dark's voice echoed. No cheating, Rose. He spoke seductively as he approached her from behind. Anticipating his move, I decided to take the offensive rather than the defensive, launching myself at him. With my mark upon your neck, you are forbidden from healing another man. Your only privilege is to witness his demise, as I promised earlier. He grinned at her, pulling me into the darkness with him. However, his words and actions triggered Willow so severely that her hand was left empty and trembling as he practically tore us apart. I seized his hand and thrust it in front of me. Our wolves rolled in each other's blood as we lunged at each other, teeth bared. I sank my teeth into his ear, poised to rip it from his body, but once again he vanished into thin air. Fuck! I gritted my teeth, taking furious breaths. Fight like a man, you bitch! What's the matter? Already feeling frustrated? His sneering voice echoed around me, but he remained invisible. Are you not proud to possess powers that are the opposite of mine? Didn't Louis warn you that merely acquiring his power is not enough? You must also learn how to wield it. Your body must be accustomed to handling such divine abilities. Did you truly believe facing me would be child's play, boy? He growled, suddenly materializing in front of me and relentlessly attacking my chest to exacerbate the wound. You've truly disappointed me. Perhaps instead of prying into my identity, you should have focused on learning how to defeat me. That way you could have utilized these powers more effectively, he taunted, his sharp teeth aimed at my chest for a final devastating blow. Threatening to create a gaping hole in my chest that would possibly result in my death any second. Before his teeth could make contact, I lunged forward, sinking my own teeth into one of his eyes. He howled in pain and swiftly retreated, moving at lightning speed. I never needed to inquire about your identity from anyone, you bastard, I growled, drawing in a deep breath despite the loss of blood. The moment Willow mentioned that Black had the same aura as you, I began to suspect the Alpha King's involvement. A son inherits his father's aura, after all. Then it all clicked for me when I recalled seeing Alpha Benjamin with the Alpha King when I was around 7 years old, accompanying my father and uncle on a hunting trip in an unfamiliar forest. It became glaringly obvious that the secret friend Alpha Benjamin spoke of was none other than the Alpha King. Dark stared at me with one eye oozing blood, a sinister smile curling his lips. Nice move. You can play dirty, but how long can you withstand my assault? I frowned as Dex suddenly vanished from my thoughts. I was forcibly thrust back into my human form, against my will. What the heck? I murmured, feeling a hollow emptiness in my mind as if my wolf had perished. Dex! Dex! I roared through our mental link, but received no response. What have you done, you son of a bitch? I glared at Dark. Dark grinned, his tone filled with malice. Just killed him, he said, tilting his head to observe Willow, who stood stunned by the revelation. She had sensed Dex's absence immediately, her complexion drained of color as if she had seen a ghost. Her other half had been torn away from her. How is this possible? I murmured, staring down at my hands. Dark smiled wickedly. On one side, royal divine power bestows blessings, but on the other side it curses when used against a blood relative. It causes your wolf to instantly vanish as well as poses a risk of killing your wolf, just as it did to you when you attacked me. That's why I paid no mind to those useless royal divine powers that were binding my hands. Of course you fell for it and lost your wolf. He grinned maliciously at Willow, though his words were directed at me, his focus solely on her. I vomited blood once again, my body failing to heal without Dex. Willow, I gasped, attempting to reassure her with a glance that everything was all right, but she didn't seem convinced by my falsehood. Dark approached Willow, whispering in her ear, His wolf is dead. He's lost the royal divine power. He's utterly useless now. What will you offer me to spare his life, Rose? He can't even stand with that hole I carved into his chest. He caressed her cheek, his gaze fixed on her lifeless expression as she continued to stare at me. Willow remained motionless, her eyes devoid of life as they briefly met mine before shifting to Dark. Go fuck yourself, she spat, a strange yet unfamiliar smile quirking the corners of her lips, stunning not only Dark but me as well. What had I just witnessed? That didn't seem like my Willow.
Reuben, go fuck yourself, she smiled. What did you just say, you whore? Dark seethed with rage, his grip on her hair becoming violently tight. Now I'll tear him into so many pieces that you won't ever be able to collect them all, he growled into her face, unleashing 10 wolves on me at once. Watch how your soulmate dies because of your slutty stubbornness. Willow locked eyes with him, her smile widening. Watch yourself, she retorted. Dark was taken aback by her response. He immediately turned his head towards me, only to find that all of his wolves had vanished, leaving me standing there on my own 2 feet in my human form, my chest wound slowly healing. What the fuck is going on? Dark murmured in surprise. Didn't your wolf die? Neither I nor my wolf are in the process of dying as long as our soulmate is present, I replied, tilting my head to the side and fixing him with an intense glare, though the ache in my nails persisted from his grip he had on her hair. As soulmates with her mark on my neck, my wolf can always seek refuge in her comfort and return once she heals me. I explained with a smile, before turning to glare at Dark. Clearly, you've been outsmarted by her, you idiot. Dark erupted in anger, glaring at Willow. You deceived me, Rose, he growled. Who the heck are you calling Rose? Willow screamed, pushing him away with all her strength as she stood defiantly before him. My name is Willow, she declared, punctuating each word, her eyes burning with intense flames that left Dark stunned beyond words. Damn, so beautiful, he gasped. Were you just pretending to be timid and weak this whole time? Were you not standing there in vain instead of shielding his wolf with your mate bond? He stared at her with wicked amusement before shifting his gaze to me. I straightened my spine, offering him a blank stare in return. When I had entered the room, Willow had mind-linked me about what she knew and what she had planned. Dark frowned and locked eyes with her once more. You've played with me again because of him. Don't tell me you think you can kill me, he added slowly, his laughter gradually growing louder. I see that he came with some measly royal divine powers. I had mistaken you for a weak, innocent flower. I never realized that the tactics that he had been using had been dictated by you, he admitted, looking impressed as he drew closer to Willow. So what's next? He asked, his lips curling seductively as he gave her a dirty look that tested my patience. However, I restrained myself when I saw that Willow's expression remained unchanged and unaffected. She simply stared at Dark as if he were a blank wall. He may have lost his wolf and obviously the royal divine powers. There is no way that he can defeat me, let alone kill me. I still have enough power to crush him to death, he smirked at her. Willow calmly blinked. It seemed like an unfair fight to begin with, she murmured. Obviously it is. After all, his destiny is death and your destiny is in my bed, Rose, Dark whispered. Then how about we change destiny? Willow slowly lifted her gaze to look past Dark. Let's make it a fight fair. Dark frowned bitterly as he tilted his head to follow her line of sight, only to find Oren dragging Alpha King Alden along with him, while Walter stood lazily nearby, silver dagger in hand. Dark's face turned pale at the sight of his pathetic, dying human form. What the heck did you do to my body? He roared like a madman, charging at Oren and Walter. Of course, Walter swiftly placed the dagger against Alden's throat, causing Dark to halt immediately. Don't even think about it, Dark yelled, his eyes blazing with fury as his body was threatened. I heard from Willow that if your human body dies, your immortality will be nullified. Willow grinned widely, toying with the knife near Alden's throat. Dark stared at Willow in stunned disbelief. How did you discover that? He asked her with wide eyes. Isn't that the reason you seek out evil blood so you won't have to depend on a mortal body? Willow calmly remarked. Dark's expression revealed just how accurate she was. Let's kill him and find out, Oren suggested, pressing the silver knife against Alden's throat. No, Dark yelled at Oren. Kill him, Willow ordered, her voice low. You fucking. Dark turned to glare at her. Slit his throat, release him from that sinful body, she added. How dare you? Dark grabbed her throat violently. Do it, she screamed, ordering them at the top of her lungs. Seeing Walter's hand moving and Oren pushing the silver into Alden's throat, Dark could no longer stand by and watch. He immediately attacked Oren and Walter with his wolves that pounced on them from behind. However, Oren and Walter just smiled at Dark in response, neither of them bothering dodging or fighting to save themselves. Dark froze mid-run when he saw that his wolves could not touch either of them. They are an illusion. They are not here. He rose as they disappeared into thin air, while Alden's body continued to kneel on the ground. Alden was really there. What was standing in front of Dark was a mirror. He immediately looked back to find the real Alden on his knees. Dark was frantic. He had to save his body. He looked at Willow and me from across the room. Goodbye, Uncle, I grinned, pulling a silver dagger from my back pocket that I had been hiding since I arrived. Willow and I exchanged looks as we both began to sprint towards a kneeling Alden using our wolves' speed. Never, Dark shouted, using his evil powers to beat our speed. He obviously could reach Alden before us. Willow and I shared a look. I was not as close as she was. She nodded while running. I raised my hand and threw the silver dagger in her direction. Don't shift. I mind-linked her one last time as she half shifted into her wolf, grabbed the knife midair, stabbed, then tore Alden's chest open from breastbone to stomach in one go before Dark could stop her. Dark roared in pain, as if his soul was being ripped off from his body. His arms were spread wide, his face tilted up to the sky as his body released a suffocating darkness. Dark's roar became louder and louder to the point the area around us started to shatter slowly, as if the palace would crumble around us. Our ears ached and bled. Willow violently yanked the silver knife out, her face red with anger so that she could stab Alden in the face, throat, and heart. Seeing her act violent even though Alden was long dead stunned me. "Willow," I called, kicking Alden's body away as I turned her to face me. "What are you?" I paused abruptly when a pair of solid black eyes met mine. She was... With a blood-speckled face, she smiled evilly up at me before pushing me away. "Get out of my way," she growled, tilting her head insanely at Dark, a twisted smile playing on her lips before she shifted into her wolf. She then charged at Dark with the knife in her wolf's mouth. Willow! The thing that I was most afraid of had happened. Her evil blood had awoken. Reuben, Willow, her clothes shredded before my eyes as she shifted right in front of me, but what stunned me was her snow-white fur, adorned with a rich black undercoat that reminded me of a fever coat. She appeared even more beautiful, yet completely unapproachable. With an intense glint of bloodlust in her eyes, she charged at Dark, a sight that alarmed me as I could no longer recognize my Willow within her. She tore open Dark's chest with her claws, exacerbating the pain of the wound and catching him off guard. Still reeling from the agony of losing his human body, he growled in pain and swiftly shifted into his wolf form to defend himself. His paws scrambled against the floor purchase when he landed, his eyes locked onto the large she-wolf standing before him. "Rose," he grinned, his eyes completely black. "So you want to kill me now, is that it? I loved you with everything I have, yet you still betrayed me. I remade the world as you wished it to be, but you didn't value any of it. You destroyed a lifetime of hard work and penance just to be with your soulmate, children and others, didn't you?" He quietly muttered, his fury intensifying as his eyes blazed with madness while he circled her with predatory steps. "Now, you don't deserve my love. Though you don't deserve a merciful death either, now you will become the path to my immortality. I will destroy everything you cherish and kill every person you love. I will start with everything at once." With a roar, he lunged at Willow, and a bloody fight ensued between them right in front of me. Neither of them seemed even remotely sane. My heart raced as I watched Willow fiercely attack, escape holds, and fend off Dark with equal ferocity. The room became increasingly bloody and chaotic. By mentioning the deaths of Wyatt and Lori, Dark had provoked her even further emotionally. She had become completely consumed by evil, rising again and again after every hit, attacking with twice the power as if she were made not of blood and bones, but of cotton. Her gaze was unwavering, and the smile on her lips never faltered, mirroring Dark's own. It felt as if she was not from this world. Her strength was so much scarier that she could kill the whole pack of wolves in a few minutes. Never in my wild imagination I realized my always smiling Willow held such dangerous powers. But the longer I watched Willow, the more I felt like I was losing her. I couldn't just stand there and watch as she slipped away, but before I could act, I received a mind link from Oren. "Reuben, our pack is under attack, just as you predicted," he remarked, explaining how thousands of werewolves were charging into our territory. They were the same wolves that had disappeared under Dark's control. When reports indicated that there was no blood in the soil of the mysteriously burnt packs, I suspected that those individuals were still alive and posed a threat. Now Dark had raised his army, and they were assaulting my pack. However, "Follow our plan," I ordered. "Already on it. Walter, Sky, and I are at the borders with members from the Emerald Bright Pack, the Opal Moon Pack, and a group of Walter's brilliant hunters. Ella is protecting the pack from within, alongside Alphas Lewis and Adam. The pack is fortified by 3 Alphas, as you requested," he reported quickly, then concluded. "However, there are far too many of them to defeat, Reuben. On top of that, none of them appear to be in their right minds. It's as if they're here to kill or be killed. We can't hold off an army like this for long." Our mind link abruptly cut off, and my muscles tightened. He was being attacked from all sides, all at once. As I watched the fight continue between Willow and Dark, he grinned at me for a split second. He had been controlling the army. Anger surged through me when I realized his twisted plan. By destroying my pack, he would cause the deaths of innocent people and our children, which would undoubtedly lead to the break inside Willow widening further. If she ended up completely broken, Dark would seize control over her, then use her blood to gain an advantage over us. I couldn't let that happen. I immediately shifted into my wolf form and charged at Dark. He prepared to strike, aiming to put another hole in my chest. But at the last moment, I changed directions when I was 100 meters away from him and lunged for Willow. Dark was momentarily caught off guard as he realized I had taken her with me into the darkness. He couldn't handle the shock of losing her and swiftly dispelled the gloomy darkness that surrounded us. With everything around us becoming clear once again, I seized the opportunity to find a way out, searching for the large door through which I had entered. Bix! I urgently mind-linked him, and the door immediately transformed into ash. Damn it! Dark gritted his teeth when he realized he had fallen for my trick as he witnessed a magical portal created by Bix appear on the other side of the door. The gloomy darkness attempted to chase after Willow, aiming to snatch her from me. Before it could succeed, I pushed her through the portal, blocking the darkness from reaching her. However, in the midst of the chaos, I suddenly felt Willow's strong, furious hand grip my wrist and pull me inside the portal along with her. She did not let me go. My body tumbled to the ground with a jolting force as we emerged in the middle of the Emerald Bright pack house and its borders, surrounded by blood, war, and death. Oren, Ella, Walter, Sky, and everyone else that we had gathered were fighting and killing. I raised my head to see Dark emerging from the portal as well. Fuck! Dark's influence on his army hadn't diminished. Instead, it had intensified. The sky above us grew darker until suddenly the members of Dark's army began turning on each other, savagely attacking and killing one another. Oran, Walter, Sky, Alpha Louise, and Alpha Adam, every one of their wolves ceased fighting. They were frozen by the horrifying sight of wolves slaughtering their own army or taking their own lives. One by one, all the wolves dropped to the ground dead, mirroring the exact same scene that Sky had described taking place in Wade Moon with when the pack members turned on each other 11 years ago. Did you see what you caused, Rose? Dark grinned wickedly at Willow. My eyes immediately snapped to Sari, who stood frozen in place, her black eyes wide with horror as she witnessed the scene unfolding before her. My fists clenched in realization that Dark was deliberately recreating this scene of destruction in order to push Willow to the breaking point. This is just the beginning, he roared. Then in the next moment, the entire pack started to catch fire, beginning with the pack house where our children were. No, I growled in indignation, shifted into my wolf form, and lunged at Dark, intent on tearing him to pieces, while Willow's condition grew more chilling at the sight of the pack house burning. Dex completely lost his mind, driven by the need to strike at Dark's heart. I dug my claws into Dark's already ripped open chest and tore it further down to his stomach. He hissed in pain, but to my horror, he began to heal himself. No matter how much I beat him or broke his bones, he still was able to recover. One thing you don't know about me, he announced, kicking me away and rising to his feet in his human form. Dark can't be killed by a mere mortal wolf. The deaths taking place all around us give me power, making me invincible. He laughed darkly, unleashing more of his dark energy, intensifying the inferno that had engulfed the pack, leaving nowhere for anyone to escape. I can kill every single one of you, but no one can kill me. He laughed menacingly, relishing the fear reflected on everyone's pale faces as they stared at the monster that threatened to burn them to death. I stood up defiantly, glaring at him, refusing to back down. If I can't kill you, then I'll take you to hell with me, I growled, preparing to charge at him with my last ounce of strength. Before I could make a move, a shadow loomed over my head. Confused, I looked up to see a large wolf leaping over me. I gasped. Willow! In a flash too quick for Dark to anticipate, Willow launched herself at him. She pounced on him, shattering his spine in one swift motion. Dark screamed in pain as he crashed to the ground, Willow mercilessly racked her paws all over his chest, tearing at his neck with a powerful roar, to end his reign of terror once and for all. The entire clearing fell into a dead silence as Dark lay half dead beneath Willow. She savagely mauled his face with her teeth, ripping his head from his torso in a final, decisive act of vengeance. The killing ceased on its own, as if the world itself recognized the end of Dark's reign of terror. She killed him. Sky gasped, stunned by the scene that had unfolded before him. Unlike the others, who stood in awe as the fire died out on their own with Dark's death. He said no one could kill him, but Willow did, Walter exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. Dark's mark on her neck is gone, but her evil blood has completely taken control of her, Oren remarked, his words sending a wave of concern through everyone. Now she has become another Dark, Alpha Louise added gravely. The group collectively held a breath during the tension. Everyone watched as Willow shifted back into her human form, but continued to relentlessly attack Dark, her actions fueled by an unseen force. "Ah!" Willow screamed, her voice filled with pain as she remained half-shifted, relentlessly ripping at Dark's intestines while releasing dark energy that cursed the surrounding area. "Willow!" I yelled, racing over to her. She was no longer herself, consumed by the darkness that had consumed her. Just as I was about to touch her, her dark energy began to burn my wolf, forcing me away with a powerful energy field. I growled in pain, determined to break through the energy barrier separating us. If this continued, Willow would end up killing herself. "Willow!" I roared at the top of my lungs, summoning all my strength to break through the energy field until I finally embraced her from behind, desperately hoping to bring her back to herself. I lifted her off of Dark's lifeless body and held her tightly in my arms. She continued to scream uncontrollably, her evil energy causing her immense pain as I refused to let her go. Despite her struggles, I held on to her, refusing to release her from my grasp. Dex attempted to connect with Sari, but she was completely lost to us. I had lost my Willow. My heart shattered into countless pieces as I watched her in this agonizing state. I couldn't bear to lose her. I couldn't let her slip away. I refused to give up on her. With determination burning in my eyes, I made a decision. I rolled her onto the ground, pinning her beneath me. She screamed and thrashed, desperate to break free, but I held her firmly, restraining her legs with my knees and pinning her hands above her head. Finally, I buried my face in her neck, marking her once again, determined to reclaim the Willow I knew and loved. She fought fiercely to avoid my mark, but I persisted, forcing her neck aside and sinking my teeth deep and then deeper into her flesh until she was completely marked as mine. As our broken bond was slowly restored, her blood mixed with mine in my mouth. When our wolves finally connected, she ceased screaming and struggling. After a moment, I withdrew my canines and gazed down at her. Her head remained tilted to the side. "Willow," I whispered, gently turning her face towards mine. I searched her eyes and found them still dark. Then after a few moments, they gradually transformed back into their beautiful blue hue, just like they were before. She looked up at me with watery eyes before slowly closing them and fainting in my arms. I immediately pulled her into my chest. "Willow," I murmured, biting my lip as I buried my face in her neck. "Willow."
Willow. As the haze of sleep lifted from my mind, I found myself enveloped in a comforting warmth, surrounded by the soft morning light filtering in through the window. Slowly, the blurred edges of my consciousness sharpened, revealing Reuben's face gazing down at me with a tender intensity. His beautiful green eyes, filled with an indescribable depth of emotion, met my own, and in that moment, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. My heart fluttered within my chest as our eyes locked. I became acutely aware of the sensation of his arms wrapped securely around me, our bodies so close to one another that we could feel each other's curves. His hot breath brushing on my face, our lips mere inches apart, but hearts mingling in rhythm. "Willow," he softly smiled, calling my name as if it were the first time. "You're awake." My heart clenched at the sight of his slightly red and puffy eyes. His hair was messy, his face had lost most of its healthy glow, and he looked thinner, as if he hadn't eaten for days. Obviously, he hadn't been taking care of himself, let alone slept. "Your beard has grown." I smiled through watery eyes, gently resting my hand against his cheek. You promised to always take care of yourself, I whispered, reminding him of the promise he had at Sunset Point. I couldn't help it. After all, you made me wait a month, he whispered, his eyes slightly wet. As his words washed over me, a wave of guilt and sorrow weighed on my heart. I had given him another heavy dose of abandonment and suffering while I was unconscious. I'm so sorry, I whispered, my voice choked with emotion as I hugged him. He instantly hugged me back as if I would fly away. Tears streamed down my cheeks like a river. I could no longer control my emotions. I buried my face in his chest, crying my heart out as I recalled the horrifying events I endured with Dark, how I had been consumed by evil, and how I had killed him. Consumed with revenge for my family and all the innocent people hurt, the fear of losing my children and Reuben, I set the evil inside me free, even knowing that the result could be that I never return. However, there had always been this man there that would never give up on me. Everything is fine now. Don't cry. He gently kissed my forehead. I looked up at him with teary eyes. Wyatt and Lori? I sniffed. The pack house had caught fire. Our children are safe, thanks to Bix. He found a cure for Wyatt and Lori and protected them. He wiped away my tears and smiled warmly. They're eagerly waiting for their mommy to wake up. More tears flowed from my eyes as I nodded happily. I want to see them. Do you feel weak? The doctor said you should rest for a few days, he explained. I can't wait. I want to see the twins first. Then I will rest, I stubbornly stated. He chuckled. Okay, let's go. He helped me sit up on the bed. Can you walk? I nodded, slowly putting my feet on the cold floor, but just as I took the first 2 steps, my legs gave out in weakness. Reuben grabbed me by the arms before I could fall to the floor. Your body is weak, he said, then scooped me up into his arms. Surprised, I wrapped my arms around his neck. Let's go. He carried me out of our bedroom and downstairs while I refused to look away from him. I forgot the world around me. I barely even noticed Walter and Ella when they crossed paths with us downstairs. My heart fluttered as butterflies filled my stomach when Reuben locked eyes with me. He smiled so handsomely that I could fall in love with him again and again. He was mine, my Reuben that loved me unconditionally. I leaned my head against his chest and let myself in his hands completely. Oren and Bix had stopped in the living room together. They watched Reuben and I enter the dining room, where children were eating and chatting with Alpha Lewis. All of them stopped and looked at the 2 of us with surprise in their eyes before Wyatt and Lori jumped down from their chairs. Mummy! Reuben put me down. I immediately knelt and pulled my precious children in my arms. Tears once again rolled on my cheeks, but I did not care when my whole world was back within my reach, my soulmate and my children. I looked up at Reuben, who hugged the 3 of us from behind. Unknown to us, Walter, Ella, Oren, Bix, Alpha Lewis, and Sky were all watching us with a smile. Mummy, see Daddy did my hair again. Lori excitedly showed me her ponytail that Reuben had made as the children once again got ready to return to kindergarten. Daddy made my favorite sandwich for lunch, Wyatt grinned, showing off his lunchbox. That's great. Make sure that you finish all of your lunch and look out for each other. I kissed both of their cheeks, only to spot Alpha Lewis waiting by the doorway, watching the 3 of us. He lowered his gaze, not daring to meet mine. Children, let's go. Grandpa? Wyatt and Lori raced over to him. They liked him so much that they spent almost every minute they could with him already. Alpha Lewis now drove the children to kindergarten. I never imagined that the man who once harbored so much hatred toward me would have such a deep connection and love for his grandchildren. He took on the responsibility of safely driving them, a duty previously handled by Reuben. Though father and son still didn't speak to each other, I could see that Alpha Louis wasn't going anywhere. However, he seemed so guilty about his actions that he avoided making eye contact with me. I honestly wasn't sure how I felt about him. Once they left, I focused on my breakfast. It had originally been a lovely breakfast made by Reuben just for me before he had to rush off to an important business meeting. This had been the norm for the last 3 days. Reuben had been taking care of the children and me, especially, even though I was feeling a lot better. The world could change, but not his possessiveness towards me. Not that I was complaining, I was loving the attention and care from my mate. While eating, I got a message from Sky. He was going for an Alpha meeting. After Alpha Benjamin's death and all the revelation of his father's evil deed, he was broken. Just as I finished my breakfast and went to the front yard for a walk, Ella passed by. "Hey," she awkwardly smiled. My smile mirrored hers. "Hi. How are you feeling now?" She walked into the front yard. During the past 3 days, everyone had come to visit me except Ella. Now I could tell that the reason she hadn't was that she was too embarrassed to face me. "A lot better," I smiled and asked. "How about you? I heard you are leaving Emerald Bright this weekend." She nodded. "I have to leave. After all, this was not the place that I belonged from the beginning," she smiled. "Are you going back to the Opal Moon Pack?" I hesitated a little because the other day she completely ignored Alpha Adam. He was still living in Emerald Bright solely due to the fact that Ella still lived here. "I am never going back to Opal Moon," she murmured. "But you are the heir. What will happen to the Opal Moon if you—" She shook her head. "Opal Moon was never mine. I have legally returned the territory to its rightful owner the other day. Now it is up to Bix. If he wants to claim, create, establish, or abandon Opal Moon, it is all his choice," she explained. I was surprised to witness this side of Ella. This was the Ella that I had been friends with 6 years ago. Selfless, righteous, and kind. If only Alpha Adam had not forced her to sign those magical marriage papers, she might not have ended up in this situation. However, she seemed to have accepted responsibility for all wrongdoing without making excuses for her bad behavior towards me. "Have you thought about where you will go?" I questioned. "I have not thought about it, but I am sure I will find a way for myself," she stated, gently biting her lip as she added, I just want to apologize to you for everything I did." She cleared her throat a little. "I know we cannot go back to being friends on the terms we used to be on, and we cannot ever be best friends again, but I wanted to thank you for giving me shelter even though I did horrible things to you. You were there for me when I needed support." I smiled at her and gave a nod, accepting her sincere apology. "Are you girls going to cry? Should I come back later?" Bix raised an eyebrow. Ella rolled her eyes. "Did I say you could talk to me?" He grinned. "You cannot stay mad at me for long, I know that." "Who said that?" She snapped at him. "Take a lesson from Willow. Become kind-hearted. No matter how much of an asshole I was, she was always kind to me." He suddenly dragged me into their argument. Ella narrowed her eyes at me. "You are too innocent, Willow. You should never have forgiven this jerk for how much of a bastard he was to you." "It's okay. It's all in the past now," I smiled. "Oh no, girl, you are still too forgiving." She was annoyed. Bix pleaded with me using his eyes, looking downright pitiful. It was the same look he used to give me when we were friends. I felt bad for him and walked over to Ella. "You should forgive him too. He is your cousin. He had his own reasons for keeping things hidden. His intentions were good, so don't make him feel bad for too long," I suggested. Hearing my words, Ella was silent for a moment as she glanced at Bix's guilty face. She seemed slightly moved by my argument. "All right, I will think about it," she finally spoke, but I could see she was not truly mad at Bix. She was just teaching him a lesson. "Yes," he grinned from ear to ear, hugging her. "I knew you were kind-hearted, Ella." He started, loading her up with sweet talk. Ella just rolled her eyes. "Willow, you're wonderful." "You helped me again." Bix excitedly hugged me then. I hugged him back with a laugh, while he stretched out a hand, pulling Ella into our hug. Ella couldn't keep up her pouting for more than 2 seconds as she returned Bix's hug. At this point, I couldn't help but feel as if I had returned to the past when we were best friends. This feeling was so good that I didn't want to let go of this moment. "What the hell is going on here?" Reuben's voice interrupted our moment. All 3 of us raised our heads to look over where Reuben, Oren, and Walter were standing together, frowning bitterly at the sight of us hugging each other. "What's the matter?" I raised my brows at Reuben. "Why are you giving such a big, tight hug to... Reuben glared, his eyes full of jealousy before he ripped me away from the hug I had been sharing with Ella and Bix and drew me into his chest. "Don't get so touchy with other people. Bix, you get over here." Oren growled, rushing over to Bix and pulling him away from Ella. "Why are you hugging those girls?" "Woman, what's with all the hugging?" Walter domineeringly towered over Ella. "Have you gone insane?" Ella, Bix, and I all said to these insane males at the same time. The three of us looked at each other before we turned in the opposite directions and left all three of the males in the front yard. I glanced at Reuben once before entering the pack house, only to find him right behind me. He closed the door shut and pinned me against the nearby wall. What are you doing?" I gasped up at his still jealous face. "I need a hug too," he pouted as he just held me tightly. "Let me shower you with my scent," he stated, kissing my face, neck, and lips. I giggled at the level of his jealousy. I kissed him back. "You are such a child, Reuben." "Yes, but only for you." He nipped my lips as he slid his hand under my top. I moaned in pleasure. "Want me to cook something?" His eyes shone. "No need. I will help myself." He picked me up in his arms and strode upstairs to our bedroom. I giggled at his excitement as he tossed me on the bed. Soon the bedroom was filled with our groaning and moans.
Willow. A week later. Luna, if you provide lodging and damages for every wolf that was affected, it will cost a great deal, the pack's accountant hesitantly advised. I closed the account book and glanced at him. People were injured and their homes were burnt while they put their lives on the line to help their alpha and the pack. When they can be so devoted and honest to us, then why are you so hesitant to help them when we all are a family? I raised an eyebrow. I completely understand your point, Luna, he cunningly smiled. I get that you feel bad for those that have experienced loss because what happened was because of you, but this kindness will cost millions and it all comes out of the alpha's pocket, he pointedly remarked. I could clearly see through his ploy. While there were people who accepted me, Reuben's Luna, there were also those that could not accept an Omega as their Luna. In their eyes, I was to blame for the attack, the losses that had been sustained, really anything bad that had befallen the pack in the last 11 years. I could understand their frustration over the loss, but it was painful to know that even though Reuben and I were together, there was no one between us, and we were living happily. I was just the woman that gave birth to his children. For some pack members, I was his soulmate, but not the Luna of the pack, especially after they saw my evil side, which had frightened many people away from me. However, I finally understood that I could not make everyone happy. That was life. I smiled at the accountant. When did I say that I was using Reuben's or the pack's funds to cover the damages or expenses? He blinked at me in confusion. Then where is the money coming from? All the expenses and damages will be covered by me. Contact my assistant for everything. I tossed Lola's business card on the desk in front of him, then got up to leave, only to find Reuben standing at the doorway. "Alpha?" The accountant panicked, quickly getting up from his chair, alarmed by Reuben's expression, which was in no way friendly, but was rather predatory, set on the man. My heart swelled with his protective words, and I couldn't resist planting a soft kiss on his lips. "I know. That's why I fell in love with you," I smiled, locking eyes with him. "But I really want to take responsibility for our people on my own. While you're doing your best to support everyone, I want to be right there with you," I stated firmly. He silently studied at me, then slowly pulled me into his warm hug. "All right, if that's what you want." I hugged him back happily. Reuben lifted his gaze, fixing it on the man who immediately scurried out of the room in a bid to save his own hide. A while later, Reuben and I exited the room and made our way toward the pack house, only to halt when we heard strange voices emanating from Ella's house. We exchanged a glance before heading around to her backyard, where we found her in the swimming pool, but not alone. Walter was with her. "Oh my!" I immediately hid behind a tree, pulling Reuben in behind me. Now I understand why Walter has been so absent around the pack house lately. "Why are we hiding?" Reuben whispered in my ear. "Let's not disturb their moment and watch from here," I whispered back. Why are you in my pool?" Ella gasped. "We are already living together. Sharing a pool shouldn't be a problem," Walter replied as he swam closer to her. "Don't talk so loudly." Ella quickly covered his mouth. "Reuben and Willow kicked you out of the pack house. That's why I'm letting you stay at my place. If someone hears you, they will get the wrong idea," she scolded. Reuben looked down at me as I looked up at him in pure confusion. "We kicked Walter out?" I blinked in surprise, but Reuben smiled in understanding. Walter must have used us as an excuse to be with Ella. My lips curled into a smile at the sight of Walter getting closer to Ella and fixing her bikini for her, fully understanding Walter's angle. She looked a little hesitant, but she was letting him touch her, which was obviously a little much to be considered in the friend zone. Obviously, they were not just friends. Do you think they're together? I looked up at Reuben. I'm not sure, but Walter seems very interested in Ella. She also doesn't seem to be avoiding his advances. Of course, their story started out as an enemies to lovers type, so maybe they will slowly get there. He explained. Suddenly, Walter pulled Ella close to his chest and confessed, I don't mind being misunderstood when my intentions are never pure when it comes to you, he whispered before kissing her. My mouth gaped slightly. I looked at Reuben, who seemed just as surprised. We both smiled at each other over the sight of Ella not pushing Walter away. Reuben and I both immediately withdrew without being noticed, only to stop in the clearing where Oran was teaching a she-wolf hand-to-hand fighting skills. Ouch! Beta Oran, that hurts? She timidly blushed at Oran, becoming overly touchy. He awkwardly smiled, feeling uncomfortable as he tried to fix her sprain. She seemed to have gotten hurt during their training session. I didn't know you were so strong, Beta Oran, she purred, touching Oran's shoulder. Can you be gentle? She whispered a little too close to his ear. Bad luck, girl. He doesn't know the meaning of gentle. Bix stepped in, grabbed her hand, and yanked her away from Oran. Bix, Oran gasped, looking like someone who was caught cheating on his wife. Gamma Bix, I was just... She tried to explain, but Bix cut her off. Why do you look so guilty? I'm just here to help you. He gave her a fake smile that didn't reach his eyes. He likes it rough and wild. He is into dirty positions, and the most important thing is he is not into pussies. He's into asses. So how about I give you the passcode to his house for tonight? Marissa, the woman's face turned pale as she listened to Bix before she immediately ran away in tears. Oran raised his brows at Bix. I like it rough and wild, dirty positions. He leaned in closer to Bix's ear. I have yet to get you in my bed yet. Here you are imagining such dirty things about me, Bix. You turned out to be a real... Bullshit. Bix shut his mouth in shame. I just helped you. He clearly lied. Just help me? Didn't you just make me out to be a sexual deviant in front of that innocent girl? Oran blinked. You scared her. I scared her? Bix glared at him. She was flirting with my man. Do you expect me to turn a blind eye? He snapped, then abruptly paused when he realized what he had said. A huge grin spread across Oran's lips. Did you just call me your man? Bix's face turned red. His jealousy had come back to bite him in the ass. He had revealed his feelings. He could not handle the situation and Oran's happiness. He immediately shifted into his wolf and ran in the woods. You can't run from me today, Oran crowed, chasing after him. They vanished in the woods. Reuben and I looked at each other with smiles, then headed into the pack house where our children were waiting for us. Daddy, you promised to watch a movie with us. Wyatt stubbornly held Reuben's hand, not letting him go after dinner. Of course, let's go. Reuben put him on his shoulders and carried Lori to his arms as he took them in the living room to watch The Monkey King for Wyatt, then a Disney princess movie for Lori, no matter how tired he was. We laughed and enjoyed our time together with the twins as we held each other's hands until I noticed the children were already asleep and Reuben was dozing off too. I admired the three of them. They looked so adorable together. I slowly slipped my hand out of his grasp, put Wyatt and Lori in their beds, and returned with a blanket to cover Reuben. Suddenly he pulled me down, causing me to fall on top of him. Don't go, he grumbled, hugging me with his eyes closed. I smiled sheepishly and slept holding him tightly on the sofa. Over the past week, I had gotten my life back on track. My family was whole, and we were all happy. The friendships that I had lost 6 years ago had returned, but in different ways, which was good for me. The nightmares that had been plaguing me for 11 years were gone, thanks to Reuben, who was always with me, to assist in getting over my traumatic memories of dark. However, the evil blood had still been awoken inside me. Its dominance and power could be sensed by other wolves. I had slowly started to learn to control it so I would not hurt anyone innocent around me. Sky came over to meet me time to time. He had been rebuilding Wade Moon Pack with his hard work that I loved. His father's death really changed him, and he had finally grown up. I was happy to see Sky working for his life and future, while at the same time I had started to move my fashion designing career to America. Lola had brought my business here to America, while I had begun working on a lot of projects to catch up. There was a great deal of work to get done, and not that much time to do it. So for the next 4 days, I worked with very little sleep. It had only been possible because starting on that day, Reuben and I saw each other less often. I did not know why, but he would disappear for hours. We hardly even ate meals together. He was not even home at night. This made me restless, and to distract myself, I worked more and more. Could it be that he was busy with pack matters? That night, I dozed off while working on my designs, but woke up on the bed with Reuben. Morning, he smiled and kissed my lips. I kissed him back and hugged him. Why have you been so busy the last few days? I complained, acting spoiled. He chuckled, rolling me under him. Don't be mad at me, he cooed, but I ignored him. Let go, I am not talking to you. I pouted, trying to get off of the bed, but Reuben grabbed me from behind and started tickling me. Ah, Reuben, I screamed and laughed loudly. He really could not handle me pushing him away. That morning, the pack house filled with the sounds of our laughter and teasing. Ah, Reuben, my stomach hurts! I curled up on the bed laughing until he finally had mercy on me. He stopped tickling and hovered over me. Don't be mad at me, he apologized with a kiss. Give me a chance to make it up to you, he smiled. You want to make it up to me? How? I blinked in confusion as his eyes beamed with a different kind of light. Give yourself completely to me today, Willow. Follow me blindly.
Willow. Yay! I excitedly jumped in the ocean with Reuben, swimming and enjoying myself. We went deep under the water together, explored the beauty of the underwater world. It was a whole different and thrilling experience that I had always wanted to experience. A while later, when we swam back up, I was desperate to catch my breath. Goddess, it is so beautiful down there, I gasped, swimming on the surface of the water. He chuckled at my flushed face. Already getting tired? He touched my wet face. I was really enjoying viewing the sea life so much, he purred, slipping one of his hands into my bottoms. Stop, I scolded him, slapping the hand in my bikini. Others will see, I murmured, my cheek reddening. Who will see us? He raised an eyebrow, growing bolder with his touch. I looked around in confusion. Well, is it not strange that there is really no one else around? I murmured. We came to this beach late in the morning and had been playing around for a long time. On the way, I only saw a few people working here and there as a few shops opened. Don't you know why no one is here? Reuben suddenly stopped touching me. His serious voice attracted my attention. No, what is it? I felt goosebumps raising on my skin due to the look in his eyes. It is said that there are sharks in these waters, he revealed. What? My face lost all color. Yeah. He nodded seriously, then suddenly pounced on me. And that shark is me. Ah! I laughed and screamed, swimming away from him, but he caught me, pulling me into the water with him. This morning, when Reuben asked me to give myself to him completely, I never thought he would bring me to the beach. When we were young, I had always wanted to go to the beach with him, but out of fear of being seen by someone, I had always refused. However, Reuben seemed to have not forgotten about my wish. We played in the water until we got tired, then climbed back onto our boat that took us back to the shore. After a shower, I a beautiful fringed shrug over my sundress, only to be distracted by Reuben's open shirt and shorts. His 8-pack abs and strong arms were enough to make me... Careful, you are drooling, Reuben commented, seductively rubbing the corner of lips with his thumb. You seem hungry? What do you want to eat? Reuben asked as we strolled along the beach together. I looked around at all the delicious options but could not decide. I want to try everything. I thought he would make fun of me, but he smiled sweetly. Okay, then let's try everything. I giggled as he made me run with him to eat the options. They tasted so good. One by one, we ate steamed blue crabs, fries, fried dough, and so many more delicious things. Do you want to try the drink? Reuben pointed at the beverage that the town we were in was famous for. No, my stomach might burst if I add so much as a drop of water, I laughed, pushing my half-eaten corn dog in his direction. My stomach was so full that I was not going to eat again until the next day. He chuckled and finished my food, then we started exploring the town. I bought a few things for Wyatt and Lori from the shops until evening. Surprisingly, everything around the beach was something I was really interested in, from food to vendors. "This is for you," I grinned, placing a cool hat on Reuben's head. For me, his eyes shone. "Yeah, why are you so happy? It's just a hat," I chuckled. "It's special because you bought it for me, Willow," he exclaimed. I laughed, kissing his cheek. He was so cute sometimes. As the sky grew dark, we sat in a shop that sold smoothies. "Are you tired?" he asked, tucking my hair behind my ear. "No, I love being here. I just wish this day would never end," I sighed, leaning my head on his shoulder. He kissed my head and whispered, "Then let's not let this day end." "How? Did we not visit every place on this beach?" I murmured. "Not every place. There is one place that we have not visited," he remarked. "What place?" I pulled away from his shoulder in confusion. He only smiled in response, which set off a warning bell in my mind before we stood in front of the most unexpected place. I could not help but narrow my eyes at Reuben. "A costume house?" "Yeah," he grinned. This costume house was specifically for couples, where they were supposed to write a chit for their partner stating what costume they wanted to see them in. It was like a blind play, because your partner would not know what you had written on the chit until you were all dressed up by the staff. "I am not playing," I firmly stated. "Why?" He pouted. I clearly remember this costume house game from a fair that had been held while we had been in high school. You wrote down a monkey costume for me, then made fun of me the entire time. I know you're planning something far worse this time. I am not going. I turned to leave. "Willow, wait." Reuben tried to chase after me only to accidentally bump into another woman. "I am sorry." The woman quickly apologized, even though her dress was ruined from the drink she was holding. I couldn't help but frown as she was eyeing Reuben. "It's all right. I will pay for your ruined dress." Reuben pulled out his wallet to offer, only to be stopped by her. "Please, instead of compensation, how about you become my partner for the costume house?" She innocently blinked her eyes, and her short height helped her to look that way too. "You see, I am alone, and you don't seem to have a partner, so how about we two?" "He has a partner." I grabbed Reuben's hand, glared at the woman for daring to flirt with my mate. Nowadays, it was really risky to let your man wander around alone at the beach. We both entered the costume house, which I regretted after 10 seconds. Shit. Now, I could not retreat. I could not help but look at Reuben's evil smile. He was happy for many reasons. One of them was I had gotten jealous, and the other was I was finally here to play. I grabbed his collar and pulled him down so that we were face to face. "I am telling you right now, if you write down something ridiculous, then I will kill you." Instead of replying, he just grinned at me, and that pissed me off. While writing the chit, I looked at him in a warning, but I sighed helplessly in my heart. I could not imagine in what form I wanted to see Reuben. I bit my thumb for a couple of seconds before something came to my mind. I neatly wrote the words and could not help but smile. Once we both put the chit in their respective jars, we were asked to go into our separate rooms where they were about to dress us. As expected, to keep the game fair, they blindfolded me. I just sighed deeply and did what the female asked me. I donned the dress with her help. I was not supposed to touch it at all. After getting dressed up, she started my makeup. I was immediately alarmed. What exactly was she doing? She also started doing something to my hair that did not seem right. I badly wanted to put off the blindfold when she started putting something in my hair. Wait, was she making me a witch? Yes, I was sure she was dressing me as a witch. I secretly gritted my teeth. Reuben really had a death wish. A long time later, when she probably made me an evil bitch, she asked me to get up and led to the door. When I stepped out, I was ready to teach Reuben a good lesson. Why was he so silent? Could it be that he was silently laughing at me, or maybe taking a video or photo? I took off the blindfold, ready to beat him to death. "Reuben!" I growled, but paused in surprise because what I saw in front of me was not a room, but a beach full of Emerald Bright Pack members, our friends, and our children. Everyone was standing dressed in their finest clothes, in 2 rows, and the whole area had been decorated so beautifully that I felt as if I was in a dream. Reuben stood in a black suit in the middle of the venue, smiling at me. "Reuben, what's going on?" I almost whispered. He walked closer to me, his eyes admiring me from head to toe before he took my hand. "Willow, will you marry me and become my Luna?" he asked. I gasped and my eyes widened. I could not help but look at my reflection in his eyes. I looked like a bride. The dress I was wearing was a bridal gown, and the man in front of me was not only my soulmate, but the man that wanted to be my husband. It turned out that Reuben had been planning all of these for days. He had brought me to this beach for this very purpose. This was not only our wedding, but my official Luna ceremony. He nervously looked into my eyes, desperate to hear my answer. My heart skipped a beat as a smile came over my lips. "I do." My eyes watered slightly in happiness. Reuben smiled as well, wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me into a kiss. The venue echoed with cheers for Reuben and I. "Willow, let's grow old together and never leave each other until our last breaths." He gently broke the kiss and slipped a ring on my finger. "I love you, Willow," he confessed. I opened my eyes and locked eyes with Reuben. This man? It seemed I was going to fall in love with him over and over again until my last breath. "I love you too," I smiled, standing on my toe to claim his lips. After 6 years of painful separation, misunderstandings, and heartbreak, we were finally together. It was the goddess's design that I was his fated mate. The end.